Maybe an E2. Maybe I should make my camera a little bigger. Camera. Mila. Maybe an E2. Maybe an E2. Yo! I switched it to ARR. It says ARR, right? Gotta make sure. One sec. Let me just make sure I'm not going crazy. Let me make sure I'm not going brazy. Yeah, it's ARR. Yeah, it's all good, bro. What do you prefer, AR or MR? I think I should create a poll. Yo, base, it's ARR, brother. It's ARR. ARR. But I appreciate that. It's still the same 145. You slightly prefer ARR? Yeah, it's yearly, so. ¿Qué pasó? You, oh, you prefer ARR? It's gonna be, it changes a lot. It fluctuates a lot. I like both. I'm not sure. I see the sides of both. I'm not sure which to pick. It's happening. It's happening. All right, let's. Love from Pakistan. What's up, man? Same. Me here watching you frequently. Keep growing, brother. By the way, which tool is used right now? Claude Code. Claude Code. Should I put on some tunes? Tune up, brother. Tune up.
Breaking just moments ago, President Trump posting that update on the Apache helicopter that went down over the Strait of Hormuz and saying Iran's responsible for.
$14 million in the past year, you said?
That's when we smacked our first $1 million month.
Holy fuck. You're only 22 years old. Obviously, everyone in the space knows you in the consulting space. People will say, oh yeah, he blew up, but like, bro, you gotta manage the volume. What did that growth curve kind of look like for you?
The number one skill you can acquire is being able to identify the constraint and say, fuck everything else. I'm only attacking this thing until it's solved. When building a team, you have to set frame right away with what you want out of them. Majority of the problems come from sales reps. They're so hungry for commissions. And so I didn't have my phone, bro. My team was running completely fine without me. And that was the craziest feeling ever. A lot of times it's like pricing stuff. People are charging too little.
What's like some tweaks you made for some people that have like fucking ripped? All right, so bro, your agency's generated were like $14 million in the past year, you said? And you're only 22 years old. And like before like
Started doing that. I got hit with the Emon VSL. I bought his shit when I was 18. And,
wait, what year was that?
2022.
Like
I was grinding content.
Yeah,
like
bro.
Hella,
And then you removed that shit, bro.
I unprivated some of them.
Yeah.
On TikTok, all my YouTube videos I wiped.
Yeah.
I had a bunch of YouTube videos, bro. My first YouTube video I posted got 9 views in like 2 days, bro.
Been using Fable? What's up, Smelly?
I was like, fuck, bro.
Smelly. Yeah, I've been using Fable, but it keeps knocking me down to 4.8.
That's when I found out about you, because like I was making a video and some dude texted me. He's like, yo, you look like Pierre. I was like, what the fuck? He's
Yeah,
like, who the
people
fuck
used to always say that about us.
Yeah, I was like, oh, you look like Pierre.
Alright, bro. Yeah, I've been using Fable, but it keeps knocking me down every so often. What? Let's listen to some tunes. That's what I was going to put originally. You have the 100 plan? I got 200. I got the $200 plan. Yeah, I got the $200 plan, bro. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
that Pokemon? Who's that Pokemon? Who's that Pokemon? Who's that Pokemon?
Four minutes. What the heck? I got no 4 minutes. What's up, Shogun? How you doing today? Okay, we need to go to the Google Drive. What's happening, boss? You're good? That's good to hear, man. What you been up to today, bro? What you been doing today? Have you been trying to achieve excellence today? We're so locked in, bro. Half a gigabyte? Damn, bro. You're killing me here. I've been coding all day. That's what I like to hear, bro. That's what I fucking like to hear. Don't forget to train too. You got a strong body, strong mind. Strong mind. Less room for failure. Python scripts. Python. I'm learning new skills. What about Elon, who doesn't work out? I mean, he is the world's richest man. It's either you're the world's richest. You're either that's. That's the world's richest man. Imagine if Elon was ripped, he'd have so much aura. Ripped. P90X. Ripped. Does she look real? Does she look real to you guys? I have it on one of my app screens. Basically, it's like a... you know how like there's fidget spinners? It's a pimple popping game. You squeeze it. You guys know what I'm talking about. I think if he had time to train, Elon would take Zuckerberg any day. Yeah, she does look real. She looks very real. Sweet. GPT image 2 is cooking. Yo, what's up, Chaos? How you doing, bro? McFlash, what's up? Yeah, Zuckerberg does MMA and everything. So I think Zuckerberg is up there. He's got that dog in him. Maybe I should just bring all of them here. Empty trash. Okay, so. Oh, shit. Ah, shit. Here we go again. Pink eye. Damn. Yo, my right eye was like red, so I put in eye drops. I don't know if it's still red. But you should put in some eye drops. You look ripped. I look ripped. How do I look ripped? You can only see me. You can only see me from here. But thanks, man. You know the light stuff. Whenever whenever someone asks me about my routine. By the way, I do not take any enhancements or anything.
You know, your test, D-ball.
You know.
It's just basic stuff. You know, your test.
You know, the light stuff.
D-ball.
Hey, KL, what's up, man?
Basic stuff.
It's ARR, by the way. It's still 145.
D-ball.
You just got to divide by 12.
It's just basic stuff. You know, your test, D-ball.
Bro, the pic of you surfing, you can tell you're shredded. Me surfing. Oh, my YouTube. Oh, I forgot I had that there. I forgot I had that there, brother. You know, the light stuff. But thanks, man. Yeah, I just I just work out. Today I hit some back and biceps. You know, the light stuff. Yo, one bill. Damn right. Yo, Makuya. What's up, bro? The heck happened to my music? One bill. If I can just get this trash going again. There we go. Let me send over the next ones. What does ARR mean? Annual recurring revenue. So it's MRR times 12. Are you guys hitting rate? Yeah, a lot of people are. I haven't yet. It keeps knocking me down to 4.8. I misspelled that badly. Annual recurring revenue. Yeah, it was close. It was close. I understood it, bro. Preparing to upload. I hit the rate limit within 10 minutes. Are you using Max, bro? Keep in mind, Max is double compared to extra high. And then if you're using workflow, that's extra high plus multiple agents, like up to could be 60. Nico, do you invest in the stock market? No, I don't. SpaceX IPO in 2 days. Sick. But not, I mean, I should, but not yet. I'm poor, man. I ain't got no money to invest. If I do make money, it's probably going into my business, into like ads or something. What's up, Mad Boy? How you doing today, bro? Preparing to upload. Maybe when I not maybe, I will. When I make some money, I will invest into the stock market. What's up, host? How you doing today? How you doing today, fam? What's the word, fam? What's the word? My site is up. Hopefully you can take a look. Yeah. Put it in the Discord. In the websites. I could take a look later tonight. Elon going to be a trillionaire in 2 days? Trillionaire. Is there such thing as cheating in business? What do you guys think? What's your guys' thoughts on, is there such thing as cheating when it comes to business? I see Zach Yetagari said there's no cheating. He sold Cal AI for like, I think 50 million or 60 million. There's no such thing as cheating in business. I got to think about that one. I'm not sure. People should treat competition in business more like competition in chess, with honor and handshaking after both losses and victories. Depends entirely on the tactics used. Chess is poor analogy given the strict rule set. Even then, there's cheating, and cheaters shouldn't be able to. How do you cheat in chess? Maybe I'm just not that good at chess to know that people can cheat in chess. He keeps his mind stable by working, just being more efficient. Jewish. I don't think there's. I gotta think about it. I don't know. How can you cheat in business? You could be like, oh, some company sold me a fake product, but you didn't do your due diligence and look up reviews that other people left about that product, whether it's a physical product or some type of software. Yeah, so you cheated yourself. People pull up AIs when playing chess to win. Oh, I didn't know that. Business is about stealing from your competitors. Exactly. Yeah, it all comes down to who has the best marketing, right? You can build the same business, but if you're not marketing it better, the only cheat is people doing black hat and no shipping, etc. But we'll bite them later. Yeah, yeah. I mean, the payment processor is just going to close them down eventually. It's only a matter of time. But even then, the customer should have done their due diligence on the product they were purchasing. So you can't really blame the company. You can, but you should always blame yourself. This is let's do this. Holy shit.
Who's that Pokemon?
Why did I do that? Guess we could only do 3 at a time. Taking forever. What app are you building? I'm just doing marketing now, but I was working on Affiliate O before. I gotta make like 20 something videos today. Have you ever paid for a mentorship? No. I'm trying to think. Like, do you mean like a course? I paid for a drop shipping course once. Oh, no. I didn't pay. Oh, you know what I did pay? I don't know if you heard of App Mafia. I paid for that, but then I got my money back. I got a refund. I went through all the slides and I was like, I need a refund, bro. Like, I already know this stuff. Which is your most profitable app? Probably Quickly or CopyDraw.
Who's that?
Oh! Wait, what? How did it have that audio? So the AI pulled that audio?
Who's that?
How did it's the same audio because it's under. I'm retarded. I mean, I'm not that smart.
Who's that Pokemon?
Josh! The man, the myth, the legend. What's up, Josh? Just driving the boys to their baseball game? Nice. I was watching your stream from yesterday. I was trying to catch up. You were talking about the spins. You're doing the spins and you're like, whoop, whoop. What the pilots do.
Who's that Pokemon?
Alright, I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do here. We need a win. Bro. Josh. I don't know much about baseball. But I hope you guys win. I don't know anything. I've been to one game before when I was super young. I still don't understand, but I hope you guys win. Spinning that Cessna was insane.
Who's that Pokemon?
Okay. Boom. And then we clip this.
I wanna be the
It's ARR. It was MRR, it's ARR. I just switched it. You just have to divide by 12. You just put a smile on my son's face. I don't know much, but I hope you guys win. You know, dig deep. Dig deep. If you want to win, put your heart and soul into it. And you
I
will.
wanna be the very best, like no one ever was.
La 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 la.
Who's that Pokemon? I wanna be the very best, like no one ever was.
Oh, I got you. I got you. Is someone else was asking. So we at the same spot. We at the same spot. We're just marketing today. Okay, so this is good. This is good. 7 seconds.
Who's that Pokemon? I wanna be.
Bro, this shit smacks me in the head mad hard. Alright, let's add a little bit more.
Who's that Pokemon?
Thank you, bro. I appreciate that, man. Thank you, brother. Eviatar. You guys inspire me as well. Don't forget that.
I wanna be.
Okay. That is done. Now we need the original. And we'll speed this up. Speed. Okay.
Who's that Pokemon? I wanna be the very best, like no one ever was.
I need something like a video. Like an app. It would be OP if I put an app demonstration at the end, but it just feels like too much selling at that point.
Who's that Pokemon? I wanna be the very best, like no one ever was.
What's the GTM strat for the platform? I'm not sure what I don't know what GTM strat or GTM is, Eviatar. If you could please teach me what GTM is. It marketing? Something marketing? How did your ARR? Well, it was MRR and then I changed it to ARR. Some people prefer ARR, some people prefer MRR. I'm probably gonna create a poll to see what people like more. You know? Go to market. My go to market strategy. I'm just gonna be marketing. Oh, also on top of that, on my apps, I put a link in the onboarding and in the settings page. If people want to become an affiliate to the app, it redirects them to affiliate O as well. So if they like the app and they enjoy it and they want to earn money, it's in the onboarding steps as well for my apps. And all my apps have that. So I'm just gonna market my apps. I'm gonna market affiliate O as well. And yeah. Let's connect. Bro, that sounds like the people that would the AI messages from Twitter. Let's connect. But Eviatar, compare notes and I might be able to provide some insight. Appreciate that, man. Thank you. There's also an affiliate to affiliate O. If you invite a business, they list their business and they're getting affiliate sales because they invited affiliates. You get 50% of the platform fee since you got the business to list on affiliate O. Just know that that's out there. you get the 50% of the platform fee for life. LinkedIn conditioned me. So that's okay. So everyone's using LinkedIn, I guess, from Twitter. What are you coding? I'm not coding right now. I'm trying to figure out what to do here. Yo, Elliot, what's up, bro? What's happening? Elliot, I fixed a few more bugs with the API on Quegly. So it should work a little bit better, a little bit smoother now as well. As far as like, yeah, slideshows. Oh, a smoke show? Japanese smoke show? That's what I got.
I wanna be the very best, like no one ever was.
Should I put in, should I put screenshots? That doesn't look too good. Let a highly attractive Japanese woman. I don't even know what to put. These are from like the screenshots. Or maybe templates. Oh, maybe I could do this. What do you guys think? Core sound. Fuck. Let's delete this. Delete this. Delete this. Ready? Ready for this guy? Fuck. I'm fucking something up here. Okay. Alright. And then we could put this here. And then we could put here is okay, so
Who's that Pokemon? I wanna be the very
okay, I think I'm gonna do that. And then let's add text. We're gonna add it here in the center. And then we could add the copy draw logo. Here. Yo, yo, Craps, what's up, man? It's ARR. ARR. Yeah. Before it was MRR. What do you guys think?
Who's that Pokemon? I wanna be the very best, like no one ever was. Who's that Pokemon? I wanna be the very best.
Can I add some PX to this? I should be getting a second sub of Quigley. Yo, let's go. Thank you, man. Elliot, I owe you big time, bro. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Thank you, bro. I appreciate the support. Thank you, Elliot. I'm thinking about adding Snapchat. I have to look into their documentation as far as like applying and opening up a developer account with them. Maybe I could add Snapchat. Maybe Snapchat could be a hidden gem. So you can auto post to Snapchat. 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 Yeah, you should. I wanted a Snapchat integration about a year ago, but I couldn't find a single app that did it. I'm thinking about it. I was thinking about it today. We'll see. We'll see. Fuck, where did I have this?
Who's that Pokemon? I wanna. Who's that Pokemon? I wanna be the very best, like no one ever was. Who's that Pokemon? I wanna be the very best, like no one ever was.
I'm just working on marketing today, bro. Anyone know how ARR jumped? It was MRR and now it's ARR.
Who's that Pokemon?
I just changed it.
I wanna be the very best, like no one ever was.
Do you guys prefer ARR or MRR? What do you guys prefer I display?
Who's that Pokemon? I wanna be the very best, like no one ever was.
Yeah, not today. Like the project over. It's affiliate O. All the building. I like seeing it as projected yearly. Gotcha, gotcha. I believe that ARR is better. Sweet. A lot of people like ARR. Building. Pikachu. Export.
Who's that Pokemon?
Let's make sure it's there. Yep. It's here. Put it up here. Okay, next one. 1 million ARR is my goal. Hell yeah, bro. It's how we are trained as people's salaries. Basically, we all know this isn't a salary as you have costs. True. What's up, Infinite? How you doing today, bro? Yeah, I guess I'll keep it as ARR, right? Because like even like, you know, $20 or like $10 changes it. Not drastically, but it still changes it, you know, it adds up. Because you multiply by 12. It's pretty cool. Okay, let's delete this. But what if they cancel a 2-month, then it drop? Doesn't it go? It goes down once it does it go down right away, or does it go down once the month end, or if they have a yearly and then they, you know what I mean? At what point does it immediately, or when the month ends? Add a lot, subtract a lot. Oh, okay, got you. Okay, let's add next to. We could delete these.
Who's that Pokemon?
Can you drop your Instagram or something, like I'm a very alone developer? Yeah, bro. What's up, Abdul?
Who's that Pokemon?
Okay. That's already in there. Ah, shit. Here we go again. Do 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 do.
Who's that Pokemon? I wanna be the very best, like no one ever was.
Yo, Striker, what's up, man?
Who's that Pokemon? I wanna be the very best, like no one ever was.
Boom. Boom. How you gone from... Oh, I just changed it to ARR. It was MRR before, bro. It was... It was MRR before. Well, it was MRR yesterday. Yes, sir. Oh, that got me looking twice. I was like, whoa. Whoa. Radical. There you go. I'll pin you to the Discord. But it's so hard to get a hold of. Oh, is it the same person that didn't join the call that you had with them, bro? Is that the same person? At this point, I think it's just they landed 6 deals, so he is pulling all-nighters for his business. Damn. Sheesh. Just hate having this project over my head. Like having to think about it. Is there? Yeah. Well, I mean, at least he's happy, so it's not like he's, you know, he was trying to dodge you and didn't say anything that you know he didn't like it, but at least you got your money. There you go. At least you got your money. Nice.
Who's that Pokemon? I wanna be the very best. Who's that Pokemon? I wanna be the very best. Like no. Who's that Pokemon? I wanna. Who's that Pokemon? I wanna be the very best. Who's that Pokemon? I wanna be.
Bro, it didn't come out too good. Hey, the pimple skincare app just got approved. And we gotta lock in. Gotta lock in, Chief. That's how it goes. Sometimes it's the way to go, though. Monthly recurring revenue comes with it. You can get it graded like the cards. What do you mean? Is there some type of like animation where it like stays still and then Leaving the simplicity of copy draw feels like it wouldn't be a good idea. It's a great idea. How do I do the scoring thing? The grading thing? Oh, search media. Effects. A. Stamp. And it slaps. Oh, that's just, how do I do that though? It would be stickers, right? Like, do you know the guy that eats the pizza? He says like one bite, everyone knows the rules. And then it does like a scoring. PSA grading is like an official grading where someone takes a card and gives it value. You know what I'm talking about? Like the pizza guy? Where like does like a stamping animation. Dave, yeah. Dave. When he does the pizza reviews at the end, there's like some type of stamp animation. Yeah, Dave. But he does like pizza reviews. But I'm trying to figure out. Walk around New York. How do I get the stamping? Certified. Boom. It's like this. But with the grade. And then it would, at the end, it would do it here. Boom. Oh, there we go.
The scale and the rotation. We'll just go on a few bars. Yet again, we'll take the... Oh, wrong one.
Why is this guy
Gonna-
breathing so heavy?
Go back to the stamp. Sorry, I put keyframes in the wrong one. So that's how that's okay. And we're gonna again reduce the scale. Rotate in the opposite direction and move it off screen. So we got approved.
Bruh.
And we can mess around with the position.
I see a approved one. Bro, what? Bro needed to move his mic back a bit, yeah. That's a great addition. I need. What's so awesome? It's ARR. It's just ARR, brother. there's this 10 out of 10 photo stock. Does it do the animation? I want like an MP4 file. You know what I'm talking about?
Who's that Pokemon? Who's that Pokemon? Pokemon! I wanna be.
Okay, I think that's...
Who's that Pokemon? I wanna be the very best, like no one.
There we go.
Who's that Pokemon? I wanna be the very best, like no one ever was.
Oh, what is this for? This is just marketing. What app made you 1.7K? Oh, it's a mix of things. It is a mix of things. I thought I pinned it to the chat. Quegly, my apps, my iOS apps. Building. What's up, Obfuscated? How you doing today? Let me pin it to the chat. Pin. Mess y'all. The cat blowing out of the paper. Stamp image. I want like an animation, which would be cool. Okay, let's see how.
7-9. That is a higher score maybe than pizza, but the whole
You see how it does the animation here?
that I just 9. That is like I'm going like 7-9. That is a higher score maybe than pizza, but the whole that I just really like that lady. I liked her story. I liked her attitude.
Good man. I just need to make money so I can buy the machine. I need the machine is like 150K. 100 to 150K. And then after that, I could start testing. Yeah, it's a mix of different things, which is fantastic. Only 100. Yeah. Light work. Light work. We got this in the bag, brother. Stamp animation. Light work. Oh, I like that. $10. $10 just for a freaking. Pinterest. Yeah, but it's dang $10. Yo, PRM, what's up, bro? Bruh. Alright, for the sake of time, we're just gonna MR to ARR. Yes, sir. I'm gonna name it Cat Final, since I don't know what Pokemon it is.
Who's that Pokemon? I wanna be the very best.
Do, 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 do. Do 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 ch do do ch do ch. Oh, I could ask Claude. I could add to it now that I have the video. That it's all together. Let me. Let's make this one. You know what? Bro, I'm actually not thinking right today. Let's delete this. Let's delete this. Let's just delete it for now. Bro, instead of having it all be like this. Is this all the same? We'll export core. And then instead of doing this, we delete this, we delete the core sound effect. And then we could the very best. And then we could just add this. You see, now we have this. Much easier. Okay, now that we have this done, let's move these over here. Let's delete these. Delete these. Delete this. This one, this one. Oh, shit. This is for copy draw. Copy draw.
Pokemon? Who's that Pokemon? Who's that Pokemon?
$16 seconds.
Who's that Pokemon? Who's that Pokemon? Who's that Pokemon? I wanna be the very best, like no one. Who's that Pokemon? Who's that Pokemon?
Okay, and then we give a clip. We're gonna name it Dino. 2 O's. Now we're gonna close out here and upload Dino. I like that the copy draw logo kind of looks like Tung 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 Sahur. Yo, if you look at the TikTok, hey, what's up, Bituk? How you doing, bro? Just marketing. If you look at the TikTok, I tried to do like my first video on TikTok was like a Tung 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 Sahur type of video. Tung 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 tung. Nice marketing is necessary. Indeed, my friend, indeed. My wallet is coming apart. It's generating the clip. Early to bed, early to rise. Wake up and advertise. Let's go. Let's go. Damn right. You damn right. What the fuck? Bro, where'd my shorts go? You see that? Why did AI remove my shorts? You see that? Look at that. First of all, look at here. And then look at... Bro, that's crazy work. Should I just include it, bro? You see how it like... It looks like I'm bare ass, bro. The fuck is wrong with AI? W, what's up, Shohei?
Who's that Pokemon? I wanna be the very best, like no one ever was. Who's that Pokemon? I wanna be the very best, like no one ever was. Who's that Pokemon? I wanna be the very best.
Why? Why are they stopping it? Do they not remember what I told them? To not stop it? Claude has new update. Dario put out a like a message type of thing. All right. These are done.
Who's that?
Hey, yo. No human needed. Did you see that chaos? It like, for some reason, it removed my dang pants. Looks like I'm bare ass, bro. Okay, now we gotta. Never give up. Dashboard. Hey, bruh. Great work. So I try to drag in a video in MP4 and I got this pop up. Can you analyze why I got that? Shouldn't it convert it through my browser memory to the MP4? Or is that not how it works? Can you just analyze in depth and let me know? The video still shows up.
Who's that Pokemon?
And it shows up perfectly fine in the video preview as well. Proposed, what should we do? Yeah, I mean, it asked that even 4.7. What should I do next? And then you just tell it what to do next. Toma. Look, it's Dario. It says we believe it would be good for the world to have the option to slow or temporarily pause Frontier. I don't think they're gonna stop. Let's be honest, because then Codex is just gonna go ahead and get on top, and we wouldn't want that to happen, would we? Now, we wouldn't want such thing happening. Can you give me a TLDR? I don't really understand what you're saying. Just explain it easier. Keep in mind, I created the video on CapCut, so what's the issue? So should we not allow if they import a video like that? I do not know because the global pause might happen. The global pause. I don't think it's gonna happen. Let's be realistic. Will it happen? Probably not. I'm sure Mythos is gonna come right out. Slowly but surely. GPT 5.6 is gonna come out. Then 5.7. It's just gonna happen, you know? It's just gonna happen. But if we let it in, then isn't it gonna fail for Instagram though? You know what I mean? Or do we, what's the modern state of the art approach? Do we stop it? Do we auto convert it? Does it get converted in the browser as they're uploading it? Because when they upload it to the side drawer or anywhere, it gets saved into R2 and it creates the thumbnail as well. So what is the modern state-of-the-art approach for something like this? We're back. API? We'll see. I'm sure they're going to find more servers. Who's going to pay for the model? Who's going to carry the boats? See? More expensive. More expensive. More power. I want the fully automatic in the background, but does the conversion happen on the browser locally for the user and then it gets sent to R2 for storage? Can you explain that a little bit easier for me to understand? With LLM scaling? Yeah. I mean, if you look at the pricing now and compare it to Opus 4.1, Opus 4.1 was way more expensive. Yeah, it's expensive now, still, but it just keeps getting more and more efficient. Yeah, but if it's happening, we're using Cloudflare, so if we're doing the conversion, don't we have to pay for that since it's running on our server? And then what about if they do it through the API? If they post now or schedule through the API? Can you just analyze and let me know? What's the modern state of the art approach for this? That's the issue. The ish.
Disagree on?
Look, I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it very simply. There are many
I'm going to say it simply. I don't care that you broke your elbow.
valid disagreements to be had on.
OpenAI has become Silicon Valley lore. What did you disagree on?
Look, I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it very simply. There are many valid disagreements to be had on safety. We certainly had some of those disagreements with them, but you know, people that alone is not sufficient to leave. When you feel that you can't trust someone, when you feel that their values are not what they say they are, when you feel that they're not honest, that makes it very hard to, you know, to continue to work with a company, to continue to trust.
OpenAI has become Silicon Valley lore. What did you disagree on?
Look, I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it very simply. There are many valid disagreements to be had on safety. We certainly had some of those disagreements with them, but you know, people that alone is not sufficient to leave. When you feel that you can't trust someone, when you feel that their values are not what they say they are, when you feel that they're not honest, that makes it very hard to, you know, to continue to work with a company, to continue to trust.
OpenAI has become Silicon Valley lore. What did you disagree on?
Do a full in-depth analysis to fully understand what we have in the code base and all the logic. Different platforms accept different things. Keep in mind, videos, we get the video and the thumbnail, and the image and the video gets stored into R2 when scheduled. And I think post now as well. Yo, now what's up, man? Appreciate that, bro. Thank you, brother. You are the most motivated man on earth. Motivated. Damn, that looks cool. Thank you, bro. I appreciate that, man. You and me have been here day 50. Everyone here has been day 50. Much love for you, streams, and all what you do for us. Thank you, man. I appreciate that now. Thank you, bro. We are here to build. We are here to win. What's your percentage at now? It's off. I'm at 52 weekly. Sheesh, bruh. Damn. Thinking of buying a second sub for this month to use Fable 5 until the 22, guys. The 22nd. Sheesh. Are you should be close to done, right? Or at least MVP now? Should be close. I'm at 4%, brother. 4%. 4%, brother. Yes, almost done in one project, and the second almost, but needs more UI polish. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. So next month, hopefully, I'll be doing some market. Hey, I like to hear that, man. I like to hear that, bro. I'm not tech savvy, so can you do a TLDR on what needs to be changed, fixed, or added, or deleted, or whatever you need to do? Yes! It's working! $40 an hour to use through API. It probably costs like a real developer like 250, right? So it's probably way cheaper. Is that with using workflows, max, extra high? $1 million context window, or the 256? Is it 250 or 256? Okay, yes, fix it with the modern state-of-the-art implementation for something like this. SpaceX IPO is expected to create 4,000 new millionaires, including some cafeteria workers whose compensation packages include employee stock options. I gotta be the lunch. Yo, the lunch ladies are about to get up. 2 times faster, 10x bigger inspiration. Switches you. Yep. It's so lame, bro. Once it starts working on backend code, it switches over back to 4.8. Kind of annoying. At least it did all the planning in Fable.
Wait, this is too good. Say it one more time.
The right one will find you in peace. The wrong one will find you in peace and leave you in pieces. The wrong person shows up when you lose your peace. They protect it. You don't feel not supposed to feel. If you peaceful again, that's
That sounds like AI though.
your answer.
Don't commit or merge to the local main yet. Something I noticed is that we scheduled earlier today, 5 different posts. in which 3 have been posted already, but for some reason when I click on the right side drawer, okay, in the video preview I can't view it, but it's still showing the thumbnail. Did it not clean up the thumbnail? Can you analyze the database, Supabase? It's connected and authenticated, so you can analyze and check if it cleaned up from R2 and the database, I think, or only R2 if it cleaned up the video and the thumbnail, since for videos we generate videos and we generate thumbnails, right? Just analyze for now and let me know. And in the API, is there a way to like add a thumbnail or no to a video, or no? Would it only be allowed to be updated in the app itself? From the right side drawer, you can do the capture current frame, or you can upload a custom thumbnail, right? Just analyze for now and let me know. Yo, what's up, Striker? It's ARR. So it's the same thing as the MRR. I just changed it to, I multiplied by 12 to get the ARR. The R. What would you recommend? Wait, I don't want to have to mess with my Cloudflare. Do I need to? What is the modern state-of-the-art approach for something like this? Is it FFmpeg? Is it... I thought we can't use FFmpeg since we're using Cloudflare. I am paying for the $5 workers. Or is it fix it on the dashboard? Which one is it? Because you're going back and forth. I need you to think. Yeah, shouldn't it be done locally and then we don't accept if it's, you know, we don't accept it if it fails and it fails and doesn't upload to R2, but it should be done locally, shouldn't it? So it's free. We don't pay. So you would have to delete some things that you added recently, right? No vibe coding. Hee hee. Oh. Ooh. Oh, so shouldn't it be that if they upload the HDR, they shouldn't be allowed to enable Instagram or schedule to Instagram? Should we do that instead of just, you know, making them see? And then if they try through the API with something with a video type like that, does it not allow to schedule to Instagram or what? Did you actually analyze the Instagram documentation, the API documentation, to see if they convert it or no? Is affiliation work in this time? I think not only. What do you think? I'm not sure what you mean, brother. I'm not sure what you mean by is affiliation work in this time? I think not only. Yeah, implement the fix. Affiliation plus something? Plus the something something. The something something of the plus. Curious. Just stopped by to say that AR is looking healthy. Thank you, bro. I appreciate that. I appreciate you, bro. I appreciate that, brother. Thank you, brother.
dreams are in tight, and the main that I after kick across on my mind. Choose your wall, but where the light, and I'm a bed later. I wanna fall in the worst light. Let me out to the sky, fire made me burn to the sky.
What's up, Abit? Or Abbott? If we were to upload the Pikachu.mp4, would it not allow it to be scheduled through Instagram? Okay, so it would reject it. So what do I need to change on? Do I need to re-upload it into CapCut and then download it as something else? Is that what you're saying I have to do? Ah, I got you.
Who's that Pokemon? Who's that? Who's that Pokemon? Who's Who's that? Who's that Pokemon? Who's Who's that?
Okay, great. I changed them to be H.264. And what about the whole thumbnail thing? So the thumbnails are still there. Did you ever check up on the posted, the one that was posted on Faith Hero for 12:30, 3:30, and 6 p.m.? Are those basically like stale now? Are those gonna be cleaned up from the cron or no? But then the next one at 8 p.m. it's currently 6:51 p.m. The 8 p.m. one that's gonna get posted, that one, that'll get cleaned up then too, right? Or no? But shouldn't it work the same way as the video does? If it gets posted successfully on all platforms, it gets deleted. And then if there's one platform where it fails, it stays until that either the 24-hour, I think, cron runs and then picks it up, or if it gets retried and then successful, then it gets cleaned up, like it gets deleted right away. Shouldn't they work the same way? I want a symmetric. Shouldn't it work the same way as the video? Or yeah, I guess video, not image. Images are different, right? I want it symmetric, working all together at the same way. Is that how we have it? Then why would the thumbnails be kept and waited for the cron if the video itself, when successfully uploaded to all the platforms that were selected, then it gets deleted? Or if it fails, then after a certain amount of time, I think it's 24 hours, then the cron picks it up. Shouldn't it get deleted after success? Wouldn't that be the best thing to do? So we don't have to store it for an extra 24 hours. If the video is getting saved for the 24 hours, then how come when I click in the right side drawer in the preview, it opens the preview, but it's not showing the video? Is it because it's getting cleaned up? Did you actually analyze the code and the logic and the database and R2? Or are you just making shit up? Bro, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? What does this mean? I struggle so much with UI design. Look at other websites and what they're doing, what you like. Grab things from different websites. Know what I mean, brah? Know what I mean? Yeah, commit, merge to the local main, then push to the GitHub main. Yeah, that's the only way I can do it. I just copy, but I can't create my own. Well, I mean, you can always you copy the other ones and then just, you know, see if you can add a little extra feature or change something, and then it's your design. Or see if you could merge the designs from two different websites to create, you know, new design. My app is slowly coming along. I feel like it's already better than most competitors. Nice, man. There you go, bro. There you go, bro. Okay, deployed successfully. I'm refreshing Quegly. I'm viewing the right side drawer. See this. And when I click on the thing itself, it is. It says no thumbnail, and it's not showing the video either. What? Damn.
Could have profound implications for how humanity works. Language
Model that fundamentally conflicts with your values.
start Anthropic. This is where the early team would get together. It was during the pandemic, so the story goes, and a bunch of early employees would come here, they'd pull up a chair on the grass, they'd have lunch, and they'd talk about what they were building.
When we started this company, there were 7 co-founders, of which me and Danielle are 2. And now, you know, we're the basically the only company in the space that has all of its co-founders still here. You don't get to, you know, be a company of the size and scale that we are with that happening. Like, that almost never happens.
From the start, Anthropic pitched itself as the ultimate safety-conscious AI company. Dario has published long essays with names like Machines of Loving Grace and The Adolescence of Technology, musing on the miraculous potential of AI, as well as the worst-case scenarios. Anthropic's chatbot, Claude, has been trained to follow a set of principles called a constitution, intended to keep it on the straight and narrow. Claude has a very distinct style and feel, a human name. What are you trying to convey?
I think when people interact with Claude versus, you know, other systems, there is more of a feeling of, I like to describe it as professional warmth. So the goal is not for it to be your best friend, but it's not for it to be sort of cold, rote, calculating. It should feel approachable, but distant, right? Professional.
Anthropic has talked about teaching Claude to be good. What is a good model? What is a bad model?
You don't want a model that lies accidentally or intentionally, right? Lying we call hallucinations. It makes something up. The models are just trained to predict the next word, so sometimes they don't know and they just invent something. Models sometimes, as we've shown in our research, can purposely try to deceive you. We have to make sure that doesn't happen in production models that we expose to customers. And then there's a lot of work around harmlessness, just making sure that the model is not accidentally producing, information that is wrong or harmful or could cause someone to do something bad.
Whose values are being put into Claude? Like, is there a universal good? There's so many religions, so many different beliefs. Like, how do you even decide that?
So, of course, there's no universal standard for what makes something helpful or harmless, but there are founding documents in human history, like the UN Declaration of Human Rights, that we can use to train Claude's character. And I think, interestingly, on the religious front, we've actually started to have a lot of conversations with religious leaders around how should we think about, Claude the entity, and how can we bake in some of the kind of core values that are consistent across religions, types of belief, that really just transcend, a specific worldview, but that are really things that human beings have been grappling with for millennia.
Have you tried to give Claude a trait that didn't take, or was there any trait that emerged that surprised you?
I think in the early days, it's funny to look back on them now, the kind of early Claudes, Claude 2 era, sometimes Claude would be almost a little bit nanny-ish. Claude was like, I'm really concerned about you. And you're like, Claude, I was asking for the weather, right? It was something really benign. Thankfully, we didn't, release most of the most egregious versions of those. But I think it is, when you think about it, it's like tuning a dial. And so our researchers have this very fine needle to thread in order to land at the center of that.
Whatever Anthropic is doing with Claude, it seems to be working. Anthropic's revenue has skyrocketed over the past year, making the company profitable for the first time. That's largely thanks to the company's focus on more lucrative business tools. Claude Code, a major leap that automated large chunks of software engineering, and Claude Cowork, which gave that power to everyone else. Now, early on, others focused on fun, splashy consumer apps. You made a bet on coding and enterprise. Why did you make that bet? Was it a values decision or a business decision?
Look, if you pick a business model that fundamentally conflicts with your values, you're going to have a hard time, right? Either you betray your own values or you become irrelevant. And so when we thought about it, we said, look, we've seen the world of social media, the consumer world, it really seems to, encourage engagement, even addiction, the slop we've seen with AI video models. It's like, what's going on is they want to maximize the number of minutes that you're paying attention to, because that's the advertising revenue driven incentive. Whereas if we look at enterprise, look, we want to make these models useful to people. We want to use AI to cure diseases that we couldn't cure before, right? Well, that's working with biotech, it's working with pharma, it's working with academic research groups. All of those are enterprises, right? We want to use AI to to make energy cheaper and more efficient. That's all enterprise. And so I think it served us well to have this business model that largely aligns with our values.
Soon after Claude Cowork was released, $285 billion in market value vanished overnight. Traders called it the SaaSpocalypse.
This kind of white-collar wipeout story in the software sector, terrifying.
Some of those are down for 9 days in a row, so clearly the tension is building.
If AI continues improving at this pace, how much of
the homeless man rested with
his and how fast?
I think with AI, the pie is getting bigger, right? So the existing incumbents may be smaller in relative terms. Some of them may go down in value. Some of them may even go out of business if they don't adapt
it's
in the right
playing
way.
the video.
I would guess that the software industry gets larger, not smaller, although there will be some big losers. Those who don't kind of see what's coming, who don't identify the moats they have, they're going to have a really hard time.
Issues anymore, but when
as she walked down the hallway,
the video preview, it says
as she walked down the hall,
it says no thumbnail. Is that
the engineer behind
is that
Claude
normal?
Code and Claude Cowork? When Anthropic
We did a
hired
few
him in
updates back then.
2024, Cherney was living a very different life
Will it
in
now
rural
show?
Japan.
There was a lot of farmers markets, very slow. We were making miso. That was sort of the big hobby. And I remember using the first AI chatbot that I'd ever used, and it just took my breath away. And I was just like, oh my God, I have to just be a part of this. And I'm also just such a big sci-fi reader. And so I just know how bad this thing can go. This technology is incredibly powerful. And so we moved back.
You created Claude Code. You led the development of Claude Cowork. What problem were you trying to solve?
If you look at the coding products, they were all pretty simple. It was like
Or will it
sort of like,
show
you know, like
with
complete the word, complete the
future
sentence. That was the extent of
scheduled and
AI
posted,
encoding.
like the 8
And
o'clock
we
post?
just wanted to make a
It'll
way
work
bigger
for that
bet.
or no?
And our bet was we think actually a coding agent can do all of it. A year and a half ago, we
Just
wrote the
analyze
code
and let
by
me know.
hand. And sometimes you press tab and it would autocomplete a line. Now I talk to my Claude and it writes the code. And then while it does that, I talk to the next Claude and it writes some code. And at any point, I have either, you know, like a few Claudes running and up to a few thousand Claudes
She
running,
wants
doing
attention.
things.
How much code is Claude writing
Claude code needs
internally
attention.
for engineers here?
It's writing almost all of it. On my team, so for me personally, it's been writing 100% of my code for at least 6 months. The work of engineering has just completely changed. I feel like I suddenly have superpowers. I have like a jetpack. And engineering has never been this fun.
Can we give Claude a spin?
Yeah, let's do this.
All right.
All right, so let's make like a little recipe app. So make a recipe app. What do you want it to do?
I would love it to suggest meals for the week.
So, you know, this is gonna take maybe a few minutes. And let's just see if Claude builds this.
Oh, it gave me some options. Let's do...
These look pretty tasty, actually.
I could do a Greek chicken power bowl. When I click on a recipe, I want it to show me how to do it. Thank you.
Aw. I'm sure Claude appreciates it.
I always try to say thank you.
Yeah, I always try to be nice too.
I don't know. A recipe app might not be the most mind-blowing demo of Anthropic's technology, but what Claude Code just did in minutes used to take hours or days. For some, that looks like a big opportunity. Are you like nervous about next week, or is it like
What's next week?
your developer conference?
Oh, yes, yes. There's so many things happening every week.
Year over year, API volume is up nearly 17x on the cloud. In the last 12 months, we shipped 8 frontier models to developers and users.
Welcome to the second annual Code with Claude conference, where Claude superfans come
Hey
hoping
man,
to get a
amazing!
glimpse of the
Congrats!
future.
Thank you, man. It's ARR.
This is the first
It's the same thing
growing
that it was before. It's
faster
just
than
ARR now.
exponential. In the
But thank you, man.
first quarter of this year, we saw, if you were to annualize it, 80x growth per year.
Ooh.
I use Claude every day in the form of Claude Code to do all sorts of stuff, not just write code.
I write way more code than I did 5 years ago. I've got the confidence of, I don't know, a 22-year-old with VC money. I'm not 22.
My friend invited me, and it's amazing as someone that's not really technical. I think it's really interesting just to see what everyone's working on, what's out there.
I think the concerning part and the exciting part is, hey, they can do things that we couldn't dream of and timelines we couldn't ever expect. But the kind of alternate side of that reality is you really have to be prepared because they will really be 1,000 times more productive.
Great, so we've done 5, and I want to do the next 5. Do you remember how we're doing it? We're doing the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 clips.
Is that over?
So it's one different.
I think we all become nerds.
The next 5 of the 3-second, and then you attach it to the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different clips that I've created, and then you attach it together.
The skill that they had before is going to help them in the future.
And then you put it in a different file because eventually I'm gonna, with the other workspaces, the other projects I'm going to be creating clips similar to how the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is, and then I'm going to be attaching it to the 3-second one that we generated. So should we name?
Americans think AI will kill jobs.
What should we do? Should we rename one folder to scheduled,
has been outspoken about this issue,
like
and some of his
Faith Hero
don't
scheduled,
exactly sound reassuring.
I think we could have this very
or what? I'm not sure.
Of very fast GDP growth and high unemployment, or at least underemployment.
You should, yeah.
You know, low wage.
Yeah, I just changed it, bro.
Low wage jobs, high.
But thank you, man.
You've been really direct about
Appreciate
job
that.
loss. AI could eliminate half of all entry-level white-collar jobs in the next 1 to 5 years. That was a year ago. AI has moved incredibly fast. Is it still 50% or is it higher?
I don't know exactly, but I'm still pretty concerned. I'm still the same order of concerns. You know, we are seeing right now that AI is making people more productive, but that's the usual hump. You automate 90% of the job, great. People are 10 times more productive in the other 10% because they're 10 times more leveraged. But eventually it gets close to 100%. Now, the sequel to that is, well, then you have to find something else for them to do. Right now, AI makes the software engineers more productive, even though AI writes all the code or almost all the code. But we're already starting to see the beginning of, like, you know, there may be some people that it's not making more productive, that it's better for the AI to just do the thing.
How does that sit with you?
It's very uncomfortable. You know? And I think this is the reason why I chose to go to Anthropic. And I think this is the reason that a lot of people here chose to go here, is artificial intelligence is this force that is far bigger than we are. But here we can hopefully make it go a little bit better.
Do you feel like it's your job to do something about that, or is that someone else's problem?
I think it's a thing that we have to talk about. We have to advocate for it. Ultimately, it's up to society to solve it. This is bigger than one company.
There has been a lot of pushback on, you know, and I know you've said you're trying to warn people, but that, Jensen Huang said you're conflating tasks with jobs.
AI is creating jobs. Anybody who is saying that AI is wiping out jobs is scaring people.
Other folks have said this, it's sort of doom marketing that benefits Anthropic.
So I want to be really clear and push back hard against this. In every interview,
Okay, do it and then create the next 5.
The possible ways to address these risks, from tax and macroeconomic policy to what the new jobs are. In the adolescence of technology, I have like 5 pages where I lay out the difference between tasks and jobs, why this time is different than other times. But social media, which I detest as a category, people have these 3-second clips from a year ago. I've written much more carefully about these things where I talk about the risks. So these are the idea that this is cheap marketing is itself cheap marketing. I think it's part of the disease of Silicon Valley. It's been caught up in this social media world of 3 seconds. And so my message is just definitely not doom is coming. My message is like, this is something, that we should see coming, that we're worried about, and that we need to actually respond to positively.
Beyond the software industry, the potential impact of AI on jobs seems harder to predict. Anthropic has published a paper estimating which fields could make the most use of AI in the near future. If its predictions are right, management, finance, and legal jobs could soon look very different. Which jobs go away, who gets replaced, and what new jobs are created?
So no one knows for sure, because, the economy is unpredictable, right? The thing that we have going for us here is the pie is going to expand a lot. And so because the pie is going to expand a lot, there are probably going to be places where people can go. It's just a matter of finding them fast enough.
So play this out for me a little bit. You wake up in 5 years, what does this country look like? What are those people doing?
Yeah,
because if there's that much unemployment, is that not how revolutions start?
Yeah, no, this is the outcome we want to prevent. This is absolutely the outcome we want to prevent. I think there's a few places. None of them are guaranteed, we're not sure, but there's the physical world. We need a lot of more people to make, build, manufacture things in the physical world. Anything that's human-centered, I think that's going to be a big deal, right? People, or at least some people, want to talk to humans. So these kind of human relationship-driven jobs, I think those are going to be important. And I think there'll be some effort by the humans to kind of direct the AIs, right? At some level, it has to be in line with someone's values and someone's intentions. And so I think there's going to be some role there, although I don't know how thin versus how thick it will be.
I think I feel a little bit more hopeful that humans will continue to find ways to leverage AI to be productive, to do the parts of the work that are meaningful to us that only humans can do. I think the human-to-human interaction will never fully go away. The example I often reach for is what will happen in medicine. Today, we hire doctors who are expert diagnosticians. I think AI is going to soon be pretty good at telling you what the suite of options of things that are wrong with you and what tests to run, and you won't need a doctor to do that. But an AI can't physically examine you and say, hey, does it hurt when I press, here? Mm-hmm. They can't have a bedside manner with you that says, like, tell me how you're feeling about this. How are you coping with going through this process? And I think we're going to pivot something like medicine to be much more focused on the interpersonal, because the diagnostic tools are going to become much better. But the interpersonal human part, that's not going to change.
Explain this to me. Daniela runs day-to-day operations. All the leadership team reports to you.
Yes.
No one reports to you. That sounds like a pretty sweet job.
It's incredibly freeing. It lets me do all the things that I do much more easily than I would otherwise.
And she does all the work? Is that what you're saying?
It's a,
No, I'm just...
if you had to go through the things I had to go through during DOW or no.
The Amadeus hope AI can have a utopian influence on society. But there's no denying the technology's destructive and dystopian potential. Anthropic is at the center of a technological arms race, with powerful governments vying for control. Dario has charged head-on into this arena. He's not afraid to blast his competitors.
And then I think there are some players who, who are YOLOing, who pull the risk dial too far, and I'm very concerned.
Who is YOLOing?
So that's a question I'm not going to answer.
Or critique the US government and Anthropic's own partners for selling AI chips to China.
It's a bit like, I don't know, like selling nuclear weapons to North Korea. I've been very outspoken about the need for export controls on chips to China. I say this because I think it would be really bad for
Could you
America,
create
for,
a folder
the state
for
of democracy in the world, for China to be ahead in AI capabilities. And it's
Mike
like
Buddy,
some of the chip makers
copy
obviously
draw,
don't agree with that
and
view,
PIMPL.
but it hasn't stopped me from saying it. Even after we've signed more partnerships, I'm sure they wish we didn't say these things, but these things are what I
what's up,
believe. And so look,
Irene?
we're all adults here.
How you
We
doing?
work together on one thing while disagreeing about another thing.
Amade's statements about geopolitics date back to his days at Caltech. As a sophomore physics student, he developed a reputation as an anti-war advocate who believed scientists shouldn't sit in ivory towers. It's a worldview that would later define Anthropic's position on the future of war. You've had a long-standing anti-war stance, and yet you were one of the first AI companies to sign a contract with the Department of Defense to operate on classified networks. These are the networks that the US uses to fight wars. Explain that.
Look, I mean, the world changes. Like, my view of this technology, when I see Russia invading Ukraine, when I see the risk of China invading Taiwan, it worries me that we have a kind of resurgent authoritarian bloc. That they're very aggressive, and that we need
By
to
changing
defend
it from
ourselves.
MRR
I may
to
not agree
ARR.
with every policy of either administration, but that's why we've generally been supportive of this.
You've been working with Palantir since 2024.
That's right.
Their technology is used by ICE, police departments in Gaza.
Hey,
Is
what's up,
Quad being
1990?
used for surveillance in other ways?
We don't work with ICE either through Palantir or anyone else. We don't work with CBP. I don't believe we work in Gaza. We're very careful about, scoping our
And
engagements to
now,
things that
could
we
you
believe.
schedule those new 5
In 2025,
for
Anthropic, along
tomorrow
with OpenAI, XAI,
for
and
Faith
Google,
Hero
won a
on the
$200 million
11th?
contract
Tomorrow's
with
the
the
11th.
Pentagon.
But first,
Anthropic framed it as an
I
opportunity
need you to
to
think
become the leading
and let
AI
me
vendor for
know
the government.
what's the best times to post for tomorrow.
Claude was reportedly used by the U.S. military in the operation to seize Venezuelan
Like
President
for all these
Nicolas Maduro.
platforms,
Weeks later,
Instagram,
everything started to
TikTok,
unravel.
YouTube,
Bring you breaking news
Facebook,
from Anthropic. The Department of Defense
which are
demanded that Anthropic
at
allow
what
full use of
times
its AI technology without
are the
guardrails.
best
Anthropic drew red lines
that we should
refusing
schedule
to
at,
let Claude
since
be
it's
used
5 different
mass
posts for the same day.
surveillance and autonomous weapons,
Or
putting the company
Faith
on a
Hero.
collision course with the Pentagon.
The tech giant facing a deadline today
Workspace.
to accept conditions or be blacklisted.
Infinite money glitch.
have the right to determine how
What is your
their
background?
products are used
I was in the
by
Marine Corps.
military.
Lawsuits
I was in
were
the Air
filed,
Force.
And Anthropic was banned from the Pentagon, underscored by strong words from President Trump and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth.
Anthropic is run by an ideological lunatic who shouldn't have
But that's not my
sole
question. My question is AI
decision
writ
making over
large.
what we do.
Do you mind being called an ideological lunatic or a bunch of left-wing nut jobs?
I've been called worse things than that all the time.
What does winning this fight actually look like?
I won't even call it a fight. This is more a debate about what the proper use of AI by the government is. And AI is an emerging new technology We don't understand the ways in which it's reliable or unreliable. We don't understand the ways in which
Yo, what's up, Alien? How you doing, bro? You down to review my new marketing site? Give it a quick look through. Yeah, post it in the Discord and I could check it out tonight. I could check that thing out tonight.
And some of the use
Well,
cases that we're concerned about.
A U.S. official has said, with the help of LLMs, the U.S. military has gone from being able to hit 1,000 targets a day to 5,000 targets a day. That means Claude can help kill more people more quickly. Are you comfortable with that?
Basically, you're asking, like, do you believe in this country, right? Do you want this country to be a more powerful actor rather than a less powerful actor on the world stage? I do. I'm a patriot. It's not up to me. If we provide a technology, it's not up to us to say you can do this military operation and you can't do that military operation. Now, I might privately believe that this military operation makes sense and that military operation is a bad idea, but we're not going to deny the technology. You basically have to, you have to leave policy in the hands of the military decision makers.
Bloomberg has reported that Claude is being used by the U.S. military in the war in Iran to do AI-assisted targeting via a platform made by Palantir, Maven Smart System. In February, a U.S. missile reportedly hit a girls' school in Iran, killing more than 150 people, most of them children. Did Claude play a role in that strike?
We don't know exactly how, these models were used. Obviously, like, these things that mistakes that happen in warfare are really, really terrible. Like, this is a really terrible thing to happen. We were willing to risk the future of our company to, like, limit how, these models are used. And, what you're talking about is a use case that doesn't even violate our red lines. We're worried that there will be 100 times as much, with use cases that do violate our red lines. Now, again, I would say, I think overall, the use of these models is appropriate. I think it's good on net, but military decision makers make terrible mistakes, even at the best of times, and I don't know if we're in the best of times. What we've seen here is Claude.
yeah, can you schedule those out for tomorrow for the Faith Hero workspace? Those 5 posts you just made. Keep in mind, we have other previous 5 that were posted today. There's one more scheduled for 8 p.m. It's 7:38. So can you schedule the next batch of 5 for tomorrow? And then should we make like notes on what we're doing so we could, because eventually, I think maybe tomorrow, I'll probably schedule 5 out for the rest of the month or 2 months. You get me? So that would be
why that principle is so important. I don't know what is.
Is AI
about 120 videos total, I think, from the batch of like 3,000 that we have, attaching them and then scheduling out and then moving them to the scheduled.
Limits on how it's used, then I think, it could be more likely to cause it. You've seen Dr. Strangelove, right? The premise of it was like, you have a doomsday device that automatically fires nuclear weapons when it thinks nuclear weapons are being fired at it. What could go wrong, right? I think the way conflicts happen is that, the two sides jump at each other. They misunderstand each other. And when we don't have proper oversight of this technology, I think those kinds of accidents are more likely to happen. Now, I think if AI is used in an appropriate way in not even warfare, but think of just intelligence collection, let's say we're able to, predict an invasion of Taiwan or a new movement in Ukraine, like, our adversaries will think twice about, about conducting some kind of invasion or military operation if we know everything that they're doing.
AI's role on the battlefield raises difficult questions, even for a company willing to debate the ethical dilemmas of its own technology. It's a conversation Amadei seems eager to have in public. How do you handle the pressure?
I try very hard to communicate and always be straightforward and honest. I get up in front of the company every...
No, I closed it out by accident. You were listening to? Damn it! I know. I clicked on it by accident. I closed it by accident. Go bed. Go bed. Let me see if I can find it. Kyle, let me see if I can find it, bro.
US and China.
Happen. We were willing to risk the future of our company to like limit invasion or military operation if we know as the models had been climbing in their ability to find vulnerabilities. It was a particularly large jump. Some of the early companies that we gave this to said things like, this is a super weapon. You should have to own a gun license to use it. Please don't release this.
In an initiative called Project Glasswing,
Wait,
Anthropic
don't schedule
select
anything.
organizations access
Are you scheduling through Supabase or are you using the
Even federal
API?
agencies like the
Or
National
are you just trying
Security
to analyze
Administration
now?
clamored to use it, despite Anthropic's blacklisting by the Pentagon.
Found it.
I think the future is this kind of cat and mouse game where we need to make sure that the good guys have the tools that they need to defend, and then at some point the bad guys will have it too, and at that point we have to make sure the good guys have an even better model so they can be ready for this.
Is it possible to stay ahead of the bad guys? Really, though?
That's what we hope.
The criticism is you're effectively deciding who gets access and who doesn't. Why should anyone be comfortable with that kind of concentration of power?
It wasn't like, oh, it's so powerful and let's decide who gets the power. It was a very specific concern around cybersecurity.
So shouldn't it be based
and so
on...
the way that we decided who to give the model to was grounded in that specific fear. There's obviously nuance to decide, like, where do you draw that circle? I think that's really complicated. I think we've tried to be as publicly open as possible to say, we're trying our best to make this decision well.
Wait, you scheduled them. That's great.
We might not do it perfectly.
But my question
what about
is...
the folks who say this was just good marketing?
You know, we have suffered
What do you mean by
enormously commercially from not releasing this model. This model has incredibly accelerated.
There was like
research
one
within
already
Anthropic
scheduled
and
for...
production and next
Shouldn't it be
models.
based on
It
the
would do
user's
same
local
in the
time?
outside world if we were to release
Since
it. This has
so
hurt
the
us
ones I scheduled
enormously
today
commercially.
shouldn't bleed
How do
into
you have to
tomorrow
make
because the
trade-offs already that
server's
you're not entirely comfortable with?
ahead of time
Throughout
or
the
something like that,
entire
right?
history
What's
of
the
Anthropic
modern
has been trade-offs.
state-of-the-art
In some
approach?
ideal world,
All
you would
5
prefer
were
to,
scheduled
before
perfectly
you
fine.
release the first chatbot, you know, you could spend years studying
Just
you know,
analyze
every
and
possible
let me know.
thing that could go wrong with it. Now we did delay the initial release of Claude, but you know we did it for a few months. So Everything is a trade-off. Now that we're in, what I would describe as a commercially leading position, we can afford to move the dial even further towards being careful, right? That's what the Mythos release was about, right? It's very hard to do something like that if you're not the leading player.
There's this argument, why wouldn't the government take you over? Why would they let a private company control technology that's so powerful?
So I actually think that's a very serious question, and I share those concerns. I don't think the government should outright take us over. Every previous powerful technology we've seen in history was either built by the government or originated with the government. So nuclear weapons, obviously, initially built by the government. The internet, GPS, cell phones. AI is the first technology that's been built in the private sector. And where government has not really had a serious role and is coming in late to the game. I think that's actually a dangerous and unstable situation. It is not the situation I would have chosen. This technology, I'm scared of companies having it, but I'm also scared of government having it. And then, we need basic regulation of the technology. More and more, as I've seen what we've seen with Mythos, I think we need to start doing pre-release testing, required pre-release testing, testing and auditing of the models.
This was an approach the White House rejected initially. On his first day back in office, President Trump, with the help of former AI and crypto czar David Sachs, dismantled President Biden's AI executive order seeking guardrails.
Reanalyze
Instead,
using
favoring a
fables so
hands-off,
you know
let Silicon Valley do its thing approach.
We believe that excessive
what is the
regulation
modern
of the
state-of-the-art
AI
approach.
sector could kill a transformative industry just as it's taking off.
I've
But
enabled
with
Fable
Mythos
5.
and its national security implications proving hard to ignore, the White House now seems to want to gatekeep the world's most powerful AI.
It's very funny to me how there's a particular group of people in the tech world in Silicon Valley. They started with a position of even having transparency around this technology, even export control. This is all, just totally, it'll apocalyptically destroy our potential to create the technology. It'll kill innovation. And then as soon as they see the first real danger, which I've been expecting all along, there's all this talk of nationalization and the government should just seize it. Come on, folks here, you're yo-yoing from the most extreme anti-regulatory, if you look at us the wrong way, you're destroying the industry, to, this completely communist, the government should grab it all. We need a more sensible, moderate approach. That's the one we've been favoring all along because we've understood the power of this technology. We're not panicking. We're not denying it. We see the smooth exponential, and we're responding to it appropriately.
The reaction to AI right now, it's intense. Anthropic has built this really loyal following. There are some people who just love what they stand for, but there have also been protests right outside their office. There's a lot of anxiety, a lot of confusion. There's some real anger right now about what's happening, and it actually feels like it's escalating.
Artificial intelligence is the next industrial revolution. Oh.
If you look at the data, people are more concerned than excited about what's going on. They think the risks outweigh the benefits.
10% excited.
We're
part of the we're part of the 10% of you're excited.
Even they will tell you they don't fully know how it's all going to play out.
You can guarantee that.
They don't fully know how it's all going to play out. How do you think about the weight of this moment?
I worry that something will go wrong. Are we doing literally everything we can? We're certainly trying our best. We're certainly trying very hard. What I want is to create a situation where if this set of people can't do it, it couldn't be done. You can't guarantee success, but maybe you can guarantee that.
It's getting personal. Sam Altman's home down the street has been attacked. How is that affecting you?
It was really scary to read that. I mean, we were obviously extremely relieved that he and his family were okay. In general, I think this is a time, technologically, politically, where unfortunately there's just a lot more rhetoric and words that I think can lead to bad outcomes and bad things happening. I hope that this is a topic we can all just debate, as peacefully as possible.
It was scary to me too. I mean, you know, this is like a less savory aspect of the exponential, right? That as AI gets more and more of a big thing, like, you know, it becomes just such a big deal to society. There's more attention on it.
There's been massive backlash against social media. Countries are starting to ban it. Could that happen to AI?
I think it's absolutely possible. If the social media companies could go back in time and see the world that they see today, would they do anything differently? I like to think the answer to that is yes. I don't know. If we sort of project some of the challenges that the social media companies have faced around child welfare, mental health, election integrity, all of these topics, we're really lucky that we're second. We view it as our job to try and proactively think about all of the things that could go wrong. Because if we don't, who's going to?
You know, I don't know that they actually set out to do the right thing or make the world a better place. And so I don't think if they were going back, they would, even knowing what they do, and they certainly should do things differently, I don't know if they actually will. But we can't. This is why we're trying to get this right the first time, instead of waiting for things to go wrong, then scrambling to justify why it's all okay. The main way I could see AI being, you know, banned or blocked is if something really went wrong. And if something really went wrong, then maybe it deserves to be.
You have technologists saying it's going to be amazing and others saying it could be awful. Where are you on that spectrum?
I hope the best, but plan for the worst. For me, this is the most important work I've ever done. For some people, it feels like this is the last job, because this is sort of it could mean the end of work. And I think for other people, it's, you know, like maybe it's not the last job, but it's existential to get this right. And so there's just this kind of burden.
If the impacts could be as significant as we're talking about, as significant as Anthropic has warned about, what responsibility do you think Anthropic has to cushion the blow? What do you owe the people whose lives you've upended?
I think our view has always been we ultimately are responsible as an industry, the industry that's developing this technology, for thinking through what are the risks, what are the bad things that could happen, and if some of those things come to pass, what is our role in helping to fix them? That is our job, right? We should not just say, well, we were just trying to grow the product and suddenly there's an entire generation of young women who have eating disorders or who have mental health problems because, whoops, we were just trying to grow the product. That's not the stance that I think any technology company should take. I don't think that's the stance that we're trying to take.
For a company whose identity is so wrapped up in...
We want to do this right.
We exist as an AI safety company.
How can we just help all of this go well?
It can be hard to understand why Anthropic is pushing so hard to advance AI, while being so upfront about the dangers. In his essays, Dario lays out what the endgame looks like if everything goes right with AI, a utopian future where machines and humans work side by side. AI, an inevitable force, steered toward prosperity rather than catastrophe. To mitigate the devastation of job loss, he proposes solutions like universal basic income and progressive taxation of AI companies. But as the Amides confront the messy realities of power, politics, and profit, the real test is whether that founding mission can survive the scale of what they're building. Google started with the motto, "Don't be evil," a founding promise the company quietly retired as it grew.
You are building something incredibly powerful and stand to gain enormously from it. Why should we trust you?
I think starting from a position of distrust, you know, if you don't know anything about me, if you don't know anything about Anthropic, is pretty rational. I think Silicon Valley has lost a lot of the world's trust and kind of has to re-earn it. And the message, you know, we're trying to send is we're actually different. And that has to be earned in things that we actually do.
I understand one of your favorite books is The Making of the Atomic Bomb.
That is correct.
Do you see parallels between yourself and Oppenheimer?
The figure I most identified with was Leo Szilard, who was the one who first had the idea that there could be a chain reaction. Look, my view is we're not going to get through this with like larger than life personalities or like figures who try and be at the center of everything. In some ways, I actually see Oppenheimer as a failure case, as what should not happen. There's a lot of powerful actors who have interests here, and the
Can you give me a
only way it can
TLDR?
end
I
well
wrote way
for
too much.
everyone is
I'm
if
not
there
tech
is
savvy, so
there's
explain it
basically
easier.
checks and balances everywhere.
You've said there's roughly a 10 to 25% chance of civilizational collapse. That is not insignificant. Is there a scenario where it's something that Anthropic built that caused that?
I mean, I certainly hope not. My view is that that probability comes from the very straightforward recipe of the technology, the existence of many countries in the world, the existence of many companies within an economy, and new ones created if the void isn't filled. Like, that's the dilemma that we're in. Half of what we do within the company is
So
try
do
and,
we save the
reduce the risk as
users
much as we can, but it's
local
never gonna be
time,
zero.
or do
Suppose there are a
they
bunch of,
have to include it
airline
in the
companies out
API
there, and you're
call?
like, well, I'm going to make an airline company that's safer. It can
I'm
both be the
I'm
case
confused. I'm
that,
not sure what you
your
did.
airline company is 10 times safer than all the other airline companies. But if someone comes and asks you, like, can you guarantee that your airplane will never crash? I mean, how could you? How could you possibly?
But if there was a 25% chance of an airplane crashing, you wouldn't get on that plane.
That's right. 25% is too high. We're trying to make that probability much, much lower. That is the goal.
Yeah, go ahead
How do
and
you
merge
find
to
yours
the
in?
local
How do you relax?
main and then push to the GitHub main.
Honestly, a lot of it's just exposure to it. Sometimes I'll just I'll just take a weekend and I'll play some video games. Sometimes with Daniela, me and my wife go to Italy sometimes. We have a horse there, so I'll just sit there next. I'll just look at our horse and I'll be like,
Play some video games.
Calypso, who's our horse, she doesn't know about any of.
What do you guys think Dario plays? You think he's ripping some Counter-Strike or what? Some CS2? He's probably playing like Dark Souls or something.
How do you find your zen? How do you relax?
Honestly, a lot of it's just exposure to it. Sometimes I'll just I'll just take a weekend and I'll play some video games. Sometimes with Daniela, me and my wife go to Italy sometimes. We have a horse there, so I'll just sit there next. I'll just look at our horse and I'll be like, Calypso, who's our horse, she doesn't know about any of this. She's just a happy horse,
Secrets out. Dario plays video games. What do you think he's playing? What else tonight? Or are you good? As far as the folder that has all the 3-second clips and then the scheduled clips for Faith Hero, do you have like instructions or somewhere? So when I come in the future and tell you in a different session or this same session that I need 5 or I need the rest of the month scheduled out 5 per day for either it's Faith Hero or PIMPL workspace. What would you say? And should in that folder you have the, or in one of the folders you have for Faith Hero the 1 2 3 4 5? I have it in the desktop, but should we have it in like a folder in there somewhere as well? Yo, Elliot. What's up, brah? We're doing good. We're doing good. We're doing good. What you been up to, Elliot? Fix some more, a few little bugs. Bill Gates told a congressional committee that Jeffrey Epstein exploited information about his extramarital affairs to pressure me to re-engage with him after Gates had begun to sever ties with him. Yeah, bro. Bill Gates. Bill Gates. You know, I would have thought he would have been a big part of the AI. He definitely has something to do with AI though, right? He's not just sitting back there just letting everyone win. Straight up took a nap. Now it's time to lock. That's kind of lock in. He does not care about technology. I mean, he invented Microsoft, right? He's one of the inventors of Microsoft. And he helped Starbucks get off the ground. Coffee. Cappuccino. You know? Finito. Cares about money. Money, 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 money. Money, 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 money. Oh well. Money, 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 money. Money, 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 money. Wait, what do you mean 15 files now? Oh, because you're counting. Are you counting the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the ones that we attach the clip to these 3-second? Is that why you're saying 15? Shouldn't those be in a different folder? And should we rename those to Faith Hero 1, Faith Hero 2, Faith Hero 3, Faith Hero 4, Faith Hero 5, etc.? Like up 1 to 5, since we have the 5 clips that we attach to the 3 seconds. We all care about money. Damn right. He just made enough for us to remember his name. For good, bad reasons, most people know his name. Bill. Bill Nye the Science Guy. Bill. Bill. Tells what to do. Bill Gates is like a vibe coder. You know who else is a vibe coder? Me. I know zero code. Hey, you heard it. Boris writes zero code. It's just AI written code now. Boris himself, the creator of Claude Code, doesn't write any manual code anymore. We know you. He doesn't write any code. Imagine that. And we're using the same technology as him. Okay, and the 15, where do you get that from? Because we have scheduled 5 for today, which the last one for today is at 9:45 p.m. And then we have the 5 for tomorrow. So where's the 5 extra? Or are they duplicates or something? Just analyze. It is impossible to make operating system. Apps by himself. Who, Bill Gates? Claude Code. He talked about developing Claude Code. It was like a weekend project or something like that.
On the off.
Oh. Gotcha. Why are we saving the thumbnails though? You know what I mean? And should the thumbnails be at the 4-second mark, not the 1-second mark, right? Is that allowed through the API? Can you check? I don't see a reason to be saving the thumbnails. I wonder if someone took the time to get a Linux distro and throw Fable 5 at it a bit, they can make a decent Linux AI distro. That'd be pretty cool. I told Rishi he should do that. Make like I said operating system, but then, you know, came to the conclusion that at least Linux distro would be way easier than starting from scratch. But it would be cool, like an operating system that like is the most optimal for AI, whether it's running locally or through the API. You know what I mean? Plug and play. Plug and play. Hello, broski. Hello, my friend. How are you today? Have you tried Quen? No. Actually, yes, I have tried Quen. Which one? If you ask me which size, which billion parameter model, like how many billion is the model that I've tried, I cannot tell you off the top of my head, just because I can't remember. But yes, I have tried Quen. I will say, as the US companies shift towards API billing due to IPOs, and the open source models will become more and more enticing. Enticing. Thank you. I will say, as the US companies shift towards API billing usage, it sounds like, do you think it would be like a utility bill? You know what I mean? Like how electricity is a utility bill, or water? The other utility bill will be AI. Got the AI bill came in. We used too many agents. Mila. What? Mila. Yeah, basically. So the 7 billion model needs around 12 gigabytes of GPU VRAM. Oh no, I've probably used, I think it's the 0.5. Is it 1 gigabyte? I think it's the 1 gigabyte, or just the 1 billion parameter, or 1.5 billion. I just don't know. It runs locally on the phone, but it's basically like a gigabyte. Should we add that as an API feature? I mean, I can just go into the dashboard and change it myself, but should we just add that as an API feature? What's your thoughts? If they can change the video, shouldn't they be able to change the thumbnail as well, or no? Just analyze. Oh, I've used Quen 3.7. Nice. Yeah, I just run one. I've used Quen, but not locally. I have it on my phone. Here's a secret. You want some secret sauce, Elliot? If you're creating like an app and you need AI into it, you can basically just have the AI run locally on the phone, so that you don't have to pay for third-party API. On the Android, it comes with natively. It comes with Google Gamma, but on the iPhone, since the the artificial intelligence add-on thingy is not like good yet, even though iOS 27 just came out. But you can install it, have it run locally on the phone, so you don't have to pay third-party service. And instead of having it be, because it makes the app file pretty big, instead of them having to download it, because the thing is, if it's over 200 megabytes, then they can't download it through 5G. So it's the likelihood decreases in which they would install the app, because maybe they're not at home or connected to Wi-Fi. But what you can do is you can store that open source model. You can trim it down as well to make it smaller, but you can store it in Cloudflare R2 or any type of storage that you're using, whether it's AWS S3 buckets. You can store it there. They download the app. It would be way less, like maybe 50 megabytes or 70 megabytes, and that's perfect for not even having to connect for Wi-Fi. And then when they get to the first page on your app, it silently downloads in the background, and it fetches that open source model, and then it just downloads it, and now they have everything. And then you obviously you can have like fallbacks. So now then you have like the actual app once you go through and by the time they go through the onboarding steps, it's already downloaded. And you can have like retry mechanisms just in case it fails, in case like they're like walking and disconnect from the Wi-Fi or disconnect from 5G. But yeah, the meta. Like, how is it possible? So Gemini API account, we have to pay a prepaid amount to use it. There's open source models that you can run, bro. Yeah, super nice. Yeah. Don't build it now. Put it. Yeah. Let's implement that fix now. So since we could do it for videos, let's add it so we could do it for the thumbnail as well. You'll need to analyze the documentation page, the docs page that we have for the API. And we'll need to add that to the docs. So people reviewing the docs or get it copying it's a certain type of file that they feed into their AI. You'll need to add that as well. And you'll need to analyze all the edge cases just in case, just like how the video swap is. So from the object storage, you are supposed to download that through get request and by using open source model on the phone locally. How will that? Well, people here in the newer iPhones are pretty good. It'll work up to like an iPhone 15, I think. iPhone 15 or iPhone 14. It just depends. Yo, what's up, Jay? Jay, how you doing, brother? Mr. J. I think it depends on the type of phone. How you doing? I'm good, man. I'm good. We're finally doing some marketing. Finally doing some marketing, brother. Know what I mean? Oh, yeah, ARR. It was like 145 MR, but I just multiplied it by 12 to display it as ARR instead. There's some people here that prefer ARR, so I changed it. Nah, I mean. But thank you, man. Thank you. I'll be back. I gotta take a piss.
B.O.B. Might get some heat.
Bridge inspection system. I've been out recently, been building an AI systems for bridge inspection company in Japan. Hey, nice, man. That's awesome. How's it work? You don't have to give me like the fine details, but it sounds cool. Sounds dope. Yeah, merge to the local main, then push to the GitHub main. Automating workflow, building a brain for AI to understand the work processes. Report making, nice. People are still checking the outputs, so I don't understand the reliability and redundancy part. Gotcha. Bro, you're gonna be making hella money if they start using it. Hopefully it works out. Like AI does hallucinate using NAN. Multiple agents that handle specific tasks. Nice. That's awesome. Damn, Jay. I see you, bro. Going in work. Yeah, it does remind me of a blast. NAN, I remember being a big thing like 10 months ago. Like when I started coding, everyone's like, you need to use this NAN workflow. Yeah, NAN. I remember hearing about NAN when it was like Sonnet 3.7. But now, you know, we're ahead of the times now, brother. Bro, tell me about it. That's everything I would see on ads. People would be ripping ads. You need to create this NAN workflow. Now you tell Hermes to research articles, write expos, and boom. Boom. Bada bing, bada boom. Okay, it deployed successfully. Now what? Oh, you have our agent specific to those tasks. The agents can be open source LLMs and so on. Just feed it with the brain specific to that task. Basically, I can just tell Claude now, since I have computer use. Well, since it has the computer use feature, it does everything on my. You see how it's doing API calls? I'm updating the cover pictures on Quegly through the API. Without me having to go to Quegly. OP. Then you have a manager agent that controls those agents and reports back to you. Sir, yes, sir. And you make decisions based on those results and information. Probably just excited. Excited for the times, brother. Yo! Thank you, Jay. I appreciate that, bro. Let's go. Let me give that a like. Thank you, bro. I appreciate that, man. Thank you so much for the support, Jay. Then you have a manager agent controls the agent and reports back to you and makes decisions on those results information. Sorry, just excited. It's all good, bro. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Thank you, Jay. Wait, why do you think 2 posts are left if it's 8:39 p.m. here in New York and the 8 p.m. already posted? Thank you, bro. I appreciate that, man. Thank you so much for the support. Appreciate you, Jay. Thank you, brother.
I love this. So like I can talk as much as you want about this.
Do you guys like Alex Hormozy at all? I guess you enjoy the voice mode now. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm a changed man, brother. I'm a changed man. Although I still would prefer to type. I just don't like having to speak, you know. You know what I need? I need a Neuralink. Just think it and it starts typing automatically. The Neuralink plugin. Wait a minute. Interesting. Interesting thought. Instead of having to implement the chip, what if there's a sensor that you could put next to your head and it just, like when I think of the letter O, Like, you know what I mean? It's a certain frequency that the brain emits. You know what I mean? Wait, that's weird. Because then if you can figure out what frequency each letter is, then you can basically tell what someone's thinking. You know what I mean? Should we steer away from that or what? That's possible? At what frequency does it? You know what I mean? Because it's a pulse between your myelin, right? It's the different little pulses between the myelin in your brain. There's sensors like that for video game control without having to implement. Interesting. It has been proven, we just don't have the technology to harness those frequencies yet. Yeah, I wonder what frequency do you think it is? Because with this thing, you can detect heartbeat. With this thing, you can detect heartbeat and like motion and breathing. But then heartbeat's easy, but brain. Cool stuff. Cool stuff, right? You just set it up here. It listens to what you're thinking. I say NICO. And then it just puts it there. But instead of me having to say it, I just think it. But then having to spell out words in your head. What if I could just, okay, you just train it. And then when you pronounce something in your head, it puts that frequency together. You know what I mean? Still up. What's up, PRM? How you doing, bro? You guys like Alex Ramosi?
What's the point of all of this?
Are you sacrificing yourself?
I have used up every ounce of potential that I have to serve the most amount of people.
What is it that is at the center of your universe that changes you for the outworld?
I have strong beliefs loosely held.
But when I'm looking at you, bro, I see a lot of lonely nights, a lot of tears, a lot of sacrifice.
Do you think that's a projection of what you think I am?
I did not come prepared enough to dish back to you what I feel is worthy enough for you to ponder.
Which one do you really believe in your heart of hearts? And I was like, in my heart of hearts, I just don't believe it.
Well done, man. You got me.
I'm just playing, I don't fight, I do play. I only go the way of mistake
And there was one thing my friend said about you, and I right off the rip, I want to say it. He goes, in every interview, any clip, any media, when the camera's hitting him, he's always the same person. And that is a crazy, crazy compliment. Because even myself, I wrestle that. Even on my own podcast, I'm like, oh my God, I'm trying so hard here. Like, I need to tone it back. And you told me that this podcast was going to be a little nerve-wracking for you because of like, you don't tap into to that emotional side. Can I tell you something?
Sure.
I can't tell you how grateful I am that you said that, because since last night, I'm like researching a lot about you, really diving deep, asking questions. And I just said a prayer to God. I said, God, I just want him to be wanting to have a deep conversation with me. And the fact that the first thing you said, like, no, I'm ready. And I said, hey, if there's anything you don't want to talk about, you're like, no, anything you want. And so, like, I guess we'll start with this question. If you could have all the money and power in the world, or just peace, which one do you lean towards?
It would be all the money and power.
Okay. So I'm leaning towards peace.
Yeah.
And I feel like you and I were very different on this table, but there's a lot of things that you've done that my whole entire bloodline hasn't accomplished. So let's just put it all on the table. Why is it that you would choose that rather than peace?
So I see it as a question of utility versus satisfaction. And so I remember wrestling with this when I was coming of age, and I thought, I looked at a bunch of scientific literature, like who are the happiest people? So I was very happiness obsessed for like many years of my life. my mother struggled with mental illness, and in the family, there's a bunch of bad stuff. And so I was like, well, I want to try and get ahead of this, you know? And so the people who had the highest subjective well-being ratings, there's one group that's like 4 standard deviations above most of the population, and that's a certain sect of monks that meditate for like 10 plus hours a day. And so they just have like completely, you know, right shifted the graph in terms of like where they all sit. They're just operating at a different level of contentedness with the world. And so I was very strongly considering like, okay, well, if peace is the goal, then that is the clear path. I can just go be a monk and just do that. And that is the most proven way of doing it. And when I thought about that path versus, let's take a Steve Jobs or a Musk or a Bezos, whatever flavor you have, of the impact that those people had on the world, and sometimes to their own, I would say, great sacrifice, I would prefer, I think maybe on some other level, I would rather get to the end of my life knowing that I had helped many people. And maybe that is a backwards way of getting to my own peace. So it would depend more in terms of how do we define peace. But
that's why I want to find the root of it.
Yeah.
Because when I listen to you speak and I see your metrics on where your theology is, dude, you build men. You wake up in the morning and your compass is pointed to like how to make my neighbor happier, faster. And so in my brain, that is a level of peace. Like, I know you sat down with people that I even look up to, Tony Robbins, and all these other type of people will say, helping your neighbor, there's a source of peace to it.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I asked the power aspect of it, because I guess my question is, are you sacrificing yourself? Have you put yourself in a position that you're like, okay, well, me and my family, we've wrestled with peace.
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm going to keep wrestling with it, let me be the one that wrestles with it and not my neighbors and the ones that I love.
I think I would say that I have a willingness to more than the actuality of it. I think that I live a very blessed life, if I use that term.
Yeah.
I do what I am good at, and I enjoy doing that thing, possibly because I'm good at it. And I would say that if you were to ask my team who interact with me on a daily basis, they'd probably say like, Alex is a pretty happy guy.
Yeah.
I enjoy my life. That said, I think there's like, let's call it 90% of the day when there's whatever mode we get in when we're like doing things. And then there's maybe the 10% of your life or 5%, whatever percentage is for you, that's maybe you're a little bit more introspective and you're like, why bother? What's the point of all of this? And I don't think that anyone really has the answer. And of course, there's theological answers to that. And I don't. My mother's a born again Christian evangelical, so I was raised in this. And during that 5 years of like the happiness studies that I did, I had a trunk at the bottom of my bed, big trunk, and it was filled to the brim of just theological books and specifically apologetics, so defense of faith for Christianity. And so I got very deep into that because I thought maybe I can logic my way there. Maybe I can like make a bulletproof argument case for Christ, Mere Christianity, some of those types of books that are kind of like the tip of the iceberg. But to go back to the original question of like, do I feel like I'm sacrificing myself? No, because I think that if you sacrifice yourself, you're giving up something. And I don't think that I've given up nearly as much as many people have given up for me.
And you don't have to answer this if you don't feel comfortable, but congratulations on you're about to be a father.
Yeah.
Does that realm of sacrifice there, like does that enter in your mind? Like usually when a man is about to have a baby, he's always thinking of like, okay, I should, like for example, you say this to men, work out now, get on your grind now, because later on it's going to be harder because you won't be able to sacrifice that time. You say you don't sacrifice, but all of your time and energy, if it's for money and power, and I feel like you're smart enough to realize that you're not taking that with you.
Oh, and to be clear, the money and power can never be the goal.
Yeah.
I translate that into, would you rather have infinite potential energy that you can transmit into whatever you want, or peace? And I can do a hell of a lot more with power and money. And a lot of people will have a negative connotation to even the words power and money, but power and money can be used to build hospitals, save countries, save people. piece can save me.
Yeah.
And maybe in the, like, I think it's a bit of a, like, have your cake and eat it too. I think that if I had infinite power and money, I could help a
Oh,
godly
Alex,
amount of people.
bro, I was like, Alex needs to be here because this just came out. I'm guessing you already saw it.
And probably also achieve a certain amount of peace and satisfaction for a job well done.
I just want to know what the root of the seed is. Like, I see what your tree is, and it's very fruitful. I mean, I could even tell by your own teammates. Like, they're all happy, they're at peace, they're excited to be here. You could tell when somebody's in a good place when they're working. You're saying to help your neighbor. To help your neighbor for what reason? What stems in your heart the benefit of helping your neighbor? Because remember, me and Tony were cheesy, but we do it to receive peace.
Sure.
We do it like, okay, like in our way of life, God says, love God with all of your heart and love your neighbor as yourself. I'm going to dig deeper into that because loving yourself is tough, like especially when it's your own career and you have to monitor that. And I would love to dive deep into that. I would actually like to learn from you. But what is it? Like, what made you so hungry for you to go do this? Because from everybody else, from their perspective of them watching you, they're seeing your success. But when I'm looking at you, bro, I see a lot of lonely nights, a lot of tears, a lot of sacrifice. There's a lot going into what you're doing.
Can I ask why you see that? Because I don't have any lonely nights and I don't cry very much. And so, do you think that's a projection of what you think I am or how I am versus how I
think that's a projection of, you're right, it is a projection because I don't know you. So that's me assuming, and I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, you're good.
But I guess from where I've sat in my life with people that I look up to, not people that I'm saying in a rude way, I've seen them sacrifice, cry, and build. And I feel like I'm building somewhat of what you're building, not at the same level, but yeah, I've cried and I've been frustrated and I've sacrificed. But the end goal in my brain is when I meet God, I wanted my art to touch lives. So I that gives me the motivation to push through my pain. And if you don't mind me asking, if I kind of want to take a travel back, how is it that you don't cry and you don't feel emotion towards this?
It's not that I don't feel emotion. I think it's, I mean, I cried the day I got married. I would just say, like, I cry less often than maybe other people cry. I don't see it necessarily as a deficit. What is the correct amount of crying? You know what I mean? And does the amount you cry have any relation to how happy, sad, in touch with anything you are? I don't know.
I feel like I cry a lot. Not in a way where like I'm a sad person, but if I see you're going through, so for example, if I saw a video of you crying, looking at your wife, I would get emotional because I'm like, my goodness, what a blessing that he found somebody he loves so much. And then I would also get emotional.
I would say almost exclusively tear up for happy things.
Wow, that's really sweet.
So I get choked up for happy things, for gratitude is usually where I get when I see pictures of like how I came up, I can get like choked up because I know how much I suffered at that point compared to now and how hard I was pushing to get to here.
Can I touch on that?
Sure.
Was there a place in your life where you said, hey, we're done crying?
No. I think I teared up or choked up on the podcast I did with Stephen Bartlett. It was when I was talking about Layla. But no, I don't think. No, I don't. I also have no positive or negative judgment on crying.
What's up, guys? This video is sponsored by Exter. All right, so have you always been more like analytical and less?
I'm telling you, I hate when I see ads.
Emotional?
I would say that my approach to the world has been one of like a child, very confused, trying to figure out what is what, and trying to define words in ways that I can observe rather than, I would say, more vague language. And that has helped me tremendously in my life because I can get clarity on instruction and I can get clarity on giving instruction to other people, which allows us to scale organizations, things like that, but also make things repeatable.
Oh, really?
But just like, I think a lot of times people are very surprised by their lives. They do something and what they thought was going to happen didn't happen. And it was because they were not very good at predicting outcomes. And a big part of that is because the way the world works versus the way they
I
think
forgot
it works
what.
are
I used to have a guy in charge, like of me and the other Marines. They used to call it something different.
And so I would say that I have put a lot of effort into trying to understand how the world works and maybe more
But he was like old
specifically
school.
how do humans
I
work.
forgot what he said.
And so you asked a question earlier about like why. I can't remember why what.
He's like,
But
I
you
ain't
said
with that.
me and Tony do
Something
this thing because
shit.
we seek happiness or somebody to that degree.
I just want, because we think of an afterlife of like what we're accounted for here.
Yeah.
You're so the levels that you're at. I've only seen when people are chasing something that is bigger than them.
Yeah.
So to watch you speak in such like a humble way, like a child, like walking into a room and just analyzing it. Well, one, you're good at it. It's like very good at it. And the second is like, that's why I asked the peace thing, because what okay, there's a verse in the gospel.
Yeah.
And I think about it when I think of you. What is it?
If you ain't first, you're
like to gain
last.
the whole world, but then lose your soul.
Totally.
Now, I'm not saying you're sitting here selling your soul.
Or that I've lost it.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, what have you done to nurture it?
So this is a really good example. So there's two words that we've thrown back and forth, and most people would nod their heads and say like, oh, I know what they're talking about. But if I were to say soul and you were to say soul, or I were to say peace and you were to say peace, I don't know if we'd say the same thing. And so we're using this word as a construct, and this is why I like language so much, is that like, and this is where miscommunications happen. And like there was one with, Tony at the very beginning of the podcast, I say pain, or I say suffering, he says pain, he defines it differently than I do, but we actually do mean the same thing, but it makes an apparent conflict, right? And so
perspective.
Yeah, and so to me, it's like, what does peace mean to you? Maybe my definition of utility might be peace for you.
Fair.
I don't know.
What is your, if you think of peace?
Yeah.
What do you feel? What do you see?
Last one with
I have
Chris.
used up every ounce of potential that I have to serve the most amount of people.
And that's your version of peace.
And utility.
And motivation.
I will be at peace when I do that.
Oh, a different guy, right?
Point of maximum utility.
A different.
I've been made useful. I see myself as a tool.
Yeah, I'm interested in you because
that'll get taken out of context.
Oh, buddy, yes, you are. No, but this is so fascinating to me because I think, like, okay, to watch somebody be as hungry for serving others and being like the utility for others, they're usually basing it off of something greater than them. So if you have nothing greater than you, then
there's many things greater than me.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what is it?
I don't hold myself on a pedestal.
I wouldn't.
Okay. I just,
You don't come off like that at all. When I meant that as like a high
modern
power.
wisdom.
Some people, it might
is the
be
girl.
Buddha.
That's his wife. No, not his.
Some people might be Jesus.
That's
but
his
in my
wife.
brain, that has
I'm pretty
channeled
sure
them to go farther in life than by themselves. And so when I'm asking you the power of peace thing, usually people say, "Oh, I want power until it reaches peace," or some people say, "Oh, I do this so I could have peace with my family."
I'll answer your question. I spent basically 5 years in the pursuit of peace or happiness or satisfaction, whatever version of that word, and we can get more specific if we want to, but and that was unfruitful for me. And so I decided to forego the path of chasing happiness and peace and started chasing something that I could do rather than something that I could feel. And when I started shifting all of my behavior and all my learnings around what can I do and focusing on only those things, I started getting satisfaction as a result. And so then that became a huge shift in my worldview of like, I will just focus on the things that I can see with my eyes and do with my hands. And that's basically, and the reason I think the books and the content, things like that, is that I only describe the world in words that people can understand with their eyes and their ears and their hands. And that's what allows for
I'm pretty sure this
really
guy's religious.
clear communication and a high percentage of communication translating to
The other guy.
person.
This one just came
This
out
is
like
why I think
today
I
or
would say
yesterday.
that if I were ever against anything, it would be vague language.
This one's brand new.
Terms that people use that sound good, rhetoric, putting words together that alliterate or that rhyme, but doing it in a way that people are like, oh, that sounds really good, but they don't know what it means. And so they can't really take any action as a result, but it sounds good.
If I may, So you're very much somebody. You're very much somebody who likes to take things in charge. Would you say that you were a little bit of like a control freak when you were younger? Like you needed to like figure out how something worked? No. And do you find it?
I'm the opposite.
Really?
Probably.
You like feel like you can like be hands off and let things.
I have high standards. That's my job, is to hold the standard. But no, I also see control as the equal opposite of freedom.
Mm-hmm. It like restricts
Like
you.
you cannot have, if you want to have absolute control, you can't have, like if you want to control every single thing in your business, then you're also controlled by your business. Like you will not be free unless in a lot of entrepreneur, not to get too far into business, but like a lot of entrepreneurship is giving up control at different levels. So in the very beginning, you do everything. And so then you have to relinquish control on some things and give them to other people in order for you to rise up and do the next thing.
Yeah, I think that's what I struggle with. Actually, it's so funny. It was like something I was dealing with Belle today. I think that I have a hard time letting go. Could you teach me how your brain adapted to holding the standard, but not letting it control you?
And clearly defining it. And so typically where problems happen is where you're like, you get what I'm doing, right? Okay, I need you to do it. Most people, so to answer the original question, which you guys do these things because of a higher purpose, etc. My worldview is that we do things because we've been rewarded for doing them, period. And
what
so
happens if you stop getting rewarded for it?
you stop doing it.
Can I ask you, I always say, can I ask you a question? I'm just going to stop saying that. If there's every question that I run Okay, so what happens if your wife stops doing that for you?
If she stops what?
Rewarding you in the ways that she used to reward you with. Because time grows, everything changes.
Then whatever things that I was doing that got reward would eventually go extinct.
Do you feel like that could be catastrophic to the relationship?
Totally. I think a lot of marriages suffer from that. I think lack of appreciation is like the number one reason people get divorced.
Mm-hmm.
So how would you reframe that from happening when everything evolves?
So there's levels to this, right?
And by the way, I'm only asking as a student.
Oh no,
not as like somebody who's like, got it.
I love this.
Okay,
so like
cool.
I can talk as much as you want about this.
It.
So we also create these rules. So I'll zoom out. We have a personality. I define personality as how we act in different situations. So if you take the aggregate of every situation and how someone acted, you could derive their personality. We then, because I couldn't tell you every single situation, every single behavior, we then create labels that chunk up that behavior. And so we give a term, he's a control freak, he's whatever, because it's easier to say that. And then the person who hears that has a series of behaviors associated with that one word, and then thinks, okay, I think I know what that person's talking about. And fundamentally, this is how language works. We bundle and unbundle terms. And so I'll give a third grade level one for the audience, which is if I were to look at a 5-year-old and say, hey, get better at basketball, there's nothing they could do with that. You can't get better at basketball. I could then break it into, okay, you have to pass, you have to shoot, you have to dribble, get better at, passing, shooting, and dribbling. Even there, still kind of hard. Underneath of passing, I might say, okay, I want you to take your right foot and I want you to step towards the person and I want you to extend your elbows and I want you to finish with your thumbs down and leave your hands there and have the ball go to the other person. If the person catches it in the motion that they're traveling, then you did a good pass. That is something that a 5-year-old can do. And then if I break down shooting and I break down dribbling in that way, then they're going to be able to have something that they can do. And then in aggregate, later, they'll be described as a good dribbler, a good shooter, a good passer, and then eventually a good basketball player. And so to your original question of how do I give this, I'm having trouble giving these things up. It's more so having trouble defining what exactly you think good is. What does good look like? How does this person know they did a good job? And a lot of times it's not one or two things, it's like 37 things. And so it's being very exhaustive in the details of what we think good is, so that we don't say do good job and then expect them to guess and get it right when we couldn't even define it for ourselves for them.
What you're describing to me is like pattern and potential. I always talk about this with people. An example I'll use is dating. A girl will fall in love with the potential and not the pattern. She'll skip the pattern, not see it well.
What do you mean by pattern?
For example, he has an anger issue, and every time they bring up this type of argument, he snaps, he reacts, he apologizes, she forgives, he moves on. But because of the
Shared revenue
forgiveness part
because she
there,
said
she forgets all of the other stuff. So when it recycles the pattern, she doesn't see a pattern, she sees potential. If he is like this, then I will be happy. And when you're describing the basketball thing, from my perspective, is that you're very good at seeing patterns and understanding what is structured and what is not structured. This doesn't give you anxiety in your head because of so many of them going around?
Zero.
Dude, you're an interesting human being.
I'm a very low stress person.
I've never been this interested for the beginning of the podcast. Buckle in, my man. Dog, what does this mean? Okay. All right, I'm just going to talk to you like a homie.
Yeah.
You understand patterns more than anybody. Just from sitting down with you, I'm like, this dude's a robot. Like you know everything about. If I hung out with you for maybe 3 days, you would know me inside and out. And you would know how it worked. You know where I fall short. I know people like you. So for my question is, I know people like you because they're very successful people. Anything I say, if it sounds disrespectful, just punch me right in the face.
I'll round up.
Okay. Just don't round house.
Yeah.
Okay. So if that's the
Then
case,
transcribe it.
then doesn't it
Person
alarm
one,
you that
person
we
two, and
see
background
many
noise.
men that are tested with a lot of money and power, and they end up not having a great ending to their career or life because it overtakes them. Not saying it's you, not saying it's me, but since you've seen the patterns, what are you doing to stop you and your household from being extinguished by what is power and success?
So I would, in some ways, define that as a money-aholic.
A money alcoholic.
So if you think of like any kind of aholicisms, any kind of addiction, it typically is when the reinforcement loop for whatever the behavior is, whether it's drinking, drugs, it's swearing, whatever, gets in the way of your larger goals. And so if you can drink, but it doesn't interfere with your marriage, your work, your social life, then you're a responsible drinker. And for some people, that might be so to me, again, there's the medical definition, but I would say the way that I would see the behavior is that if someone has zero interference, so if it's not affecting their health. Now, if it doesn't affect anything else, but it does affect your health, then it's aversive to your long-term goals. But if you find a way, it's very difficult, obviously, because it does have aversive effects on your health, but just to use a simple example. But if you found a way to drink that somehow didn't impact your health, and you were able to do so regularly, and it didn't impact work, life, marriage, whatever, then I would say that you are not necessarily addicted because in a negative way, because nothing bad has happened. And it's not taking anything away from you. If the pursuit of money, right, which in the Bible is the pursuit of money, that's the root of all
Alex's
money itself. If the pursuit,
do your part,
or rather the love of, but whatever. If that cycle becomes too reinforcing that you neglect your other duties that, like your marriage or your kids or your health, then that is when this thing has become too powerful.
So then I think I made a mistake by asking you like a Sophie's choice, power or peace.
Yeah.
But if you were, that was a terrible first question, by the way.
That was great.
If you're staying here, thanks for bearing with me.
I think if I said I reject the premise would have been a tough first response.
That would have just been a cut.
Yeah.
Okay, so then in your household, what is it that you envision, and what is it that because like for mine is to love God and to love my neighbors. Is there rules or a regulation that you live by?
I would say Layla and I have agreed on, a lot of things, but a big one, I think that's a credo of ours, is leave it better than you found it. And so that's people, the earth, all the employees of our company, all the customers, anyone who interacts with us, if we can leave them better than we found them or they found us, then we will be a net positive overall. And that means if we go to Whole Foods and grab food, then it means that we'll clean the table, even if the table's dirty, we'll put the chairs back. Just very small things like that, but I think taking an aggregate over a long period of time. And those are things that I look forward to, teaching my child. Fingers crossed everything works out.
I pray it does.
Yeah.
That's a great value mindset. But can I ask you, so when it comes to that and it comes to even chasing money so that, it doesn't overtake you, who do you think keeps you accountable? Do you feel like it's only yourself that's keeping you accountable, your wife? What if one of you guys fall short of that?
And even though, again, not to reject the premise, but it's not that I chase money per se, the options were peace and money and power, which I see as potential.
This is a strange
self-satisfaction,
intersection
like
for
ability
sure.
to save millions of people.
What you mean, like
or,
they're
you know, just helping
the
myself.
dynamic
This
between
one I can have my cake and eat it too. This one I would just help me. I'd rather do this one.
the
In terms
hosts?
of my, you know, daily activities, I chase things that I'm interested in, that I'm good at, more than anything. Like why? Like, I mean, I think the core of the question that you originally asked is like, why do you do what you do? I do what I do because I'm rewarded for doing it. That's why I do it.
Hey, this video is sponsored by 8 Sleep, and I've been using the Pod 5. Check it out.
It's burnout, for example. It's a term that, you know, gets thrown around a lot.
Business
I get
scaling?
burnout a lot.
So this is really interesting. And then you might find this interesting. So
He's like, they're stupid people. I was like, oh. Should have been quiet there. Should have been quiet there.
no. So burnout is just when the cycle of reward that you're accustomed to either becomes too latent, so too far in advance, not intense enough, or you habituate to it, or it stops happening. So there's all four of those scenarios are basically like what used to feel good when you do something doesn't feel as good now that you've done it 100 times. And this is basically the hedonic cycle. And so it also works in equal opposite, which is like if you punish a child or you punish anyone in the same way, eventually you habituate, you get used to it. And so in order for punishment to be effective, you have to change variety and intensity of punishment in order for it to keep working, right? And so again, the same thing happens with reward.
For
and
me?
so when we get burned out, we used to do these things and we used to get this satisfaction out of it. And now I do these same things and I don't get that same satisfaction. And so we feel burnt out. So basically it's the experience of an extinction curve on a behavior. Now, where it gets tougher is where you have other contingencies that make it difficult for you to leave. And so you have competing priorities. And so it's like, let's say you have a family who relies on you. And you had this job, and when you started it, you had to do these activities, and it rewarded you. But over time, people just started to expect you to do it. They stopped saying good job, or just the nature of the work. It no longer was challenging for you because you got so good at it that it wasn't, again, the challenge itself is rewarding when you overcome it. So there's lots of reward cycles that happen on a daily basis. But anyways, as you continue to work, now let's say the job is zero satisfaction, but it still pays you. And so there still is a reinforcer that occurs. And reinforcement just means anything that makes a behavior happen more. That's it. Anything that does that is a reinforcer. And so getting paid is a great reinforcer for doing something, but it's still all the other reinforcers in the job might have gone away. And so your family might have expectations, which also rule following for you as a global thing, because I have an identity as a good father, a good provider, that I have a rule that if I were to not provide for my family, it would be against this rule I've made for myself. And this identity, this label that I've ascribed for myself. And me just thinking about the fact that I'm a good provider gives me reward. It reinforces me. And so what happens is when we quote like shift behavior over time, it's we create a label. Like what you want if you want to change someone's behavior is you give them a label that they can live up to, and then you align the actions. You do this, you are this type of person. And then eventually they begin to do other things because they like the label, because the label itself is reinforcing. That might have been a little too heady, but like,
No. I totally understood every word of it. Okay, so then who is to say that what they're setting for their mind has a good morale to it?
Oh, above my pay grade.
Okay, so that's where my question is.
I don't play in shoulds.
So what happens if from 5 years from now, everything that you're teaching your students is something that you don't believe in anymore?
I think it would be unlikely. Mostly because like I try to root everything that I teach. If I make statements, I call them fight me statements. Like if more people know about your stuff, it is more likely that they will buy it from you. Like no one can buy something from you unless they have found out about you first. Like these are statements that I will not disagree with in 10 years because they are just factually true. There's nothing like fight me. That's what it is, right?
You say fight me?
Yeah, like they're fight me statement. No, but it's just like they're
I saw you without a shirt.
They're non-disprovable statements. Like they're true statements. There's nothing that would change.
Do you have a mentor, someone that you still learn from?
Like the first thought that came to mind when you said that was the market.
Like the S&P 500?
No, just yeah. I'm just watching.
Damn, this guy's in all fields.
Dude,
man.
yeah,
Like,
just watching candlesticks all day. No,
that's so funny.
No, just feedback. Like I would say, my mentor is feedback. Like what do you consume the most of? Like I consume the most of data. I consume the most of what we're doing and how it's working. And that's what I spend my time on.
It's a fair play that you said consume, because I agree. I feel like whatever anybody consumes, they worship it.
Hmm.
So if you said you had to worship one thing,
How do you define worship?
submitting your life to it.
Okay.
And also fearing it. Like there's a lot. Okay, let me give you my worship.
So I would say submitting your life. What does that mean? I know this. Like we're getting in the.
No.
Like,
I love this.
Yeah.
You're not gonna dole me out, bro.
Yeah.
The deeper I get, it's like, bro, I love it. Like,
Okay.
I wish that more people did this.
Yeah.
For worship, for me,
Mhm.
I'll lay it down for one word. Fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. So in the gospel, he's
Mhm.
saying, if you fear me, wisdom will grow. Fruit will come out of this.
Okay.
Really weird thing to hear from the outside because it seems like a cult thing, right? Like, hey, if you fear me, you're going to do well.
Mhm.
But the truth is, if I fear the one who gave me life,
Mhm.
how are my behaviors coming after it? And when I measured myself walking on this earth, not fearing it,
Mhm.
my measurements were terrible. I wasn't a great human being. But then once I feared something greater than me
Mhm.
that gave me life,
Mhm.
my actions fell through. Kind of like, when you said the basketball thing, hey, extend with your hands.
Yeah.
I didn't need to have him say extend your hands
Mhm.
because now I'm just following him and I'm watching what his hands are doing. So who are you or what are you worshiping in your life?
Oh, so many things there. So first off, the when you acted in a way in fear of God, your behavior changed.
Yes.
Agreed. So I call that a global reinforcer, which is that you have a rule, which is that I will follow all the things in this. And your adherence to that rule in of itself is reinforcing for you. When you do something and no one else is watching, and you know that you're adhering to what you say, you believe, that feels good.
What's up, guys? This video is sponsored by Grand Canyon University. Guys, so I was talking to Jordan Peterson about this.
Yeah.
And he's so on the path of being a man after God's heart.
Mhm.
But he says, I just haven't got to a place where I can let my mouth submit it, or I won't be tamed by other people and what they want me to say or how to say it. What I believe in should be dictated off of my actions. And I appreciate that.
Okay.
But I also see people in the gospel. And by the way, like, it's hard for me to bring up the gospel when there's a lot of people that are like, I just don't even want it on the table. But my viewpoint is biblical. So when I look at the gospel and I see a man that has a relationship with God, he never was able to get there mentally by himself. He was never able to get there faithfully by himself. He got there because he asked. And so there's a master above that says, okay, now I'll give you the wisdom to see me. When Jesus was sitting with his disciples, he didn't say whoever has ears could see. He said whoever has ears and want to see.
Mhm.
And whoever has ears and wants to hear. Once I walked into this relationship, I watched a very real God activate in my life. As I feel I believe in him more than the two of you that are sitting right next to me. And I actually see you and you're tangible. But there's a spirit side to it that makes me submit now. Now, I don't want to be weird, but there's a different approach to looking at God versus not just using my eyes. That being said, that is my God. I change everything to it. It changes me as a husband. It changes me as a businessman.
Yeah.
It changes me as a friend. What is it that is at the center of your universe that changes you for the outworld?
So,
You going to bed, bro?
No, I'm enjoying this a lot.
I do. By the way, I've never had this much fun already.
Oh, good.
I am so interested in you, and I'm at awe with you, bro. Like, I've watched a lot of your work. What I love about you the most is how truly, truly honest you are. And the way you speak. I truly feel like I'm sitting with you and I'm talking to you. A lot of people put on a mask, including myself. I'm not just pointing fingers. Sometimes it's hard to take the mask off.
Yeah.
And I like that you're mask off.
So I define authenticity as how you'd behave if you could not get punished. Super obsessed.
And you studied. Hypothetically, Jesus does come down. He says, I do exist.
Mm-hmm.
Does your life change?
All in. No question.
You're all in.
Yeah. The creator man lived a perfect life, 2,000 years ago, and then died for your sins, and left his teachings here to encourage you to live a life like his. The gold, donate it to the kingdom. Allow the kingdom to flourish. And so I was very dedicated during that season of my life, which was like, okay, how can I live on 10%, donate 90? How can I? And after a handful of sessions, she looked at me and she said, Alex, I think you just need to make a decision. And it was
sounds like she's trying to wrap it up.
Yeah, she was like,
that's a terrible thing for a therapist.
I am not getting paid enough.
Hey, buddy, our time's up.
Yeah,
figure it out.
Yeah. And so she was like, well, which one do you really believe in your heart of hearts? And I was like, in my heart of hearts, I just don't believe it. I was like, I really wish I did.
Dude, I love that you said that. All right, I'm gonna bring up another verse. There was a Lazarus.
And so, you know,
well, you're not a Christian anymore.
Yeah. But it's funny that even when we do that, so you describe it by actions, right?
What do you mean,
what to know that I was a Christian by what I do.
Yes, because you shall know them by their fruit. So
right.
If I taste your fruit, if I walk around with that side of, there's so many clips.
Free will presupposes that we're at 100% control of all of our actions. And you can prove that that's not true because you can change people's behavior by moving and manipulating the variables in their environment. And so I think there's oftentimes the illusion of choice more than there is the actuality of choice. And so even if we agree that a 1% change can occur in someone's behavior through influence, then it means that it's just a gradient, which means that there is a chance that we have 100% control. If you have 100% control of someone's behavior, then
You're listening.
Free will. And so when you get into this argument of like, okay, if
What
I
did he
believe
say?
you can influence, if you can influence, you can control. If you
What
can
did he
control,
say?
Then the whole concept around this choice for eternal salvation might not be as individual as we have framed it to be.
May I dissect that backwards?
Yeah.
What if you're free in Christ? And that way, when you are free in Christ, you'll be able to see when people are manipulating you. For example, you'll be able to see what the world could posture towards your heart. I think every man is either Cain or Abel. I think one is with the world and one was with God. And so that there's only two doors. And a lot of people think there's multiple doors. But the truth is, God made two doors.
In tribe that's never heard anything about Jesus.
Yeah.
Right? They die.
Yeah.
God measures them based on what?
What they know.
Which is zero.
That's not true.
You wasted
So let me
Alex.
give you an example. If they don't know anything, then they're just sitting paralyzed looking at the sky. That's
So you're just saying what they know about the world?
Well, no. I mean, let me give you an
I
example.
wish he dropped some
For
sauce
you,
on like
right now. If
business.
you are leaving a place better than what it is, you are acting Christ-like.
Yeah.
So if you did not know who Christ is and then reject Christ, that's different than a man receiving it and then rejecting it versus somebody who's never received it and then never rejected it. So I think that my God's merciful enough to know that this man in the jungle didn't have Clifton Stewart come and throw out a podcast for him to know.
Is that a Christian podcast? Okay.
For them to know. But what he did see while he was down there with his little mud pallet.
To in earnest say that I believed 100%. And I think you said something earlier about people think belief is certainty. That to me, like certainty would be 100% belief. And then there is like high conviction, which would be like 90% belief. And I think that people sit on this spectrum. And I think part of the reason that I have difficulty with the Christian faith, and this is the second point, is that if you can have works that are 100 to 0 in terms of good guy, bad guy, and if you're at 49 or 51,
I think he would do a 30-day free trial.
Same continuum, and to what degree, like
according to the Revenue Cat 2026 report.
Enough? How much belief is enough to go to heaven?
A belief worth changing for.
I don't know what that means.
Simon, who was renamed Peter, got crucified upside down. I would assume he really believed.
Yeah, I'd agree.
And I think that, there's Assyrians recently that when they're on their knees with swords on them, and they say, hey, denounce Jesus or we'll cut your head off. And they say no. To me, that's belief. I don't believe it in a spectrum of like the 95 or 5 or 4 or 5. I think belief is kind of like love. It's ever growing, but it's not measured on you. And this is my first pushback on you.
Good.
I don't believe that you believed in Jesus with all your heart.
I think that you are wrong.
I like to build a relationship with you off of this and sit with you, and if you would let me pray with you on this. And I know that's very uncomfortable because you kind of like just let it go, but I love you counter that you have, bro. That is conversation of if or not. God says always be ready to have a good answer, and you have such a thought out perspective.
I would have given my life during that period of time for Christ.
I still think you're on the journey, man. Don't side question me. I know you're still on the journey, bro. You know why I know you're still on the journey? Because I think you're just an honest man. And I think God deals with honest men. I think the fact that you could sit here and be like, no, I fleshed this out. I think the truth is one day all knees are going to be bowing, willing or non-willing. And I think when me and you are going to be sitting there, we're going to be looking at him. I think that in your brain, you're going to be like, oh, I missed a piece, not angry at him. And I think that's the difference between you and a lot of people that I not that I give up on, because I never want to give up on a neighbor. But I do know that when I was in a place where my questions were myself, but I want every position, every motive is Christ-centered, which means God did to you. All I can say is this. When Moses stood in front of Pharaoh, God used Pharaoh and Moses, but God only knew.
And I define learning.
Keep in mind, Alex stayed another 2 hours, but they didn't film it.
As new conditions change.
This one's an hour and a half.
Same. And I remember pausing for this moment, and I was like, "You haven't." And it was just this very interesting exchange that I have, and then I was just like, "Yeah, I want to be the one who changes."
Yeah.
And so I have no, and this is why I think language is so important, is because people make these I am statements. I am this type of person.
Part one.
No,
they didn't film part two.
I'm a control freak. I'm a whatever, and they give themselves these labels. And because we want to be consistent, right? Consistent commitment, consistency bias. Like we want to appear as people.
What's up, Josh?
Are the same.
Josh, how's the game?
To good quality. People, no one likes people who are
Our
changing.
guy Alex is Jewish though.
Yeah.
But the thing
I
is
don't know.
we have to be willing to change when conditions change. Like I had different assumptions when I started a business versus what I have now, and some of those were disproven, and so I had to change the way I acted in order to get where.
Josh, how's the game?
Yeah.
And so all that to say, you asked, halfway through the pod, if Jesus came on earth, what would you do? I'd be like, bow and worship. If the creator of the universe came down, of course I would, right?
Yeah.
The difficulty that I've had was simply believing that it happened,
Yeah.
not that. And when we ask again on that continuum, do I 10% believe? Yeah, I 10% believe. I don't think I believe.
I guess they did film part two.
By the way, you're gonna
Oh.
you don't like my terms, huh?
Hopefully, what's the business one? What game? The game did not go well. Damn. Sorry to hear that, man. You said. Hopefully, part two is business. I'm trying to see. You mentioned the guy's name. Chris Williamson. Oh, 2 years ago? Oh, Chris Williamson.
We are back again.
Oh.
Speed inside.
But is it a year ago? Oh, they have multiple ones? Most recent? $10 months ago? J. Oh. David Senta.
Tony Robbins, and so I figured I could either make
I'll write that down.
Algorithm podcast, or just spend an hour and a half asking the questions that mattered most to me. So I did the second one. Enjoy.
Skip this.
Tony Robbins, strategist, to some of the most important people
Senra.
in the world. People that you have seen publicly and probably many more that you haven't seen privately that have impacted your life. And he's both a wealth
Founders
strategist, but also a life strategist. And so we're talking politicians, royal families, U.S. presidents, Margaret Thatcher, Princess Diana, Andre Agassi, Mike Tyson, just the greats. And he's also published books. He's got 100 plus companies in his portfolio that do north of $7+ billion a year. And as impressive as that is,
it's actually 12 billion now.
12 billion. There you go. I was going to say, I was like, I hope this number isn't wrong. I looked all over the internet. Most importantly, at least for me personally, is that you wrote books that changed my life directly.
Wow.
And in a couple cool ways. So the first is there was an Indian guy who came here to the U.S. 20-something years ago, and he was working as a janitor. And he had such a thick accent that they said, you're never going to get employed anywhere. You have to learn how to
That's
speak.
Feelings one.
And he tried to get, how to get rid of an Indian accent tapes, and those didn't really exist.
2 hours
and
of
so they were like,
that time I gave $2 bill to charity.
And so he
Nico, binge watch David Senra. It will completely blow your mind. I wrote it down, Josh.
Sorry,
I'll check that out.
Yeah, thank you.
I will.
And so
I got it written down.
And he's doing it. And
thank you.
That man then started a software company, scaled that, sold it, started another company, sold that
I'll be
for
back.
$1.4 billion, did another company, took that from 200 to 1.2
I
billion.
gotta take a piss.
And I met him right around that time, and he's my partner at acquisition.com.
Wow,
and so
beautiful.
That's the first impact.
What's his name?
Sharon Srivatsa.
Please give him my best. That's awesome.
I will. He would be here if he didn't have to.
Being.
Oh, he's the man. The second direct impact is that there was a girl in Michigan who was 100 pounds overweight, had just been arrested 6 times just in the first couple of years of college, and then was like, I need to change my life. And started listening to your tapes and reading your books, lost 100 pounds, competed in a fitness competition, and then got into business, built a whole roster of clients for herself, and that's when I met my wife.
Oh, that makes me the most happy.
Yeah. The one that most significantly impacted.
Well, that's the most important person in your life, of course. That's wonderful.
And then the third was me, obviously. And my actually entry into your world was Money Master the Game. That was the book that got me. And so for that reason, I want to say thank you for just everything you do.
Well, thank you for all the kind words. I really appreciate it.
I actually had like 5 words written down for this whole podcast.
Okay.
And I tried to compress a bunch of questions into just the most succinct thing that was actually top of mind for me that I know will be top of mind for many of the business owners in my audience. So I have probably 60% business owner audience. A third of them are doing over $1 million a year. We also have people who are just getting started, but a lot of people are predominantly business.
There's my brothers and sisters out there. Yours and mine, right?
In the game.
We all get the same game. Bet on yourself and grow, right? Find a way to give.
Yes. And so the first one was, how do you see the dichotomy between duty and enjoyment as it relates to the impact that you want to make with the business that you have?
Well, it's interesting. Words are tricky. They can produce emotions, and sometimes we pick up words because the people are around.
Sure.
I used to play poker with a group of guys when I was in like 19, 20, 21, and they were older than I was, and they were all married except one. And I was surprised to see one day, one of them guys, I knew he loved his wife so much. But 2 of the other guys always were talking about their wives, like, I had to go back to the old ball and chain, And one day, and I couldn't help see it. It was like I was a witness of it because I was always sensitive to this. And the guy that really loves his wife, out of habit of being around other guys, I'm going on my own ball and chain, right? And the language we use produces emotion. And sometimes we can pick up words and actually pick up emotions. Yeah. Without knowing. It's just like, if somebody yawns, you yawn too, or somebody starts to laugh, you do it. But words are even more powerful. So duty could be a good word, like if you're seeing yourself like a soldier, right? But I don't look at it that way. I look at it as
obligation.
No, I don't look at obligation as the same thing. Okay. No, it's okay. But I say this because I saw this in some of your language, and I don't know if this is helpful to you. I don't pretend to coach you in any way, but for me at least, I can tell you, I look at it as opportunity. I don't feel a sense of duty. I feel a sense of joy in being able to contribute. To me, contribution is what we're made for. Like, it's not hard to meet your own needs as a human being, right? It's not that difficult today in the world we're in today. But to have a fulfilling life, you have to have something you care about more than yourself. And so if you get into business just to make money, and there's nothing wrong with that. Those people usually, even if they succeed, they hit a limit of fulfillment because the economic returns only produce so much. So I don't look at duty and enjoyment. I look at it as more like it's all enjoyment because contribution is the ultimate enjoyment for me. I mean, I get into business for impact, and economics are second. If I have enough impact, you'll never have to worry about economics in your life. And I found that to be true in my own life. So I don't look at it quite that way. I look at it also, though, that if you think you're going to really enjoy your life and not do anything, I think you're deluded, because you'll wake up one day, because the only thing that makes us feel alive is growth. You know, when you grow, then you have something to give. And when you give, then your life is more meaningful than just, you know, pleasure. You can give yourself pleasure by, you know, money, food, alcohol, sex, whatever it is, you know. But it's never going to be the same as when you have something that's larger than you that you're called to. It's so like, I hate the word motivation because I've never been a motivator, but people use the word. So I'll say, well, there's two types of motivation if you don't think of it that way. There's push motivation, which is, let's say, duty, or I've got to do this, or I have to do, or obligation, right? Or just, I'm going to make this happen. And look, brother, you have a huge amount of willpower. It's pretty obvious by what you've accomplished. I have tremendous respect for you. And I do too. But willpower only goes so far. That's push. Pull motivation is where there's something out there that you want to serve more than yourself, that'll get you up early, keep you up late. And it isn't hard. It isn't duty. It is like when I'm When you tap into that, your energy level will explode, your contribution will explode. It doesn't mean overnight everything is going to work your way. Of course it doesn't work that way. But it'll give you
the coffee is brewing.
Constant endurance to move forward in a way in which you enjoy your life, rather than someday when I get to this number, then I'm slowly going to feel good. Because it's not true. You get to the number, and if it's numbers, it'll never be enough, right? As you know that. You've done incredibly well. I have so many friends that they got their business, they sold it, they made $1.2 billion, whatever it is, and they, you know, 5 months later, they're looking to get back in business again because so many of their needs were met by the demands and the challenges and the growing. I think the biggest problem we have as human beings is that we think we shouldn't have any. It's like problems make you grow. Problems call to you because, listen, you lift, we're both in good shape. You wouldn't be there if you lifted light weights and did 100 curls with some lightweight, right? You're built. You've built this body. You built it by challenging it. But some people, maybe because of your background in the fitness industry, no pain, no gain. But today we know that's not true. You know, that we know today that minimum dose will produce the maximum result. If you overdo it, you tear down too much, right? It's like finding the right dose, just like anything else, like a drug for somebody. And so I really think if you think you're going to just go off and enjoy your life and not add value, you're going to be deluded. You're going to be frustrated. You're going to, I mean, how many people do you know that were rich and famous and the world loved and they killed themselves? Because they stopped growing. I get this, the half dozen people I thought of in the last 10 years that have done that process. So I think, to me, it's not duty, but I do believe those much is given, much is expected.
It's one of my favorite words in the whole Bible.
Oh, really? I come from that place too, but to me, the expectation is a pleasure. I think the language we use trains our brain. It's like if you said to me, if I said to you, during the break here, let's have some nutritious snacks. I say that to a mass audience, maybe for you to respond positively because you're fit, but most people are like, But if I say delicious snacks, they're interested. Or someone says to me, Tony, you meet so many people. You know, hook me up, introduce me to a great guy, a great woman. And if I said to them, well, I know this guy or I know this woman, they're really nice. You know, right? Versus, you know, they're sensual, they're sexy, they're amazing, they're delicious. Whatever they say, right? You know, it's a different piece.
They're not nutritious people,
so,
right?
Not nutritious. But you see what I mean? The words change your biochemistry. The words you attach to an experience become your experience. If you over and over use certain words, you won't even know it, and you'll train yourself to have certain, what I call an emotional home. Certain emotions you go back to because the language takes you there. And duty and responsibility.
I just noticed it.
If you're trained like a soldier, that might work. If you've trained yourself at no pain, no gain, that might work. But how old do you know, may I ask?
36.
Okay. At 36 years old, you built such a foundation of business, of contribution, of wealth, of your body, that at this stage, it shouldn't be pain. It shouldn't be suffering. I don't think it has to be any of those things. I think it can be total joy. But you have to kind of rewire your brain because otherwise that past training conditions you, in my opinion.
The issue...
Does that make any sense?
Yes. And...
Nico, David Cloud on Rockefeller is life changing. I will write it down.
That I have is that I got here from pushing.
I already have David Senra Founders Podcast.
In the last however many years, I genuinely believe like that's
Rockefeller
not as much a part of me. Maybe there's elements of that that are still there, but like it's not the core drive anymore.
Sure, me too.
The difficulty that I have is like I work the hours that I'm awake, pretty much, and the difficulty that I have is finding enjoyment outside of work, and the contribution from that perspective, like I've spoken to a number of billionaires, yourself included, where I'm like, the next game, right? And so the game that we're in right now, I know obviously there's gonna be risks, there's gonna be lots of things that we're gonna do, but I feel like I have a direction of what I know what we're doing. And when I talk to some of the billionaires that are in more private equity, financial engineering, commodities trading, different than maybe what, obviously what you do and to a degree what I do.
I'm actually in that business too.
Yeah. They were like, you should do something that like really helps people. And I was like, I feel like I do that. There's only 0.1% of the people who see any of the content, the courses, the books, the whatever that we put out, I monetize in any way. And to a degree, I also reject the idea that charity must be something that does harm to you in order for it to be virtuous, right? So that is probably a struggle that I have dealt with, which is that I have an apathy issue. I'll tell you a microcosm of this is when I got in the fitness industry, I got into it because fitness was the only thing I was really into. And so I was like, well, I'll do something I love because I was a management consultant. I was like, well, this sucks. I'm gonna do something I love. And then as soon as I got into the business of fitness, I realized that the vast majority of my day had nothing to do with fitness at all. And it was like billing and membership sales and like all this other stuff. And when I started getting the testimonials coming in of these people who were going through our process, losing weight, getting off medications, whatever, maybe the first couple of months it felt like something. But then on like the 100th and the 1000th, I was like, well, yeah, of course you stopped, you moved better and you stopped eating shit and it worked out, like it's basically the magic was gone for me.
Yeah, I understand.
And so to the same degree, I would say it has occurred within what I do today, but I don't even feel in some ways that I am driven. I do this because I don't know what else to do. It's like, this is the only thing I'm good at.
Yeah.
And so I do what I've been rewarded for doing. The biggest thing selfishly that I was like really, or I am, looking forward to, is I'm trying to navigate that.
I understand. So it's almost, you got a set point on your fulfillment and you
got to a point where I realized I had read all the books and my life hadn't changed.
Yeah.
And it felt very hopeless for me because my subjective well-being was the same. And so I came up with a mantra for myself, which you might laugh at, which was fuck happiness. Because I felt so rejected by the notion because I felt so unattainable for me. And so what I replaced it with was I will be useful.
That's great. A meaningful life is a very useful life, right?
And that's basically what I've oriented my entire life around was like...
Another episode of Nico Avoids Marketing.
Feels meaningful.
Bro, I'm literally marketing on I'm creating a clip on CapCut right now on the other screen. I don't want to show you guys because you guys are going to throw up. It's for the skincare one. If you want to see it. I told you. If on the last podcast, you were probably seeing me make a bunch of different faces. It's because I was looking through TikTok, different clips that I needed to download. And I have 5 clips posting every day for one app. Skincare app is next. Oh, my bad.
Because it's like, well, I might not enjoy this whole ride, but like everyone else can get stuff out of it. And so that's the struggle that I have, because like I'm okay with that.
You're okay with it, but you're torn by it, my friend.
Yes. No, agreed.
It's
agreed.
obvious, right?
I will accept that.
I understand you'll accept that.
Yes.
But would you accept anything else in your other businesses? Would you accept something that's mediocre compared to what you're capable of?
Of course, yeah.
Okay, so I'll give you my 2 cents, which is all it's worth.
Yeah.
Unless you stay emotionally, the guys, the astronauts, I got to interview several of them, right? Think of that. They went out and they competed. They wanted to be an astronaut, right? And you had a version of that. I want to be a business owner, whatever it was you had, right? And they beat everybody, right? Tens of thousands of people. They got down to 100, down to 25, down to 6, down to the guys that go to the moon, right? And they get a rocket that's built by the cheapest bidder put together on their back, and they shot them out into the moon with technology that's far less than what's on your phone right now. And they walk on the moon, they look back and see that image. You and I have seen it. They took blue-green of the Earth, but that was them seeing it. And they make it back and survive. They splash down. They have a ticker tape parade. They shake the president's hand. Now, what the fuck do you do after you've walked on the moon for adventure?
Yeah, right.
I guess like you're 35 and you walked on the moon. What do you do? And most of them became alcoholics and drug addicted.
Yeah.
And the reason is they forgot how to find that joy or that adventure and a smile. And so you have trained yourself to be pain equals success, and success has a certain amount of value, but fuck happiness. You have literally hypnotized yourself into missing it because you weren't feeling fulfilled. So the idea that these people keep telling you,
200K
And I'll just give
Richard
you
Mill?
we're not the same person, but maybe it'll be
What type of
instructive.
Richard Mill is it?
So, I don't know, maybe 10 years I found myself at a place where it's like, I love my life. I couldn't be more fulfilled than this. I have the most incredible wife. I have the most incredible kids. You know, I want to be an athlete and to make it. You know, right behind you, I have like 6 national championship rings from different teams that I own or that I help to coach and turn around. I'm working with the greatest athletes in the world, the greatest business people in the world. I'm having fun. I've got homes all over the world. There's nothing that, what else could make me fulfilled? I mean, this is it. You know, I can't be any more. I'm not complaining. But then there's some part of me, like you, that was hungry for more still. You wouldn't be asking me that question unless there was part of you that wants a hunger for something called happiness, or wants something besides just duty, or you wouldn't ask me. So, and I'm not telling you I have the answer, but I'll tell you what it was for me. It's like the same these people told you is me. I've always was contributing, same as you. I've been doing it since very little. Yeah. But I started.
Ceramic RM is
do
1.3.
moonshots in that area. I know how to scale businesses. I've grown businesses from nothing up to 12 billion. It's like in those days it was like 4 billion.
You know what I want?
Like,
I want the, do you know the Richard Mill 6702? It's like the thin one. I want that. 6702. It's like the very small thin one. It comes with a Velcro strap. Richard Mill 6702. This one. It's super thin. Oh, man. I just feel it on my wrist. Ooh.
what would really get me going? And at that point, I'd been feeding people since I was a kid. When I was 11 years old, we had no food on Thanksgiving. Somebody came, delivered food, changed my life. It made me believe strangers care, so I cared about strangers. And I started 2 families, 4 families. I got to 1 million, 4 million. So about this point, I've been feeding people for 37 years. So I called my foundation, how many people have I fed in my lifetime? And they said 42 million. I was like, wow, that's pretty awesome. But I had no association to it. I felt good about it, but I was doing it, all these different ways. I was like, there's so much pain out there. Yeah. I'm gonna feed 1 billion people in the next 10 years. It took 37 years to do 42 billion. I started out by saying, well, what if I did as many people I've done in my lifetime in the next 10 years? What if I did as many people in a lifetime in 1 year? And then I was like, what if we did 100 million people in a year? What if we did 100 million people a year for 10 years and fed 1 billion meals right here in the United States? And I got so ignited by that, Alex, that it was more than, it wasn't money, it wasn't business, it wasn't success, it wasn't, okay, there's a system. It was like, I have to rip apart. If it took me 37 years to do 42 million, to go to 1 billion is gonna require me to think differently, come up with strategy different, be different, and to think of 1 billion lives. That number somehow brought a different level of life. It's kind of like Kennedy saying, we're going to go in this decade and we're going to land on the moon. And bring
I wore my Grail watch on the podcast. I did. I saw it.
This is not going to happen.
It's nice. I'm done with watches for a while.
I don't care. This is what we're going to do.
Damn. Yeah, I saw the watch today, Josh.
Contribution outside even what you've done in business.
Tony is full of crap, but he sells it well.
I said I'd do it in 10 years. I did it in 8 years. So then I finished that and was like, I'm traveling around the world. You see people starving. It's just trying to do what you're gonna do. It's like, no, I need something bigger. So I was in the UAE, and I had a lunch with MBZ, is the head of the country, brilliant man. And he calls me the next day and goes, I want to have lunch with you again. I'm like, that's cool. I'm happy to do that, right? So I come sit down with him, and he goes, I brought you lunch today because there's 2 people feeding the most people on earth, and they should know each other. So he introduced me to Governor Beasley, who ran the World Food Program for the UN, right? So I said, well, I think he's doing more than me, he said. And so we talked. He later won the Nobel Prize, but we stayed in relationship. And because of our relationship, he got so frustrated with the bureaucracy of the UN that one day he said, Tony, I'm going to leave the UN. Because during his 5 years, we went from 80 million people at verge of starvation to 385 million people. I mean, just think of those numbers. If you can think of them if you just think of his numbers, it doesn't. But if you follow like one child starving, it'll change that system to something more ethereal. It's like watching a movie. Watch a movie about war, it's too much. When you follow one person and what they go through, you feel it. So I got associated with that, and I said to him, what if we create a strike force team? If you're gonna leave, how many meals would it take to feed everybody in the world for 10 years that need it, where it would give us time to build a sustainable solution? Because you can't keep doing the same crap, right? And he goes, Tony, I don't know, 40, 50, 60 billion meals? I said, let's do a 100 billion meal challenge. I said, I did 1 billion meals. When I started, I wasn't a billionaire. I've been blessed, obviously, since that time. You do great work. If you want to,
Listen to this guy's name and drop Pat himself on the back.
So I said, well, there's got to be 90 and more guys like me in the world. There's 3,000 billionaires or owners of companies or, you know,
about the
countries
feeding.
that'll do this. So we did this 100 billion meal challenge, and we went to Forbes 400, and I thought, we're going to get 50 of these guys, right? The richest people in the world. 4 people stood up. 4. I'm like, this is not working. We got to do something different. But I won't bore you with all the details. The strategy, the thought process, and what kept me going, though, is it's not just having this unreasonable goal, it's having emotional reasons. And I got in these environments where people are starving. I got in the Sudan, there were 1 million people cut off by the rebels there, and they were starving them out. This is just this last year. And the UN sent all these food people in, and they killed the drivers and took the food. MBS, not MBZ, MBS from Saudi Arabia, cares deeply. He tried to provide things. They killed everybody. So people stopped giving money. People are going to starve. So I said, no, there's something different. I said, I'm just putting a line in the sand. We are going to feed these people. I'm going to provide enough food for 1 million people in a week. Who will match me? And I got Ray Dalio to match me. Pretty soon I had 40 million bucks. But how are you going to do it? And this is where it gets so alive. It's like, no one else in the world's done it. We're going to do this. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to hire a bunch of, I'm going to find some military contractors. We're going to take C-130s and we're going to take drones. And we're going to deliver the food to the people. We delivered 22,000 meals that month and saved all these people starving to death. So when you do that, your level of fulfillment explodes. What the fuck compared to running a business? It's not even the same. And so I've been hooked on that. So now we got 62 billion meals in 3 years, which is beyond what anybody ever thought was humanly possible. And then so now I said we're going to do a song with We Are the World, and I got Jimmy Jam, the most successful Grammy guy, and I got everybody you can imagine in the music business all building it together. We just completed our first version of that. And then, you know, I'm lucky enough, like you, I'm very blessed. I'm a plane, I'm a 737, it burns a lot of carbon. You know, I want to be conscious. How many trees does that burn? It's 3,000 trees a year. Like, I'll plant 100 million trees, but not just plant the trees. I'm going to plant 100 million trees, and I'm going to work with the farmers. I'm going to show them how to go from making $1 a day to $12 a day by having 12. And I work with a group to do that. It's like, you know, a friend of mine's daughter was kidnapped and put into slavery, you know, just insanity. It happens in America, it happens overseas, and nobody wants to talk about trafficking. But that got me associated to it. We actually helped somebody, and so I went out undercover. I had markings all over my face. They had a makeup person, they had scars on my face. I helped them negotiate these deals with these animals that do this. It's the ugliest thing I've ever seen in my life, but also the most beautiful. But again, I didn't just give money. I didn't just write something. I just didn't put something. I went in the fucking trenches, and I'm sitting there watching these girls go through the worst thing on earth, meaning they're chained to a bed to do 8 or 10 tricks a day, and then we get them freed. We brought them to this house. They'd never been out there. They're out on the ocean. They're down here playing basketball. They're like the change in their lives, and so then I'm hooked. So my wife and I have now funded 72. Started with 30,000. As many. I grew up in a town of 30,000 people. I want to free that many children, as big as the city I grew up in. Now we're at 72,000. I'm going tonight. We'll probably raise $5 million tonight. I'll do matching funds for everybody at the event to do it. So what I'm trying to say to you is, get off your ass. And I love you and I respect you, Alex. I'm not coming from that place. I hope you know where I'm coming from. You've accomplished more than most people dream in their lifetime, and I respect that. But when I say get off your emotional ass, stop this fuck happiness shit. And just actually say to yourself, no, I deserve happiness. I'm going to create happiness, but I have to do it differently than I've done it before. I can't just get up and just work because I'm trained to work. I'm not a fucking robot anymore, right? You're way too smart and you got way too big a heart. I know
I'll be back.
I know everybody knows you well.
I'm gonna get some coffee.
You with your wife. You're
Essential listening. I'm out for the night.
not just the guy here who does all these wonderful things.
David Center Founders Project. It will supercharge your founder brain. Appreciate that. Thank you, bro. Okay, so you fed 40 mil once, then what? Listen to this guy name drop and pencil.
Duty and get to. That's the issue, rich and poor. And rich and poor is not money.
I'm out for the night, dude. I will. I'll listen to that. Thank you, Josh. I appreciate that.
Poor is you work your ass off and you have plenty of money and you help all kinds of people, but you don't connect it. And again, I'm not making a judgment. I hope you can feel my heart. It's just, I want more for you. And I knew you wouldn't ask me the damn question. That's true. So it's like, but you need, like, your energy has got to be shifted. You need a kick in the ass. You need to get an environment where you're on fucking fire. And then at that state, you've had that state before, I guarantee you, when you got here. But then you got so caught up in the push, I think you've missed some of the pull for your life. And I think this is not just true of you, it's true of most of us. Why are most people stressed? Like, if you talk to people, like successful people, they're always talking about, I'm so stressed, I'm stressed. I'll tell you why you're stressed, because you're managing shit. You know, like, you're managing all these great businesses, you're managing all this great money, but you know what, when you manage it puts you back in survival. Are you gonna tell me it's more stressful today than the dark ages? I mean, come on. But what's happened is we have all this we're trying to manage, and we're not made to manage. You've been so successful that now you've hit a set point. And now the only way that set point is people get to a point where they question and they start going, is it worth it or not? But I have to keep doing it. No, sometimes you make a point, you say, no, I'm going to keep what I'm doing, but I'm going to be connected to it at a different level, or I'm going to change paths altogether, or I'm going to add a path that brings another dimension to me. Those are the places that go. So I'm pretty passionate about this answer, because primarily because you're asking me. Because you're asking a question, it's a very sophisticated question. Most people never ask because they never get to where you are. Right? So you've gotten to a place where you've hit a block, but you're only 37. You
Scooby!
You're 60 more years.
What's up, bro?
I don't want you going around doing it out of duty. I want you going around doing it because I have to get up and work. I want you to do it for something else. And so I can't do it for you, but it'd be very useful for you to get an environment. I'm not selling you, but like, there's nothing like being in an environment. I know when Pat Riley came to one of our events and, you know, he got 15,000, 20,000 people, and he's like, I don't need this stuff. And you know, after an hour, he's like, this is insane. And at the end of the night, he said to me, he goes, this is like the 7th game of the NBA championship, only lasts 12 hours and it goes for 4 days, right? But without energy enhancement, the brain takes over. All of a sudden, now it's your mind doing it. The reason you're not happy is the mind is leading you. Get in your head, you're dead. Your heart is so big. And I'm not saying that to placate you, because I know we have mutual friends, and they all rave about what a generous, incredible guy you are. But I don't see you feeling the level that you have.
I'll be back.
And I can see part of it is energy. You can execute with your mind so well. You recognize, I'm sure, like I do, pattern systems. You know how to put them in place, get it done. But then there's not the emotional connection. You need a moonshot or two, and you need to get connected to the people and see and feel the impact in a new variety, because otherwise, it's the law of familiarity. You get around anything enough, no matter how good it is, you start taking a little bit for granted. And that's just human nature, that's not you. So you have to wake it up and you gotta get associated. The other thing is, you don't have a kid, do you?
No.
I'm trying to give you advice, but look, I have 5 kids and 5 grandkids. I adopted 3 kids. I was 24, I married a woman who was 12 years my senior. She'd been married twice before me with kids from each person. I didn't recognize the pattern, you know? But it was one of the best things that happened in my life, even though she wasn't right for me, and I don't think I was right for her, but I made that choice. I ended up with these kids. So I was 24 and had a 17-year-old son instantly, an 11-year-old, a 5-year-old, and the one on the way. I've been doing my thing, like you're doing, very successful. I want to change the world. Now I got to figure out all these kids in different stages of life. And so I tell you that because that marriage wasn't the right marriage, but those kids are now, you know, my youngest kid is like 42, right? I have a 52-year-old daughter, and thanks to COVID, I have a 4.5-year-old daughter. COVID was good to me. I never thought at 65 years old I'd have a 4.5-year-old daughter, right? Are you kidding me? I've already done all that. But it's the greatest story of my life because she makes me see the adventure in the smile. I want to do more for her than I want to do for everything else. Every day is new because everything is new for her. You just need some new elements. So it doesn't have to be a child, but I wouldn't mind recommending the possibility for you and your lady. I don't know how she feels about it, but I think at some point in your life, there has to be something more than you that calls you. I'm not trying to give you a sermon. I'm just so passionate. I have a love for you because you've delivered so much value, and I hate when I see someone with so much value. And to me, I see this as a little bit of suffering. You wouldn't call it that.
I'm in a good mood. Turn
inside.
this shit up.
I don't want to see you suffer. You're too good a human being. I don't see anybody suffer, much less you.
I appreciate that.
Does any of that make any sense to you? What part makes sense to you? I'm curious.
So there's 2.
Bro, like I'm
things. So
dead.
one
You
was,
killed me. I'm
the emotional
dead
connection
now.
Part. The second was the friendly and then the third was around suffering. And so I want to touch on each of those.
Okay, great.
So from the suffering perspective, I find that really interesting because passion comes from, to your point, I actually don't have a lot of anxiety. That's actually not the issue that I deal with. I deal with the other opposite, the opposite extreme of not giving a fuck. is it worth it? Who cares? Why bother? Whatever.
Yeah.
So that was on the suffering piece.
But before you do that, can I give feedback?
Please,
if I may. Again, I'm not pretending I have the answer for you, but I'm just giving my 2 cents because you're asking me. Right? Because I want to see more of that smile that I see in you right now. Okay,
I'm wide open.
This is the real you right here, by the way. But what happened is you're so in your head.
Yeah. So
even think of what you did, like a goal worth suffering for. Fuck that. I mean, I don't have goals that I'm worth suffering for. No, don't get me wrong. Not every day is not like pure bliss, and there's lots of things that I don't love that I need to do to succeed, or I got to deal with. That's part of life. But pain is part of life. Suffering's an option. You've heard that phrase, but it's a fact. It's not just a phrase. That's why you've heard that shit so more. But when you make it your goal to find a goal worth suffering for, you're gonna suffer, right? And so it's in your language.
I got my wish.
And you got your wish. And what's happened is this part of you is so strong, brother. This part of you is too, but this is the lead right now. If you change the lead to here by that sense of connection and everything else and get the hell out of your head, because your brain is always gonna reduce things. It's like your brain will never make you happy. That's the problem. It won't even allow you to enjoy an apple. You go, is it organic? It's like your brain is analyzing so much. You got so stuck up here that you're missing this magnificent human being that I see in front of me here. You're missing to have the joy of him. So stop this getting over suffering for.
Can I ask a question on that?
Yes, of course.
So with the get out of your head, get into your heart.
Yes.
I love the language. I don't understand what it means.
I know, because right now you're in your head still.
Sure.
But by the way, we laugh like
in my own chicken bowl. Hey.
Like this guy right here
How'd it come out?
me right now. Is that a different guy?
Yes.
Okay, so so let's do this.
Okay.
I have multiple parts of me. Most of us in life try to pretend we're one thing. Society makes you try to pretend you're one thing. I'm sure your wife has multiple personalities. My wife sure does. When I first met her, I'd have a conversation and she'd be talking about, I'd be like, who is this person over here, right? I had to come up with different names. And by the way, look at the smile on your face, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Heart.
But I started naming the parts of my wife, so I knew who I was talking with, right? There's Bonnie Pearl, there's Sage, there's some names I can't tell you that are very
interesting. Is this Friday night, Layla, or is this Tuesday morning, Layla?
But the point of the matter is, we as humans try to reduce ourselves for simplicity's sake, and society does to one thing, it's easier to manage, right? There are many parts of you. So what's the part of this guy that's so intellectual that, he's going to suffer and he's going to, he's going to get it done anyway? It's not this guy right here. This guy like this guy here. This guy's is this guy different?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So you just shifted just like that, right? So who's the guy who's in his head all the time and is analyzing? Oh, he's brilliant, by the way. He's absolutely effing brilliant. And he can succeed in anything if that's that. What's that guy's name? Give me a nickname for that guy. One that maybe would make you laugh.
There you go.
What's
Analytical
that?
Alex.
Analytical what?
Analytical Alex.
Okay, Analytical Alex. Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Okay. Who's this guy who was just laughing with me, looked over his wife, big smile on his face. Your smile is infectious, right? And this is you, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so who is this guy?
Anabolic Alex.
Anabolic Alex. So Anabolic Alex has so much life in him. Can you feel it?
Yeah.
Okay, so you what happens is, think about a relationship. I'll try it that way. Most people get in a relationship and I always tell people, the secret to relationship, 80% of having a great lasting relationship or intimate relationship is selection. And people will say to me, well, shit, why didn't you tell me that before I was married for 10 years or so? I said, no. I don't mean who you select, who you select to be in this relationship. So when you're in the beginning of a relationship, what do most people do in the very beginning of a relationship? What will they do for the other person?
Yeah, best behavior, all that kind of stuff.
Anything. Lighting them up lights you up. There's no transaction value. You're not trying to see what you can get. Like your joy is making joy for them, right? Yeah. And you give your all. You dress properly. You do all the, well, whatever properly. Yeah. But I mean, you get the idea. You give your best foot forward. Then people get married sometimes, and after a certain number of years, they forget. And they bring a different person to the table who's always analyzing. Like, what did you do versus what I do? And they're measuring. That's a transaction. No one wants to be part of a transaction in an intimate relationship. And whenever you do a transaction, it's not fair anyway, because in a relationship, it's like a team sport. You're climbing a mountain. Who's leading and who's following changes as you're climbing. If you're climbing a big mountain, right? And you can't lead the whole damn time. You'd love to, but you can't. You got to switch off, right, to make things work. So it's like, which part of you select to do business with? Which part of you is going to run your business? And so many of your viewers, I see people different than you. They'll be like, oh, you know, I know I need to fire this person, I need to let go of this, or I got to do this, but you know, I just can't hurt them. I was in that stage at one stage of my own life. If you put that person in charge of your business, you're going to fail.
Yeah, right.
Right? Because you're going to be taking care of this person and hurting your platinum players, right? You're hurting your clients.
The old chicken bowl.
Like, we all have to pick the person we're going to be and be conscious of that. And in your case, my friend, it's not so you can succeed, because this will make you succeed. I have a strong one here too. But if I let this thing take over, I would be bored shitless. I would be like, okay, I got 5 sports teams, and I got $1 billion, and I got this business, that business, and you know, everyone tells me every day I'm the greatest thing in their life, and I changed their life, and I got 5 kids, and like, where's the meaning of my life?
Yeah.
That's what the brain does, because the brain reduces everything and compares it, whereas the heart magnifies everything. It takes the little things that makes them bigger. What made you attracted to your wife when you first met her? By the way, who's this guy right here? Anabolic Alex, right?
The honest truth was that I once I met her, I didn't want to not be with her.
Yes, why? What qualities about her did you not want to be without?
I think she let me be me.
Yeah, she loved you for being you.
Yeah, she just never tried to change me, and I think that was what was so unique.
That's quite miraculous. I'm fortunate to have the same thing. I found that Sage loved me not because I was Tony Robbins, she just loved me. I never experienced that before, right? So, and what else about her besides the fact that she loved you unconditionally?
She also loved the same stuff that I loved.
Yes.
And so when we talked, we just
Yo, Stricker, what's up, bro?
And I feel like it has been one very long conversation. We spent two weekends apart since the day we met.
Wow, that's beautiful.
Like not in the same, literally the same place.
Does she bring out analytical Alex or anabolic Alex?
We work together, so she sees both sides.
I'm not asking that. I'm saying, which one can she bring out if she wants?
She can bring out whoever she wants.
That's right. That's her power, right?
Yeah.
But who does she want more?
Oh, she for sure wants anabolic.
Yes, of course. Because look at this man before me. Like, you're a different man right now when we started here, right? Can you feel that?
Yeah.
I didn't do shit.
What's up, How you doing?
This is you. But if you don't identify, like, think about it. The strongest force in the human personality for any human being, you, me, doesn't matter. The strongest force is that we need to stay consistent with the way we identify ourselves, right? Identity is the controlling force of human being. If you are of identity that says, I always find the way to victory, you will find the victory. If you're Lance Armstrong, and they say, oh, by the way, you have cancer in your brain, in your lungs, and in your testicles, which is inconvenient since you ride a bike, right? What does he say? He says, I will find a way. What do some people say? Their belief is, I'm at the effect of things. Life controls me. I have to. What makes people, by the way, miserable is when they feel events control them versus they control events. And all it is a shift in here and here, right? So Lance had that belief system, and he found the way to live strong.
Yeah.
But he also said, I'm going to find a way to win using drugs that were illegal. Right? And so it cost him his reputation, but he won all these things, right? So your identity is everything. And so you have to be careful, because very often in life, we identify to who we were a while ago. Like if I asked someone in an event to do something, they go, I'm not that kind of person. Well, when did you decide what kind of person you were? 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago? Would you use a phone from 10 years ago? You'd be an idiot. Why would you use the same old identity? I'm not saying get rid of it, I'm saying let's expand it. And in you, I don't have to teach you shit. You've done everything you do. But what I could offer you is a conscious choice to find anabolic Alex. Look, you've already mentioned it there, and put him in charge. Your level of happiness go, and then stop your hypnosis. You hypnotize yourself a long time. It's time to transcend. Transcend means end the trance.
Okay.
Whatever you say to yourself over and over again, people, you tell a lie big enough, loud enough, long enough, sooner or later people believe you. You've told yourself a lie, fuck happiness. No, fuck suffering. That's you gotta be your new one, fuck suffering. Like, I wanna engage enjoyment. It's not my duty, it's my gift. It's my honor, it's my opportunity. It's grace that has put me in this point of my life. Think of all the other people you've met. You and I both have busted our ass. We wouldn't be here without it. We've also had grace in our life. Your woman is grace in your life. My woman is grace in my life. I always say, listen, I got my wife because of karma. I have helped tens of millions of people worldwide, and that was my reward right there, right? And that makes me smile like you're smiling right now, because I really believe it's true. So it's like those little shifts. I teach something called transformational vocabulary. It's one of the simplest things in the world. I was in a meeting when I was probably younger than you. I was probably 32. And I was 2 other partners who were very wealthy, super successful, one worth $1 billion, another one very, very close to it, but very different personalities. And we're three of us were partners in a certain deal. I won't bore you the details, but I'll give you the core. The core was, we went in negotiation, and I'm an open book, as you can probably tell. I don't claim to be right about everything, but I'm going to share what I believe, right? Certain areas I know, just like you know, right? Because of my life experience. But when negotiation, for me, I was like, F negotiation. Let's just put our cards on the table. I want to be able to do business with somebody who's honest. I want to tell you the whole thing. Let's do something fair, right? But you know, if you go to certain people, if they don't fight for it, they feel like they don't want to do business, right? They want to feel like they beat you, right? So I go on this negotiation, and without telling my partners, I opened the door and I told them the good, the bad, and the ugly, and I said, I think this is a deal that would work. I want a deal that's more than happy for you, because I'm the kind of guy that I'll do a deal, and then afterwards I give a person a little bit back, even if they agreed to it. Just that's how I got partners for 20 or 30 years, because I'm generous, right? So I'm trying to be generous. But if you're trying to be generous for the shark, he'll take your arm, right? So I'm this 32-year-old kid. I'm not realizing you're much more sophisticated at your age than I was at mine. And so I tell the guys all this stuff, thinking, okay, let's come together. It won't be perfect, but let's pull together. Long term, who cares? As long as we respect each other, love each other, we're going to crush this opportunity, right? And the other side, without giving you all the gory details, takes it, uses it, and tries to manipulate us with leverage to make a deal that was far worse than we should be in. So I'm effing pissed. I am angry as hell. I'm pissed off. I'm frustrated. One of my partners goes apeshit. He's like, I'm furious. He said, I'm enraged. I kill these MFers. And he was so intense that even though I was pissed off, I was like, hey, it's not that bad, right? You know, I'm trying to calm him down. While I'm trying to calm him down, I noticed my other partner, he's not even moved by this thing. Like, he doesn't seem even slightly upset, which almost upset me. You know, like, don't you get it? He's too crazy in my mind. He's not feeling enough. So I said to him, like, aren't you upset? He goes, yeah, aren't you furious? I'm like, calm down. Like, he goes, yeah, I'm a little annoyed. The first one he said, I'm a little annoyed. I said, annoyed? Like, the word annoyed annoyed me, right? Don't you understand? That's what they did. He's like, don't you understand? I'm like, calming him down. In the middle of it all, I couldn't help. I'm a student of behavior, right? So I couldn't help but notice all three of us have had the same problem delivered to us, and all three of us have radically different emotional responses. Okay? Why? And I'm listening, and he's going, I'm enraged, I'm furious, I'll kill the MFers. And I'm thinking, I'm so pissed off, I'm pissed as hell, I'm angry. And then I'm hearing him say, I'm annoyed. I said, annoyed? I mean, that's it? He goes, well, and then he said, I'm a little tinkled. I said, tinkled? What are you talking about, right? And he's going, so in the middle of all this, I thought for a moment, I couldn't help, but I said, you know what? I don't think I've ever seen you really angry. He said, I don't really get that angry. It's very rare. I said, well, what about, he had this deal with this IRS agent came to his house. He's a very wealthy guy, right? And the IRS agent, my guess was, you know, threatened by or upset by the level of wealth he had. And so he did some things that he eventually won. It took him 5 years to get his money back. He fought the IRS and won, which is pretty rare, right? But during those 5 years, it was brutal, you know, for anybody looking on the outside. It said, you're going to tell me you were annoyed with that? He goes, no, I was peeved. Peeved, right? And then I asked him something really interesting. I said, what do you believe about getting angry? And he goes, I believe if you get angry, the other guy wins.
You lose, yeah, 100%.
Right? And I'm like, I never thought of it that way.
Like a game of chess.
And this other guy believes if you don't get angry, when I get angry, I get powerful. And I thought, when I get angry, I get sharp, right? But I also thought, when I'm really happy, I get sharp. And it changed me. I started saying, okay, I call it transformational vocabulary because the words you attach to your experience, as I said, become your experience. My mother would call me one time, I'm old enough, you're probably not old enough, before we had cell phones, you know, we had these little recorder, 2 weeks, and I gave my staff the time off. They've been working their tail off. So my mom calls every day and leaves a message, doesn't get a call back, and when I called from England, the little beep thing wouldn't translate, so I didn't know it was on there, I didn't know I was upset. I come home, and there are 10 days worth of messages, and every single message she says, I am humiliated. This is humiliating. My son is not the president of the United States. It's the most humiliating experience of my life. And as I'm listening to this going, my mom is always humiliated. Do you know why? If there's a funnel of experience and it's painful, he's going annoyed, peeved. I'm going pissed off, and he's going, I'm gonna kill him, right? My mom always uses the word for anything uncomfortable for humiliated, so she's always humiliated. So like, I'm never depressed. I was so depressed when I got chased out of my house and I had no money in my back. I lived in this place of depression. And I remember reading this book by Claudine Bristol. It's called The Magic of Believing. And I read the book and it talked about how to condition your mind. And one of the things I did, I wrote on soap on the mirror, I wrote, you know, only a loser is depressed, which isn't true. You can be a winner and be depressed and feel that way. But I knew I wasn't a loser. That was my leverage.
Yeah.
And I literally took the word depression out of my vocabulary. I've never used it again. I felt down. I felt pissed off. I felt frustrated. I felt sad. I felt overwhelmed in moments. But I've never felt depressed. Because when I was depressed, I got to the point where I was questioning whether it's worth it all. You know what I mean? And so your words shape your psychology. And so a few word changes, as stupid as that sounds, as overly simplistic as that sounds, or people give metaphors. They'll say, "Oh man, I'm like, you know, like I'm at the end of my rope," and I'll go, "Well, set it down and come over here." What are you talking about? We hypnotize ourselves, you know. Or somebody will say, "Well, that person stabbed me in the back," and I'll walk up to them and I'll lean them behind their back. I said, "I don't see anything." And you know what I mean? No, I don't. Well, they betrayed me. Well, what did they do? And you dig in, they go, they told someone else something they said they wouldn't tell them. But the words escalated the emotion. And once they're there as a metaphor or as words, they control us. I invite every business person to notice this. I remember, you know, I decided to get a divorce when I was 39 years old. And I didn't want a divorce. I had 4 fathers. I was going to stay no matter what. Duty, all those things. That was the things that were going for me, right? And then I remember going to my friend Peter Guber, and I was like, you know, I don't know. I can't imagine doing this. And then I said, I'm going to give her more than half, and I want to take care of her, but we're the whole part of starting over again, you know, starting over. And he grabbed me by the arm and he goes, "I'm going to teach you what you've taught me for the last 10 years. He goes, "You are not starting over. That language is putting you in this place." He said, "You couldn't possibly start over." He said, "You could take everything from you. No one can take the man you become, the knowledge you have, the skill you have, the relationships you have, all those things. But starting over was my trance for being in pain. And when I stopped doing that, it's like, no, you know, I'm starting fresh." I know that sounds simplistic, but linguistics change how the brain functions. And so part of yours is some simple linguistics, but the other part is state. Because anabolic, Alex, I got to understand, look, he shows up, all we got to do. So all you got to do is saying, "It's time for anabolic, Alex, here." And then a moonshot that's going to wake you up and then get emotionally associated. Like if I just provided all this, when I first fed people, I would go there in a t-shirt and jeans, not so they acknowledged me, but so I could see and feel the impact, as opposed to I wrote a check or I did some good work or they did it. The more connected you are. And that once you get in the habit of that, like people say to me all the time, doesn't it get old? People come to you 10, 15 times a day and tell you, "You changed my life." No, it's one of the things I enjoy most besides my family. But it's because I've trained myself never to take it for granted. Right? Is that helpful at all?
Yes.
Okay.
From the
stay in anabolic, Alex, when you ask me. Do your best to ask me a question anabolic, because you go back to your brain. And so I'm happy you got a very smart brain. We can use him too. But let's try with anabolic, Alex, as you ask.
So in order to create the emotional connection, because that is like the thing that I probably have struggled the most from, but I think it's made me disproportionately successful from a business perspective because I can make good calls, right? But you know, I remember the first time I wrote $1 million check and then multiple $1 million checks to charities, and I was just like, okay, a couple $1 million more, that's about it. You know, like
because you're not emotionally associated anyway.
Zero. But like, you know, I did the tours at the school, and I was like, I'm glad that this all,
you haven't
helped.
found the thing. Just contribution for contribution is not what I'm talking about.
And this is where I wanted to get. So like, so my last little word of the ones, we covered most of them, was opportunity.
Yes.
And so I think the question that I have is, you have unlimited opportunities.
Yeah.
More opportunities than you can sink your teeth into.
Yeah.
How do you go through opportunity selection and balancing your kind of achievement brain outcomes and your philanthropic impact families outcomes?
I look at opportunities first, on a business perspective.
Do you think they got the name Anthropic from philanthropic?
Do I have passion for what it's about? Is it something
philanthropy
that I would do for free?
Interesting.
If I felt it was really successful, that it felt fulfilling, it felt alive, it felt it was worth doing. Right? Is there a mission behind it? Is it selling widgets? I have no interest, right? Second thing I look for is, who are the people? I want people I'm going to enjoy being with. Like, I would enjoy being with you in spite of this conversation sounding like I wouldn't, because I bring out more anabolic Alex. I bet your wife brings out more anabolic Alex, right? So I'm trying to make sure if I was doing business with you, I'd make sure this guy was present, right? But I look at the people and I look at their heart and soul, what's driving them, and I also look at their skill. because you need both, right? So if somebody's got a track record, someone's negotiating with me right now on a really large project, and if the project made no money, I would probably do the project as long as I organize it so I can have the kind of reward for my time and my energy, because the project has such reach, global reach, on a very deep level. I'm very connected to it, and this person's built a business and went to $2 billion, so they got a great track record. It's not me caring at all, but together 1 + 1 could equal 5, not 2. So a deal like that gets my attention because most of the money I make I give away at this stage of my life anyway, right? It's like there's, I'm not hurt for any capital.
Yeah.
I know there's no toy that I'm looking for, and it never drove me anyway. So for me, it's like, if it's got enough juice in it here, with the people I'm going to enjoy being with, and it's got enough juice in terms of the impact, and then it has track record of the person likely to help get there, so it isn't all my back. The two of us are adding some value together. It's about added value. Then I'm in. And it's like, let's rock this thing. Let's make it happen. Let's have some fun. See, mine is let's have some fun, not let's do the duty, right? That's like, I'm going to learn, we're going to grow, we're going to expand different things, we're going to touch lives, we're going to have these things. So those are my core criteria. And I'm not always right. But one thing I will tell you that I've done in business, because I've made some poor choices in the early days on business partners. Everybody's selling when you're going to business partnership, right? And it's like going on a date, So it's like you can get sold, and the question is not can they do the job? Will they do the job well long term? Is the right team fit? Like they're deeper questions. But I now, when I have so many business deals, the first thing I do early on, I just had this happen recently with somebody's. I own a large power plant, a 1.3 gigawatt power plant. I'm converting it to hydrogen. So it's in West Virginia.
Told me about this, yeah.
Yeah, so it's a great project. But I have some people involved that shouldn't have been involved, and so I had some new guys come on board. And what I do now is I go, they sold me. I was actually liking them. I felt the vision was great. They seemed to have the track record. Everything seemed lined up. And I said, look, what I always do in any new partnership is I have everybody check me out legally. I want you to check out everything online, hire a private detective you want, know everything about me, and you can ask me any question you want. But I want to do the same with you because that's how I know when I'm starting. Now, by the way, nothing I hear will I take as true because it's not true, but I'll bring it to you and we can discuss it. And then you and I can tell. Most people have you and I have large bullshit meters, right? We can tell when something's bullshit. Yeah. It's a perfect example. And this guy, we had a deal worth 10 figures plus, looked really good, ghosted us, ghosted us, because and then I uncovered 3 or 4 things he'd done that were not great. And I was like, I just saved myself 3 to 5 years of pain. So I do believe in the practical side, but I'm not even interested in going there unless I can first find these pieces and unless I believe already there. But I can get fooled, right? I'm not perfect, right?
So I have one last question for you,
Okay,
which is the most selfish of all my questions. So you're 36 years old. You have built businesses, and the skill set that you are most proud of is that you're good at helping business owners.
Yeah.
The only thing I feel emotional connection to is teaching young men how to provide for themselves and their families. That's the only thing that actually, because I know that pain.
Yes. So you're connected to it.
That's the only thing.
Makes sense.
And to me, I've built a lot of the business and all that stuff basically around that. But I still don't feel like that massive emotional drive. That being said, what would you have played differently from your 36-year-old self to current that you could kind of pass on to me? Basically, what can I change about my behavior to maximize my enjoyment and size of impact?
You have to make an enjoyment a priority, which you've not. You've always gotten your priorities, brother. You're an overachiever.
Yeah.
But there's 2 skills in life. There's the science of achievement, which you're unbelievably great at, and there's the art of fulfillment, which you're not so great at.
Horrendous.
By your description.
Yeah, agreed.
Right? By the way, notice the language difference. The science of achievement, it's a science. Like you and I both know, if you want to make money, there's a science to it, right? If you want to be fulfilled, though, that's as unique as every human being you're going to meet. And so you haven't found that piece. Now, you gave some clues along the way. Like, why am I so interested in feeding people? Because I'm such a good person? No, because I suffered, right? So I don't want other people to suffer. So I started out of that, but now it's not out of suffering, it's out of joy. You can get started out of the pain, passion does, but you don't have to stay in the pain, right? You've kind of stayed in the pain, even though you've gone past it. But what you just said is, a clue for me is that's the one place I can start to get closely associated to because I know what it takes to do that, and I know what it feels like to be able to take care of my family. I know the contrast, right? So I would take a look at that and expanding it, but I try to find a way to do it where I had a moonshot, something like right now you're not
moonshot
being,
of that.
What's that?
A moonshot of
exactly.
that. Yeah.
That's what I was saying to you earlier. I'm not saying you should go feed people or writing those checks. The problem is you wrote those checks to things you didn't give a shit about.
No,
right?
1,000. I mean, it's true.
So you felt poor, and then you probably felt bad about yourself for doing it.
I did.
I'm supposed to do good stuff, and why don't I feel good by doing good stuff? Because it's not your passion.
I feel like a piece of shit. I was like, I selfishly wrote these checks so that I would feel good, and now I don't even feel good, and now I'm just $2 million poorer. But I shouldn't feel bad about doing good. And then it was just the whole thing.
And by the way,
like, fuck it,
so question: head or heart was having that discussion?
Sure, head, of course, yeah.
So analytical. But by the way, as you're laughing about it now, who's in charge right now?
Yeah, anabolic. Yeah.
Right. That little shift, which sounds like nothing. I hope if nothing else you hear me say, you play with that just a little bit in your life and bring him to the table. But if you come up with a moonshot connected to that, like I'm making this a completely wrong thing. I'm gonna help 10 million young men who right now think they can't buy a home, they can't do it. Most young people here have been sold this bullshit bill of goods. Inflation's 3%, and you know, I'm gonna have 24 million to 4 million, and it's like that's the catastrophizing analytical side. That's assuming that you're not gonna have any growth in your assets. And also, when you're 86, which is when that would be 50 years from now, do you really think you're gonna spend the same money? What the hell are you gonna be buying? You already own multiple homes. You already have those. They've all grown in value. So most young people, they are not involved with free enterprise, as you know, and so that's why they want communism, because they've never been there. I was in USSR when I was 23 years old, and I took a train from Moscow to Siberia with a group of scientists I was brought because of my firewalking, things like that, by their government, and back. I spent 2 weeks there. It made me a capitalist, because every stop we did, there's the same thing in every city. There's a central place where the train stops, and we've been having caviar, and all these Russians are like wealthy on this plane. They're all supposed to be equal. And then you see people literally 3/4 of a mile around multiple times, maybe half a mile around, waiting in the freezing cold for half a loaf of bread and milk, right? It's bullshit. But kids today are thinking, oh, it means free bus, free childcare, free. They don't understand. There's no such thing as no free lunch. What life needs you to do is if you live in a free enterprise system and you're not an owner, you're going to be in pain. You know that. You've built businesses. I tell kids sometimes, I'm like, here's what you understand. If you put $300 aside while you're still living at home and you're 19, and you only invested and do it all in the S&P 500, you don't know anything about investing, and you stopped investing when you're 27, and you've only put $28,000 in, at 65 you got 1.8 million. God forbid if you keep investing, right? And all the numbers got bigger. You look at people today, they buy an iPhone, and they buy a new one every year. They've been going on since 2007. I looked it up just the other day. I actually made a chart to show a kid, and he was telling me about, you know, there's no way you can succeed. And I said, okay, you've had an iPhone since the beginning. There's been 19 years of iPhone. It's now, each been 20, I took up the exact dollar amount for each one, and what the stock was at the same day. If you would have bought the stock versus the iPhone, or just matched it. $22,000 you spend over time, which is gone. Or $326,000 you would have. And I'm saying 326 will change your life, but for somebody who has nothing, it sure as hell would, right? But the other part for it is helping people understand that it's like, if I get to be an owner, the whole game changes. Then inflation can be my friend. I don't have to live in this fear I can't have something. So you could bring that to kids, or whatever age. You could bring it up, but you could say, I got to come something, I'm going to take 10 million or a million or whatever would float your boat. And then when you see those kids and you see scale of that, and you see them taking care of their families, and you hear stories about that, I don't think it'll be old for you. Would you write the check?
Change in wealth I've ever experienced, because you go from $1 to 100,000, you get 100,000x, and you can't 100,000x 100,000 takes a lot longer than the one. And that.
And by the way, once you get the 100,000, your brain expands, right?
You see what's possible.
It keeps bigger.
And so I think it was because the first time that I was able to go out of survival, and I remember I looked at Layla and I said, we can fuck up for 3.5 years. That's what I was like. We can completely
You'd
screw
never
up.
been overhead at that time.
Exactly. 3.5 years. And she's like, yeah, this guy's a winner. Really, all 100 grand for the both of us for 3.5 years? Gee golly. You know, this is after she picks me up from jail for getting a DUI. You know what I mean? Just that's why she's my
oh,
one.
that's awesome.
But that moment, then all the other milestones after that was the one. And so I think because that one milestone is huge.
It changes your identity.
Yes, it does. It changes your whole viewpoint of the world. To your point about the capitalism, the capitalist system, is that that is a big enough change where you believe in capitalism.
That's right.
And I think that is a quantifiable goal that I am personally connected to that I would love to help deliver.
That's great. I love that. If I can help with it, count on me. I'm in to help you in any way I can there. I'll give you educational material. Anything that you want to add to it, you're welcome to add to. I'll give it for free. But that's exciting. And I love the way you did that. You went back to a moment where you knew what it was for you.
Yeah.
So that's where the passion comes from, right?
Yeah.
You know. And by the way, that wasn't pain.
Yeah.
That passion was an excitement that you felt.
Yeah.
So I know the word passion literally comes from pain. I know that too. But sometimes we get caught up on the original definition versus how we can live it, right? But I love this idea. If you did that, how many people, does it matter how many? But one person alone feels amazing when you do that, but is there a number that in your mind would say like, this would be like insanely fun, insanely great?
I think I would look at the generation. So it'd be like, how many men are in Gen Z?
Perfect.
And then it'd be like, that sounds like a good starting point.
But well, that's a lot of kids. What's the first target though? Because just like, it's like I do the billion, then I went to the 100 billion, right? You know? You want an unreasonable goal, but you need a timeline. So what would be our 36-month goal or 24-month goal? That would be unreasonable, but would get you up early and keep you up late.
Well, 100,000 at 100,000 billion is actually big. That sounds like a nice round.
Help 100,000 men
Get 100,000.
Get 100,000.
Yeah.
And feel the way you felt from that day.
Yeah.
That's nice. And then the second lesson you can teach them along the way is how to keep enjoying it, my friend.
Yeah. So, Tony, you have an event coming up. Do you want to tell everyone about it?
Yeah, it's called the Time to Rise Summit. It started when COVID happened, because I got the governor calling me in California saying, you know, the place you're going to put 15.
So I have a collection of these obscure Rockefeller biographies. Probably have like 10 of them. Many of them were published decades ago. But I just recently reread what I feel is the single best biography of Rockefeller. It's called John D., The Founding Fathers of the Rockefellers, written by David Freeman Hawke, and it was published all the way back in 1980. The reason I think this is the best biography of Rockefeller is because it has the most
What type is
concise
this
description of
app?
how he actually built
It's
Standard
an affiliate
Oil, which is
marketing
what
platform.
you and I are actually interested in. So I just recently reread it. I stripped away all the biographical details and made a list of about 100 different ideas that Rockefeller used to build what Charlie Munger said was the greatest company ever created. And so this episode is going to be really simple. I'm just going to run through these ideas with you. The first idea: to Rockefeller, business resembled a form of war. It was very natural for him to start a letter with the words, "I am in the midst of a hard battle today." He would transmit all of his messages in code, and he would cover his entire operations with secrecy. And when he was much older, he admitted this. He said, "It is all too true, but I wonder what general ever sends out a brass band in advance with orders to notify the enemy that on a certain day he will begin an attack." Rockefeller also had a very complicated relationship with his father, but there was a piece of advice that his father gave him that he followed for the rest of his life. His father told him, "Never mind the crowd. Keep away from it. Tend to your own business." Rockefeller was relentlessly focused on his business to the exclusion of all else. In fact, this is what Rockefeller said about this: "Do not many of us who fail to achieve big things fail because we lack concentration? The art of concentrating the mind on the thing to be done at the proper time and to the exclusion of everything else." From the very beginning of his career, Rockefeller was obsessed with numbers. He thought that numbers told the true story of a business. And he would go over every single number of his business. He actually did this. He had this habit before he started his own company. It says Rockefeller would inspect every line of every bill and admonish others who failed to do so. He refused to be taken advantage of. And something that reoccurs throughout his career is he had this really intense disrespect for sloppy business practices and sloppy businessmen. He also had extreme self-confidence from a very young age. There's actually a great story that illustrates this. So Cornelius Vanderbilt was 45 years older than Rockefeller. He's the richest person in America, and he wants to meet Rockefeller. And Rockefeller would only meet with Vanderbilt if Vanderbilt came to Cleveland and met Rockefeller inside of his office. And so this quote gives you insight into the self-confidence and the belief in himself that Rockefeller had in terms of he knew he was really good at business. He says, by the time I was a man, long before it, I had learned the underlying principles of business and the rules of business, as well as many men acquire them by the time they are 40. I needed no one to advise me about the nature of transactions, which I had been carrying on since childhood. Another very interesting thing that Rockefeller would apply to his business, he would speak in religious terms. Remember this for the end. This is very important. So he would not say, hey, we're going to enter into a contract. He says we would have a covenant. And he said fidelity to a contract, or what he calls a covenant, fidelity to a covenant was the sign of a real man. Rockefeller was methodical. He would move ahead slowly, cautiously. He would say little, and he would observe everything around him. All of those traits are going to repeat over and over again across decades. He was obsessed with neatness and orderliness. His first love in business was actually accounting and bookkeeping, which he learned as a teenager. And this is what he said about that. He said, it is fascinating to know at all times the resources and the liabilities, to keep an exact record of just how a business stood. Rockefeller had immense self-control. Many employees said that he never lost his temper, raised his voice, uttered a profane word, or acted discourteously. And some of these employees worked with Rockefeller across decades. Another trait that Rockefeller had is he actively sought out problems. The art of living, as he saw it, consisted of facing problems and solving them. This is what he said. It has been that way all my life. Find a problem, work at it, solve it as well as I can, put the administration of that problem in good hands, and then go on to the next one. And so Rockefeller was raised in the country. When he's a teenager, his dad takes him to the city, drops him off, and makes him fend for himself. So Rockefeller is going to be arguably the most successful founder of all time. And he starts in a city where he knows nobody. He has no contacts. And the first problem he has to solve is that I absolutely need to find a job to support myself. Now, the way he does this will give you an insight into how he approached building his business less than a decade later. This is what Rockefeller did. From the city directory, he drew up a list of firms that he considered suitable to work for. Each morning in his office, he started out and started canvassing the firms. He knew no one important in the city, had no letters of introduction. He would open and ask to see the man in charge. If denied that, he would speak to whoever would lend an ear. He continued his rounds until the offices closed for that day. He did this 6 days a week, week after week. After visiting every important firm in the city, he began the rounds again. He has this relentless persistence. It is slow, methodical, and it just wears you down. Another thing that he understood was really important is that he would leverage technology to create a product or service that could not exist before the invention of that technology. And so his first job was at this commission house. They sold commodities on commission called Hewlett and Tuttle. And what he notices about this business is that there couldn't have existed before the invention of two of the main technologies of that day, which is the railroad and the telegraph. Because the telegraph would give the commission merchant instant news of price changes in the wholesale market, and then the railroad would let him take advantage of the favorable swings in price by carrying his shipment swiftly to the buyer. The reason I bring that to your attention is because what Rockefeller learns there, he is going to use that exact same idea in his oil business to find the best times to buy and sell oil. You will see him embrace and leverage technology throughout his career. Another thing, Rockefeller thought and acted like an owner before he was an owner. He says, even when he's an employee, I scrutinized every bill. If it had a list of items, I went over each one. I verified it. I carefully added the totals. The bill had to be accurate in every detail before I okayed it to be paid. Rockefeller was so thorough and precise that people that worked with him called him strict. And that strictness that you see as a teenager lasted his entire career. Rockefeller wants to know the facts, and then he wants to he has this relentless dedication to improving every aspect of his company. In fact, The way that Rockefeller has this relentless dedication to improving every aspect of his company reminds me of my friend Kareem, who's the co-founder and CTO of Ramp. Kareem is one of the greatest technical minds working in finance today. I spend a lot of time talking to Kareem, and every single conversation that we have centers around his obsession with crafting a high-quality product and using the latest technology to constantly create better experiences for his customers. Like Rockefeller, Kareem believes that nothing is ever good enough and can always be improved. Kareem is running one of the most talented technical teams in finance, and they use rapid, relentless iteration to make their product better every day. So far this year, Ramp has shipped over 300 new features. Ramp is completely committed to using AI to make a better experience for their customers and automate as much of your business's finances as possible.
This is
They are
marketing?
always seeking constant improvement. In
This
fact,
an
you
ad
heard
right here?
Rockefeller do this many times today. Many of the fastest growing and most innovative companies in the world are running their business on Ramp. Issue of effort. They just
Trying to
collect
fucking sell
more
me something?
information. They know more about what they're doing. So it says that fascination with business that can only be called a passion held him to the office. Figures in the ledgers were to him like words to a poet. The yearly account books resembled volumes of history, is what he said. I used to go over the old books. Essentially, he's reading the history of the firm, and soon he knew more about the firm than the founders did. And over time, he knew more about the commission business, past and present, than anyone else in Cleveland. Another belief that Rockefeller would use throughout his entire career, and one that he learned when he was still a teenager, was that all is not how it seems on the outside. You see this idea in life stories all the time, that the sequence that experiences happen in is really important. There is no Standard Oil monopoly without this happening. Since they are shipping commodities all over the country, this is before he gets into the oil business, obviously, he has to study the business of transportation. The business of transportation is going to be his main edge in building Standard Oil. This is what he said at this time. My eyes were open to the business of transportation. A large part of Rockefeller's time went to dealing with freight agents and boat captains. He learned how to negotiate with them. He saw that posted rates, what they were saying publicly, that they say were fixed, were not fixed, and they could all be negotiated. All was not as it seemed on the outside. A favored shipper at the end of the month would receive a rebate on that rate, the public rate, that could amount to a substantial sum. That is exactly what he does when he's shipping oil with the railroads. When he leaves and goes out and starts his own commodity house, he realizes he picked the wrong partner. And one thing that he's going to learn from this experience and then never do again is he will refuse to partner with people who had modest goals. His first partner was too easily satisfied when Rockefeller was after something big from day one. And so one of the most important things that Rockefeller ever got good at was borrowing money. He borrowed as much money as he could at the beginning of his career. In fact, his partner called Rockefeller, quote, the greatest borrower I ever saw. This was such an important part of his life story. There's an entire chapter in the book called The Greatest Borrower I Ever Saw. And the reason this happens is very interesting. He starts learning how to borrow because he just started his own commission house. There is a bunch of other commission houses. So he's like, how do I have an edge over my competitors? And one edge that he discovered is, hey, I will front you the money in advance on the produce that you're growing or shipping. He essentially is inventing commodity loans before they existed. He cannot front money he does not have, so therefore he must learn how to be a good borrower. Now, the way he borrows is the way he does everything. Rockefeller was a familiar face at all Cleveland banks. The visits were not always pleasant. They often turned down his requests for money. What if the president of a bank refused to make me a loan? That was nothing. Obviously, it's a direct quote from Rockefeller here. What if the president of a bank refused to make me a loan? That was nothing. He might lecture me on the folly of making a loan for the purpose for which I was seeking it. That made no difference to me. That simply meant that I must look elsewhere until I got what I wanted. This is one of my favorite sentences in the entire book. That persistence, always low-keyed but relentless. Rockefeller would focus in on the highest priority. So when he gets into the oil refining business, it has no barriers to entry. Costs about $1,000 to start a refinery and only requires a few people to run it. And one thing that he notices is like, wait, the transportation is our largest expense. At this time, this is nuts. It costs more to ship a barrel of oil than to refine it. So if transportation is your highest priority, that means the location of your refinery is key. The site that he chose for his refinery was genius. He selected a location that was next to both the railroad and on the banks of a river. Why? That means he could ship by rail or boat. Shipping by water was 50% cheaper than shipping by rail. And so something that jumps off the pages is, hey, transportation is our top priority. If something is your top priority, you should spend the majority of your time thinking about how to develop an edge there. This is so important. I have another obscure biography of Rockefeller. The title of that biography is Rockefeller's Secret Weapon. It's an entire book about this rebates on transportation and Rockefeller's obsession with it. So that idea, focus in on the highest priority. Spend the majority of your time thinking about how to develop an edge there. From the very beginning, Rockefeller is obsessed with control. He wants to control as much of his business as possible. He has a single refinery at this time, and he opens a workshop in the refinery and starts making his own barrels. So he does not have to rely on other people. He continues to study the business. This goes back to the maxim that the good ones know more, and he keeps borrowing like hell. He's like, I will not survive if I'm a single refinery. And so his idea is like, I'm going to borrow like hell to get big fast. This is going to start a war between him and his current partners. This is one of the best things that ever happened to Rockefeller. And so his partner comes to him and says, we've been taking too many loans in order to extend this oil business. Rockefeller replies, we should borrow whenever we can safely and extend the business by doing so. His partner replies, if that's the way you want to do business, we better dissolve and let you run your own affairs to suit yourself. Rockefeller replies, we have an opportunity now to expand. It may not last long. And Rockefeller's response to this tells you a lot about him. So he's going to force a breakup from these small-minded partners, and he does this in secret. He does everything in secret. In fact, there's a great line from one of his other biographies that says, secrecy shrouded all of his operations. So there's actually a book called Conspiracy. It's written by Ryan Holiday, and he's got this great description in that book about this story in Rockefeller's career. I'm going to read from that book now. It says, there's a story about a young John D. Rockefeller who found himself stuck with bullying, corrupt business partners. He wants to break with them, but he can't because they control the votes. They are squeezing his business. They abuse him. They talk about forcing him out. What is he to do? Quietly, Rockefeller lines up financing from another oil man and waits. There's a confrontation. One of them tries to threaten him. You really want to break this up? Yes. He calls their bluff. They go along knowing that the firm's assets will have to go to auction. They're sure they'll win. Rockefeller doesn't have that kind of money. He bids, they bid. He bids, they bid. Rockefeller wins the auction. A few weeks later, the newspapers announce his new partnership, revealing who had backed his bid. And the news that Rockefeller is, at 25 years old, an owner of one of the largest refineries in the world. On that day, his partners, and here's a quote from Rockefeller, woke up and saw for the first time that my mind had not been idle while they were talking so big and loud. They were shocked. They'd seen their empire dismantled and taken from them by a young man they had dismissed. Rockefeller had wanted it more. And of course, Rockefeller learns from every single experience he has. So Rockefeller will find the right partners. And this is what he said about this time in his life. How fortunate that I bought out all those men. I point to that day when I separated myself from them as the beginning of the success that I have made in my life. Another surprising attribute that he had that was essential to his success and work was the fact that he was quietly charismatic and he was able to get people to come around to his side. Rockefeller could charm birds out of a tree. This is how it's described in the book. He trapped the prey before it knew the seduction had begun. And Rockefeller knew that he had this skill. This is how he describes it, and he describes it in story form. I dreamt that I was sitting on a lawn, and I was told that a ruffian wanted to see me, and they all advised me not to see him, that he meant no good. And I said, I'll see him. And he appeared, and I said to him nicely, sweetly, sit down. And he sat down next to me, and I talked to him nicely and quietly. Well, I talked to him, and I won him over, and he departed all good. And part of this is the fact that Rockefeller cultivated an unaggressive exterior. People that worked with him for decades described him in a very similar way. They said he was patient, gracious. He never said an unkind word. He always was the same in his manner, and he treated everyone the same regardless of their status. Now, this is the important part. This was a mask. This goes back to his incredible self-control. This is excellent writing describing the mask of Rockefeller. Behind that placid exterior lay traits he tried hard to hide. He exuded self-confidence, but his wife knew of the numberless nights he spent worrying about the future. Publicly, he never said an unkind word about anyone. Privately, he delivered lethal judgments about all his business associates. The outwardly modest man carried an enormous ego. To the press, he always used we when talking of his company's success. But in private, I often came forth. It was as if, as a youngster, he had willed himself to give the world a face not necessarily his own. A face not necessarily his own. That is a mask. And again, the fact that it so rarely slipped throughout his multi-decade career speaks to this enormous self-control that he had. Another thing, unbelievable trust in his own judgment. It says older men were constantly telling him how to run his business and criticizing his decision. He moved forward with what his partners called a hide like a rhinoceros. He wanted to collect information and never give any information. He sat quiet in meetings. He encouraged his partners to, quote, let the other fellow talk. Rockefeller collected more information than anybody else. He studied all sides of the oil industry. He traveled to the oil regions and got to know the business from that end. He talked to producers, the men who drew oil from the ground, to the people that carried the crude from the wells to the railhead, to jobbers who bought the crude, to railroad men who shipped it to refiners. He went to New York, Philadelphia, and Pittsburgh to meet his competitors and to study their operations. This is an excellent description of Rockefeller. Rational, thoughtful, systematic, committed, and diligent. He also cultivated an intense curiosity, a spirit of calculation, and an attention to opportunity. That might be the most important phrase in that entire sentence, an attention to opportunity. His competitors were amateurs by comparison, and he saw them for what they were. This goes back to his lifelong trait that he saw problems as opportunities. So there's two problems that are preoccupying him. How can Cleveland overcome its disadvantage as a refining center relative to the other geographic oil regions? And number two, how could Rockefeller and Andrews, which is the company he's going to build before Standard Oil, which is going to turn into Standard Oil, surpass its competitors in Cleveland? And it says, his travels revealed no easy answers. Refining was still such a relatively simple operation that even the most efficient operator could gain only a slight advantage over competitors. Because their shipments were still too small to use as a bargaining lever against the railroads, they had little control over transportation costs, which was their biggest expense. Other refiners, this is so key here, other refiners complained about these restrictions, but they accepted them as facts to live with. Rockefeller refused to do so. There's a great line in his biography, Titan, that says he was not one to persist in a flawed situation. Rockefeller had worked out a strategy that would carry his company to success. The surest way to raise profits was to increase the volume of production. To that end, he borrowed more money and started building another refinery. All of these problems that he is seeing, which he realizes once solved, they will open up extreme economic opportunities to whoever can solve them. And so he starts doing things that his competitors don't. So he's like, okay, we need to find a way to control the prices of our raw materials. They are refining crude oil. How can we get an advantage on how much we spend on crude oil? So he hires a guy named John Andrews and sends him to Oil City and gives him one objective, a single objective. You are to oversee our purchases of crude. This is important because the cost of crude fluctuated wildly. There's extreme volatility in their business. And so it says Rockefeller regarded its timely purchase, buy as the price was bottoming out, and buy in large lots as a central element in his strategy. He gave Andrews little discretion in this business. Rockefeller says that Andrews' job was mainly, quote, to keep me posted here on the crude market each day as frequently as there's any change. The bulk of Rockefeller's borrowing in the early days went to buy crude. When the price dropped, he would make massive purchases. These purchases were so large, they made everyone else around him nervous. This is what Rockefeller said. We must try and not lose our nerve when the market gets to the bottom, as some people almost always do. We will surely make a great mistake if we do not buy. Every single element of his strategy is bold and it is daring. The next phase of Rockefeller's strategy was equally daring. Other refiners were satisfied to let wholesalers handle their export business. Rockefeller was not. So then he hires, this is his brother, sends him to New York. You're going to open an office and we are going to be our own wholesaler. Why? Because Rockefeller was studying the business. The good ones know more. And this is what he discovered. Statistics showing a sudden change in the distribution of refined oil prompted Rockefeller's action. In the previous year, less than half of all refined oil had been sold abroad. But in 1866, exports jumped to about 70% of the total output. Other refiners spotted the shift in the market, but only Rockefeller acted on it at once. You and I have already talked about the fact that Rockefeller would not allow himself to have partners that he thought were second rate, that he thought were too satisfied already. So he goes and recruits, which is going to be his most formidable partner, this guy named Henry Flagler. And so not only is Flagler as talented as Rockefeller, he also brings contacts and money into the business. Flagler brought in not only himself, but money from this guy named Stephen Harkness. Stephen Harkness had made a fortune previously in whiskey. Harkness joins as a silent, inactive partner. He's an older, wiser, richer businessman, so Rockefeller would consult with him on many of Rockefeller's largest decisions. And if you think about everything that I just described to you, what is he doing? What is Rockefeller doing at this time? Okay, he's increasing our refining output. We're buying large amounts of oil at opportune times. We're eliminating middlemen at every opportunity, and we're hiring A players. And so once Flagler's inside of the company, what does he do? Rockefeller gives Flagler one job. You see how he keeps doing this over and over again? You are going to focus on your top priority. What does he want Flagler to focus on? Concentrate fully on our highest priority, transportation. Flagler had a single objective: control as much as possible the costs of transportation. Rockefeller has a true partner. Theirs was a true partnership. This is what Rockefeller wrote about Flagler decades later in his autobiography. For years and years, this early partner and I worked shoulder to shoulder. Our desks were in the same room. We both lived on the same street. We met and walked to the office together. We would walk home for lunch. And then we'd walk back after lunch to the office and home again at night. On these walks, when we were away from the office interruptions, we did our thinking, talking, and planning together. Flagler was Rockefeller's alter ego. This is another person obsessed with being the very best. Very different from the amateurs that they were competing against. This is what Rockefeller wrote about this. Another thing about Flagler, for which I think he deserves great credit, was that in the early days, he insisted that when a refinery was to be put up, it should be different from the flimsy shacks, which it was then custom to build. Everyone was so afraid that the oil would disappear and that the money expended into buildings would be a loss that the meanest and cheapest buildings were erected for use as refineries. This was the sort of thing Flagler objected to. While he had to admit that it was possible the oil supply might fail and that the risks of the trade were great, he always believed that if we went into the oil business at all, we should do the work as well as we knew how, that we should have the very best facilities, that everything should be solid and substantial, and that nothing should be left undone to produce the finest results. And Flagler followed his convictions of building as though the trade was going to last, and his courage in acting on his beliefs laid strong foundations for later years. Flagler was also just as bold and just as aggressive, and he wanted to win. One of my favorite things about Flagler is the fact that he kept a sign on his desk that said, "Do unto others as they would do unto you, and do it first." So the basic team that's going to shape the company's growth for the next few decades has already been formed. This is when they organize into an actual corporation so they can issue stock. And Rockefeller is the one leading the strategy. He had one other element, the final element in Rockefeller's strategy.
The homeless man rested with his dog outside.
Dividends among the 5 stockholders. Fortress of cash.
The homeless man rested with his dog outside.
Always moved into battle backed by abundant cash. Whether riding out downturns or coasting on booms, he kept plentiful reserves and won many bidding contests simply because his war chest was deeper. That is unbelievably important. Before we move on, I want to tell you about 2 tools that can make your war chest deeper. The first one is Vanta. Vanta's value prop is very clear. Vanta helps your company prove that you're secure, so more chest deeper. Highly volatile market. And so when the market for his product is temporarily depressed, Rockefeller would look for other sources of income. And one thing that you see a lot in these stories is the fact that they take a lot more risk earlier in their career, even if they tell a different story later on. Rockefeller took a hell of a lot of risk early in his career. He took less, obviously, later on. So even though later on Rockefeller would say that he despised speculators, early in his career, he speculated in oil futures. And he may have not survived if he didn't do this. And speculating in oil futures is a very tricky business, and it was so important to him that he actually moved to New York to focus on it during a downturn. He did this for 2 years. This is 1867 and 1868. The reason I'm telling you those years is because in 1868, one of the largest oil future speculators blew up and took down several other houses with it. Rockefeller took that as a warning and stopped speculating. Another important way that he worked is he was constantly looking for points of leverage. So even as Standard Oil is getting bigger, it's still not a monopoly yet. But they are spending an inordinate amount of their time trying to pry the largest possible rebates from railroads. So when they think about who to target for the largest possible rebates, they concentrate on the Erie Railroad. Why? Because it was one of the smaller railroads at the time and therefore more hungry for traffic. This deal that Rockefeller is going to work out with Jay Gould, who controls the Erie at the time, is going to be a magnificent source of hidden profits. Looking for points of leverage and finding hidden sources of profits is something he's going to do over and over again. And the reason it's so important to go over all these back to back is because what you notice when you study Rockefeller is he's going to stack one advantage on top of another. So remember earlier the fact that he said, yeah, I'm going to borrow heavily so I can invest in growth. Then he would use his size to get an advantage on transportation costs over his smaller competitors. And he knew he could do that because remember when he was working on the commission house, he noticed, hey, posted rates of transportation, all is not as it appears on the outside. So he starts doing this deal with Jay Gould, who controls the railroad. Jay's interests happen to temporarily align with Rockefeller. Why? Because he wants to tie the largest Cleveland refiners to the Erie Railroad to get the traffic he needs, because as his traffic increases, that allows him to manipulate the stock, which is what Jay Gould actually wants to do. He's not trying to build for the long term. And the reason I say this is Rockefeller stacking one advantage on top of another and how everything works together, Jay Gould only invited the three biggest refiners into this hidden source of profits, where he's going to offer rebates on all traffic sent over the railroad. And so if Rockefeller didn't borrow heavily to invest in growth, if he didn't focus on transportation, if he didn't do all the things that you and I have been discussing, he wouldn't have been offered this opportunity. This changes his career. And so here's an example of one of the rebates. So let's say the posted rate on the Erie is 60 cents a barrel. Rockefeller and the other two largest refiners would get a rebate back for 10 cents on every barrel they ship. Later on, Rockefeller is going to maneuver himself into such a dominant position that he would get a rebate for any barrel of oil he shipped over the railroad and a rebate for any of his competitors shipped as well. Those profits are going to be enormous in the future. Even at this time, they're huge. Remember, we're in the 1860s. So these rebates are adding $50,000 a year in profit each year at a time when most other refiners couldn't even break even. Most of them were losing money. So at this point, Rockefeller has built this virtuous flywheel and he's just pushing it. We're going to raise more money to increase production. We're going to use increased production to get better rates on transportation and other refiners. We're going to use increased profits to buy competitors. And we're going to continue to find secret sources of income. And here's one example of a secret source of income. So after getting these better rates, Rockefeller would go around to other refiners, his competitors, and say, hey, you should send your oil through me and I'll give you a better rate per barrel than you can get on your own. So now they're making money on every barrel their competitors ship to. So at this time, let me give you an example. Rockefeller's company is refining about 1,500 barrels a day, but they're shipping 4,200 barrels a day. Rockefeller didn't stop there. He believed in developing a network of secret allies. Rockefeller would use his cap table as a weapon. He would give prominent Cleveland bankers the opportunity to buy Standard Oil stock cheaply. He wanted it to make it in their interest to loan to Standard Oil and, more importantly, to not loan to Standard Oil's competitors. Rockefeller knew the power of relationships, the fact that relationships around the world, that relationships drive everything. So he's constantly trying to press his advantage in that department. He would buy companies of other well-connected people.
Oh my God, from
so
40.
Their connections would become his
it's no, it was
one guy that he does this with,
145, brother.
Oliver Payne.
It was 145 MRR.
$400,000 and to give him a position in Standard Oil.
I am not regretting following through. Thank you, man. I appreciate that, but I just changed it from MRR to ARR.
Family in Cleveland, and Payne's
So I just multiplied.
helped attract more money into Standard Oil. So now Rockefeller set himself up into a perfect position to take a bold and daring action. His idea is you need to take out your competitors early, you need to add their size to yours, and then use your size to stack more advantages on top of each other. This is the Cleveland Massacre. In 4 weeks, Rockefeller bought 23 companies. Historians later dubbed this swift and astonishing campaign the Cleveland Massacre. Rockefeller saw it otherwise. This is his description of it. This procedure was without precedent. It goes back to the fact that he's an independent thinker. He's comfortable trusting his own judgment. We find here the strongest and most prosperous concern in the business. He's describing himself. He's saying, my company is the strongest, it is the best, which had made, and he's talking about his company, which had made money in each year of its existence, turning to its less fortunate competitors,
Hey,
these amateurs.
thank you, man. I
who
appreciate that, bro.
it well knew had been losing money. Again, this is the way Rockefeller did this. You start at the top. Focus on your fiercest competitor. Rockefeller made a list of the top refiners. He started at the top and worked his way down the list. By the time
someone's
he was
pocket.
halfway down the list, the rest had no choice but to sell
Appreciate that,
out.
man. Thank you, bro.
Going
Thank you
back
for
to
the
having
support,
secret
barely
allies and using his
functional
capital as a
engineer.
weapon. Some tried to hold on and figured they could survive by expanding. But when they went to the banks to borrow money to expand, they found all of the bankers were already in Rockefeller's pocket. The note I left myself when I read this part is the best description of Rockefeller: ruthless efficiency and hyper competence. What's amazing to me is he would offer to buy you out. Of these 23 people, he would offer stock or cash. You choose. Only 5 took the stock. And something he would repeat over and over again: do not sell your stock. You keep it at all costs. Rockefeller said, sell everything you've got, even the shirt on your back, but hold on to that stock. What's crazy is Rockefeller's wealth grows more in retirement than it did when he was active. And it did this because he never sold his stock. And instead, this is this quote about this: let it feed upon itself. I think something like between the years of like 1905 and 1915, by literally doing nothing, his net worth increases by $100 million. It's $100 million in 1910 dollars. Just let it feed upon itself. Another tactic of how he worked: the secret ally and the hidden company. So Rockefeller would find these highly profitable but smaller companies that would usually have a lot of success because they carved out a niche in the oil industry. So one example is a refinery that specialized in canned oil for export to Europe. Rockefeller would buy the companies, but he'd have them operate as if nothing had changed. They'd keep the same name. No connection to Standard would ever be revealed publicly. The hidden company was a technique that Standard would use to build its empire. The secret ownership of other companies was so well preserved that often a refiner that was enraged by Standard's ruthless tactics would refuse its offer to buy him out and sell instead to a local competitor, unaware that he had in fact sold out to Standard Oil. Rockefeller would identify what his most valuable asset was, and he would not diversify. Said this over and over again. Rockefeller believed his Standard stock to be the most valuable thing to own, and he always bought more of it. The reason I'm bringing this up again: he would do this even during drastic downturns. When there was a boycott organized by companies taking crude out of the ground against Rockefeller, they essentially shut off his supplies to his raw materials. This goes on for several months. It's so drastic. It takes Standard Oil's employee count from 1,200 all the way down to 70. And so several of Rockefeller's partners inside of Standard Oil panicked and offered to sell their stock to him. And so in one case, Rockefeller told one of his partners, "You're a member of the Standard Oil Company. You should wait." His partner waited until after lunch and then asked Rockefeller again to buy his stock, so Rockefeller wrote the check. Rockefeller again would use this idea over and over again. You should build a network of secret allies and identify markets full of second-rate talent. So Rockefeller organizes this loose confederation of competing refiners called the National Refiners Association. This is one of my favorite ideas that he ever has done. So the goal was very simple. We're going to operate out in the open. It's not going to be secret. We're going to join together in this loose confederation. We're going to buy crude as a group, and we're going to negotiate transportation with the railroads as a group too. This is before he's a monopoly. In fact, the information he gets from this association helps him become a monopoly. And so Rockefeller's actually chosen to be the head of the association. That's really important because then he gets to know every single business. He has to see their books. He's the one allotting the quotas. And what was interesting about this is he expected this association to fail from the very beginning. Why? Because his industry was full of second-rate talent. He said that this association was in large part made up of, quote, men untrained in business matters, many of whom came from a great variety of occupations not well calculated to prepare them to meet the demands of high-grade progressive businessmen and competition. It was apparent that these men would not keep their covenants. There's that word again. Remember, Rockefeller calls contracts covenants. He said fidelity to a contract, fidelity to a covenant was a sign of a real man. He's saying these are not real men. It was apparent that these men would not keep their covenants. They would observe a covenant as long as it worked to their advantage, but would flinch and back away when the carrying out of the covenant seemed temporarily to their disadvantage. So Rockefeller says, I'm going to use this this refiners association, for my purpose. As president, he came to know the inside of every member's operation. He became acquainted with every leader in his industry. He now knows, hey, this guy, because he sees their books and their operating costs and how much they're refining and how much they need to ship. He's like, oh, this guy's a serious competitor. He's a competent operator. Therefore, I'm going to find a way to buy him out and make him a partner in Standard Oil. This other guy, he's already dead and he doesn't even know it. I'll make him sweat and then I'll eventually eliminate him from the board. It's one of the most important ideas in the book. It's so crazy. Now, for the competent people, he understood that he could not force them to cooperate, that you have to align your interests. And so this is how he aligns the interests, and he would transform competitors into collaborators. This is what Rockefeller said. In all the history of the world, men have not made a success of a concern into which they were forced or driven. You cannot have a winning cooperation except by willing partners. And so he explains how he approached those he wanted in his company. We say to these men, let us look at the facts together. We think it is to your interests and to ours to work together. Do not be in a hurry. Think it over. Take your time. He would open his books to them. Those who looked over his books came away astonished at the high profits in hard times.
Speed inciting our way through stuff about how hard life is. The Queen of England died 18 months ago. She ruled an entire nation and accumulated more wealth than 99.9% of humans. And yet, you haven't thought about her, except for right now. No matter how big your dreams, you're going to die. Everyone will move on. Do what you want. It sucks to not be liked, but it sucks more to not be yourself.
Yeah, it's really interesting when we think about what tactically happens when someone dies, right? Like a lot of emotion exists in the vague, but far less in the specific, because you plan your funeral, right? And then you think that everyone's going to be standing there just forever changed because of the death and the impact that you had on their lives. But the reality is there's going to be a caterer at the funeral. Some people are going to like the food. Some people are going to comment that it was too cheap, the food that you had. They're going to have comment on the venue, like, oh, I don't really, it's a little hot. There's going to be somebody who's going to make a list of people and they're going to check them off. Some people aren't going to be able to make it last minute because things came up and it got busy. And after the whole funeral's over, everyone's going to go to a restaurant and just eat dinner and then move on with their lives. And so not to say that, the people who, mean a lot to you won't remember you to a degree, sure. But on the macro scale, when I think about somebody like the Queen who accomplished so much in her life as the zenith of, accomplishment, and most people probably haven't even thought about her today, except for the fact that we just brought it up.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that just whenever I have my harder times, that's my like reminder to self of the absurdity of it all, which is like someone's gonna argue over what appetizer they're gonna serve when I die.
Yo, what's up
This
now?
probably doesn't
Hey,
matter
bro,
that
fell
much.
asleep
How
unexpectedly.
does that change the way that you
It's
show
all
up
good,
and
man.
operate in the moment?
It's all good,
I
brother.
think it just decreases affect in the acute moment. So
It's
I
all good,
define
chief.
resiliency as the amount of time after an aversive stimulus, after a bad thing happens,
I
that you
tried
return
joining
back to
the
baseline
affiliate
behavior.
program, but there's no option
And
for my
so,
country. Is there an update
and
coming?
then there's the different
What
one, which is
country,
how long
brother?
is your fuse, which is
Because
toughness,
it's
and
through
that's a whole different
Stripe,
thing, right?
Parth.
But resiliency is like, okay, I've been cracked. I've hit
What
the fuse,
what
the bomb's
country are you
gone off.
from?
What the size of the bomb is irrelevant. Like you could be super resilient, have a terrible day, your father dies, and the next day you're back. People are like, holy shit. It's like you
Didn't
go to the
see
depths
it.
of hell, you touch the bottom
Oh,
of
it
the
was
pool,
just
and then you shoot back up.
I just
And so
multiplied
I think
by
about how
12.
many different tools can I have in my tool set
145
to
times 12.
make the rebound from down to back up as V-shaped as
Yeah.
possible.
What are those tools for you?
It was just I'm from Nepal.
Cosmic
Let me
irrelevance
check.
is probably the biggest one when I think about because it's so fast, I feel like I do it almost automatically now, which is like, okay, I want a planet spinning around a sun inside of a galaxy, inside of a universe that will never reach the end of because it's expanding faster than the speed of light. Okay, the fact that there was a mistake in my book printing, no one's gonna care. No one. It just doesn't matter, right?
It's all good, bro.
So that's one of them.
Good morning,
Another one's
brother.
the frame of the veteran, which I use a lot, which is if this inconvenience happened 1,000 times in a row, on the 1,000th time, what would I think about it? Well, I'd probably be like, well, this is just how life is. And then if I could feel that way on the 1,000th time, then it means that I can feel that way on the first time right now, because it's just choice, because the actual circumstance is the same. Those are probably like my two most prevalent, or, the ones that I like, my default
not
ones
right
that
now, bro.
they're in my back pocket.
There's a cool
I
insight
use-
that the
I
more
use
you
Stripe.
complain, the less accurate your model of reality.
Parth.
So complaining is you saying,
So this is what-
the world isn't delivering to me that which I anticipated or expected or desired from it, which is also you saying, I don't understand how the world works until it comes and meets me in reality.
God, I haven't heard it phrased that way.
It
and
sounds
I
good,
really
bro.
like it.
Sounds good.
I think
Yeah,
about,
as soon as they add it to Stripe, I will add
the
it right away,
hate,
bro.
that we all get, whether it's from ourselves or other people, or the hate that we spew towards the external conditions, is simply boiled down to this person lives their life in a way that I would not prefer. And so I have translated every single negative comment that comes to me, where someone complains about me, so flipping the script, to Alex lives his life in a way that I would not prefer. And so it's actually been this very weird, like, oh, they said all this stuff. And I was like, does that mean I live my life in a way they wouldn't prefer? Great, because they live their life in a way that I wouldn't prefer. And that's why it's their life and I live my life. And it's just been this really wonderful reframe that like, just almost comically completely minimizes most things. But I think that complaints come down to that. The universe exists in a way that I would not prefer.
And I just want to say,
it's like,
why are you not bending to my will?
Yeah. And so I think
also thank you to like your
I can't remember the psychologist. I'm gonna butcher it, but one of the big guys talked. I want to say Kinsey, but I don't want to mess it up.
Yo, what's up with y'all boys, man? Y'all boys seen that Wakanda? That shit go hard on
primary
God.
things that everyone casts all their pain and suffering into, which is you have circumstances, you have other people, and then you have self, and that's it. Those are the three big ones that everyone puts all of their blame on. And so the first two obviously don't serve you. The third sometimes serves you depending on what you do as a result. And so that actually, those big three has just been a really easy filter. It's like, oh, am I blaming circumstances? Am I blaming other people? And obviously you want to skip to you because that's the only thing you can do anything about.
The idea that all of the things that you're working
Since
toward,
it's
all
a
of the dreams,
reaction
all of those
thingy.
things are going to stop. There is going to be a day
Have you heard
when
of
you no longer answer.
Gorka Battalion, bro? They're from my country. Since it's a reaction thingy you're doing right now. Oh, I'm just listening. I'm watching. I mean, I'm working on my other monitor, but I've never heard of the Gorka Battalion. What is that?
Your emails. Like, I think about this. I think about how many, even now, right? Emails.
Oh, Parth, how'd you find out about affiliate? Oh, was it through the apps or was it through here? Through
It's not
YouTube?
been around for that long, widespread, what, maybe 25 years, something like that. Most people have had an email address, maybe 20 years. All of the people that have died between then and now, they just have email
Have
inboxes.
you ever had a dream
just accumulating stuff from,
that you
lots of newsletters, lots of
Have you ever had a
online
dream
retailers. But
that-
there will also be
that
people
you,
expecting
you
a
had-
reply.
Right.
And saying, why hasn't this guy replied to me?
You
It's like
want-
he's dead.
Indy. But you see, I thought I would
There's,
oh my!
Just thinking. And also thinking about my
Y'all know, hold on, wait, y'all know, y'all giggity.
Life.
Alright, what do you like?
And it gets really tricky when you think about food intelligence.
Like what? Alright, so alright, so like if alright, so if you alright, so if you okay, alright, so
I will actually never be sharper than I am today for the rest of my life. Okay. And the idea that there will be young people who will replace me because humans are all replaceable, we have proven that. And so when I think about that, it decreases the
Hyphonics did
stakes
hire a midget. Things
of
can
these
definitely get crazy, but
huge dreams that if I don't accomplish them, I will be upset or else. And so it's like we have these big or else's, like we want to threaten the universe, like I can't stand it if this does not occur. It's like, and the universe remains unchanged and the universe is undefeated.
Correct. Well, that's why I was my Twitter bio for a long time was locally reversing entropy.
I remember that. Yeah.
And I just love that idea that you have the entire universe, this force entropy, which is going to inevitably destroy everything.
Yeah.
Not just everything you care about, everything that could have created anything that anything could have cared about. And it's going to destroy it.
Yeah.
But for a brief period of time, you know, a few decades, you locally stop the most powerful force in the universe. I think that's so fucking cool.
I don't know if you saw this, but Bezos has this one page that was just brilliant. And he basically paraphrases Richard Dawkins talking about how over time, all organisms revert to their environment. Literally, like the temperature of your body once you die eventually just normalizes with the environment. The acidity of what's going on, like inside of your body, normalizes. And then eventually, like, you become one with your environment. And so it's the exact same concept. And so Bezos was talking about that quote, which was about biology. But he said, this is, you know, originally about biology, but so much more so about the way that we want to live, which is that everything around you will try and force you to dilute yourself. It will force you to try and merge in, fit in with your surroundings. And he said, like, this force is natural and it's inevitable, and yet we have to fight it. And the fact that it's hard does not make it less worth it. And I thought that was like, it was just, I mean, I reposted it because I thought it was so elegant.
It's like a cosmic regression to the mean.
Yeah, it's exactly that. That's exactly what it is. And yeah, so I think if we all know that we're going to, the regression to the mean is inevitable. Like, and like, again, I think about these things that are, I want to say, I don't know if humiliating is the word, but like humility inducing. But like the idea that I'll die and then like worms will eat my body. Just like a very simple thing like that. Or if I die, like I was like, what if I just died by an animal? Like sometimes I think about that and I'm like, I would just be its lunch. Like everything that I've done up to this point, it's like my arm will feed its child, and
You know what
like
I'm
my
saying?
thigh
But
will
this a-
feed
this a
it,
learn-
and then
we
like
learn-
they'll leave
this a
some of it
learn
for
it-
the
we
kid.
learn
Good
it in
meal.
progress.
It would be a good meal.
I mean, one good meal.
Yep.
And it's just like it just
What you do-
it just
what you do
takes
today?
the stakes of like I'm so important.
Whoa.
Right? All of these goals matter. To just like
So, Chris, can you
I could be lunch, and that kind of, you know, gives me one large exhale.
Have you ever had a dream?
The single greatest
that-
skill you can develop is the
that
ability
you,
to stay in a
you
good
had-
mood in the absence of
you
things
wi-
to be in
you
a good
can-
mood about.
You do. You wi-
I think
you
that
want-
tweet has been my
Indeed.
theme.
But
for
you see, I thought I would have.
It's funny because that was the most shared tweet I've ever had. And it was like it was almost not the opposite of ironic. It was fitting, right? It was completely fitting for the year. And it's been because like this year I've had I would say a series of unfortunate events that has occurred, and it's really tested my tools, right? Tools in the tool belt for reframing reality so that I can make my experience less, you know, miserable. And so I thought about that as like if I were to boil everything down of all the skills that you can learn, if everything that we do eventually becomes irrelevant, then the single greatest skill that you can develop is being in a great mood in the absence of things to be in a great mood about. And so one of the other frames on this is most people don't question someone who's in a bad mood. Like, I'm just in a bad mood. So
Have
like,
you
well, if
ever
can be
had
in
a
bad
dream
mood for no reason? It's
that-
like, you might as well be in a good mood
that
for no
you
reason,
you
'cause
had
that really
you
serves you.
you
And so
wi-
I've been trying to exercise, like, because there's on one degree, there's like, let's count things to be grateful for. On the other side, it's like, why do I have to have things to be grateful for in order to be in a good mood? Like, why is trying to find things a requirement of being in that mood? Like, can I not find things and still choose to be in a good mood? Because I've certainly not had things to be in a bad mood about and been in a bad mood. And so I've been trying to flex that, which is like, sure, we can find things to be grateful for, and when those things pop up, yes, and of course it's a practice, you get better at it. But like, what if I could just be in a good mood? And so I've just tried to break that relationship between the two, because then it makes it contingent on something that I can find.
How successful have you been at that?
Mediocre.
Well, look, I think it's a lovely idea in isolation,
sure,
in theory, but I'm not convinced about how effective it is in practice for the reason that humans have a negativity bias. You know, it's our psychological entropy.
100%.
And your ability to detect things that are a risk to you significantly better than your ability to detect things that are just pleasant. Like this morning, I texted you and I was like, hey man, like I really love the feeling I have of anticipation on a morning before we do a podcast. That's a normal, boring, mundane source of pleasure to me.
Yeah.
If I'm not really, really training myself to notice that,
Yeah.
it just fucking falls away with the fact that, I asked for almond milk and I bet this would have been better with like whole milk.
If that's the thing that ruins the day. And the thing is you do notice it though,
Mm-hmm.
right? You do notice that. So I've had one of my themes this year has been focusing on moments, and on both the positive and the negative. And so like when we think back on, if I think back on the last year, right, I don't remember probably 95% of the year. Like I did the same things. And so it's like, it just didn't get recorded. Like nothing notable happened. And so really like when we think about a year, we really just recall a handful of moments and that's it. And those moments in time are usually very short. And so I've been trying to think about the bad, seasons as, well, maybe it wasn't a bad season. Maybe I had 5 bad days, or really 5 bad moments that I then thought about for the entire season and turned what would have otherwise been 5 minutes times 5 into an entirely bad year. And so it's like, okay, well, if we can do that in the negative, can we do in the positive, which is, obviously the thing to exercise. But to the point that you said earlier about our ability to detect threat and risk at such better accuracy than our ability to detect good things, it's so interesting because if you use that side of your brain, not to derail us, but like I think that has been one of the things that's helped me a tremendous amount in business. Because when I think about a business and I want to grow it, for example, I would think, okay, what are all the things that can destroy this business? And this is Charlie Munger. This isn't me. But basically he says, invert, always invert. And Einstein said that too. And it's because like you get to use this way stronger horsepower engine of like, how do I grow my business? That's you can obviously think that way, but the alternative would be like, how would I absolutely destroy this business in the fewest possible moves? And then when you list out those moves, you're like, cool, now let's do the opposite of that. Yeah. And that has been honestly, some of the sources of my greatest kind of creative moments have come from these apparently obvious things that would kill us. Well, what if we did the even more obvious thing and did the opposite of what would destroy us? And it's worked better than I deserve.
So this is the problem.
Yeah.
You can be rewarded professionally for focusing on things that you do not want to focus on personally. And Ryan Long taught me this. He was talking about how he's a Canadian comedian, really funny guy. He spends all of this time, dialing in these bits and obsessing over how it could be better. And then he says to himself, yeah, but I don't need to do that in your relationships. Can you let that go when it comes to the way that you show up for your partner or your friends or your body image or whatever? Yeah. You don't get to compartmentalize stuff like that. And it is a very unfortunate irony of the world that the skill set you often need to become successful in business is the one you need to get rid of to be happy in your life.
Yes. So I was thinking about what you were saying earlier with regards to risk and our ability to detect it. So the other part of that that's been really interesting is we also, not only do we detect more threats, we also overemphasize how catastrophic they could be. And the converse of that is we rarely identify the upside. And when we do, we typically underestimate the upside. And I think this is something that a lot of people don't talk about as much. Obviously, I always have a business, hat on, literally. But I think about this because I think this is where, like, you said at the very beginning that people complain because they cannot accurately view reality. And so if we tie that to this concept, then it means that people will disproportionately blame the universe and then perceive significantly greater risk for them asking a girl out, starting a business, taking a loan, asking a stranger to buy something, making a podcast, and for fear of what other people on the internet will say or people who know them, right? And so we catastrophize this side, but the flip side is, and you hear this a lot when people, do make it and whatnot. They're like, I never dreamed it would be this big. Now, some people are obsessive and like absolutely have thought through everything. I fall more on that side. But on the other hand, though, a lot of people do get there and they're like, I never thought it was going to be this big. And it's because we typically just underemphasize the upside, which is where, from the business perspective, it's like that's where the alpha is. That's where the outperformance exists, where most people think, hey, this bet, it could go to zero. And you're like, I don't think it's going to go to zero. But even if it did go to zero, I have a 10x here. And so if I have a 50% shot at a 10x and the other 50 is zero, I should take that shot every single time, knowing that I'm going to be wrong half the time. It still makes sense to take. And so I think people are not good at making those risk-adjusted return bets, obviously financially, but even in the very micro aspect of our lives. And so we talked earlier about the cosmic irrelevance and the frame of the veteran, but there's a third frame that I think about a lot, which is, I call it play it out. And so it's like, let's sit in there, because again, fear exists in the vague, not in the specific.
And in the resistance.
Yes. And so like when we have these specificities of like, okay, I'm going to start a podcast. I can't start a podcast. Like, okay, it's this big vague thing, but no, like, let's play it out. Like, let's see what actually would happen. So I'm going to upload something, and then people don't listen to it. Okay, well, they didn't listen to it. Okay, well, then that's not a problem. Okay, let's see tons of people listen to it, which I don't know how that magically happens, but let's say tons of people listen to it and they all hate it. Okay, immediately you have this anxiety that we're no, but let's play it out. Like, what happens next? It's like, okay, is it going to change what I eat? Is it going to change where I sleep? Okay, let's say I all of a sudden I lose all the money that I have. It's like, okay, well, I probably have a bunch of people that if I really needed to sleep on their couch or in a spare bedroom, I could do that. Okay, so I'm not really going to be homeless. And if I really didn't have enough money for food, I can go to a homeless shelter and get food, right? So it's like, wait, so my worst case scenario is like, I have shelter and I have food and I'm still breathing air. So that's the downside. And so there's this catastrophizing that because our brains are meant to keep us alive. We literally think if we fail, we die. Like everyone will ostracize us from the group and we will be alone and die.
Yep.
And so just actually playing it out, not one step, but like 2 more steps after that, you're like, okay, so my actual downside risk is nothing, but my upside is everything I've wanted. And even if I'm at 50% off on that, it's still worth the shot.
In other news, this episode is brought to you by my man. Would say that the other neurobiologically informed solution to this is to find increasingly small things to be increasingly happy about. So, that was a really good training session.
Yeah.
And, yeah, look, it was annoying because half of the gym's under construction and I got some dust on my shoes.
Yeah.
But, that was a good session. I really enjoyed that.
Yeah.
Rick Hansen, who wrote Hardwiring Happiness, is 25 years old, hardcore neuroscience guy, Dharma teacher, meditation expert, life person. Fucking awesome intersection of it all. And he has this wonderful acronym of HEAL. Have a positive experience. Enrich it. And by enrich it, he means sort of sit with it. So you allow it to, you actually notice it. Absorb, which is imagine that sinking down and becoming a part of you. And then the L is optional, which is link. So you can link it to a bad experience and you can oscillate between the two to help bring down the volume of a bad experience. So right now, there's nothing else I want to be doing right now than having this conversation. Having a good experience. But that just washes by you. And then you think in retrospect, oh, wasn't that was like a good thing at the time? But you don't ever actually arrive at having a good experience. So the enrich bit's important. So I'm like, this is cool. Like, I'm enjoying having this conversation. Absorb, imagining it sinking down and becoming a part of you, which is basically spending 30 seconds to a minute, letting that emotion sort of fill you out as opposed to noticing it cognitively. Like allowing it to go below the neck would be a good way to put it. Okay, this is going to go below the neck, this sensation. I'm actually, like, people are going to watch this and it's going to make them happy. It's going to give them insights about their life. And isn't that lovely? It's the most obvious thing, which is, I mean, this is a pretty grand thing as things go. It's certainly more grand than like, I had a fucking nice coffee or something like that. So I wonder whether one of the skills that you can develop in the pursuit of becoming a person that's in a great mood in the absence of things to be in a great mood about is to become increasingly proficient at finding things to be in a great mood about. And I'm aware that in your frame, that still makes it contingent on external, which is going to be an issue.
I'm still happy to be in a good mood when there is things to be in a good mood about, for sure.
If you can become increasingly skilled at finding things to be in a good mood about, I get the sense, especially if life's kicking you in the dick, which it's done to both of us for the last while. And I also think that it's an interesting comment, realization from you, given that you've been kicked in the dick, because you think, this is an insight that you will only learn when things aren't ostensibly going well.
Yeah.
Because it's the sort of realization that you get when inertia and momentum and bravado and confidence and upward trajectory are all taken away from you. And you go, I'm having to do the budgeting equivalent, like the mental equivalent of living on pennies from a well-being perspective.
I want to say we talked about this 4 podcasts ago, this specific thing, which was that I have this, maybe it's sadistic is the right word, but like I do take some sadistic pleasure in, or masochist, I don't remember the word is, but when you enjoy your own pain. Whenever I have these prolonged moments of suffering that kind of break past what I would consider the normal variance of life, right? It's like, this broke through the barrier of shitty. I do have this history of having significantly larger improvements that happen post dip, right? So it's like we kind of get the opportunity to buy the dip for our own negative consequences. And I've bought the dip at almost every time, and it's rewarded me disproportionately. And so I hate to make a parallel between like the economy or the stock market and your own internal happiness, but I think that's what's happening right now. But that thought process has shortened some of the shittiness that happens, because then it's like, okay, well, it has to be worth it, right? I have to make this worth it, right? Because this sucks. So what can I learn from this? What can I be better from this as a result? And so like, obviously there's things that I've been working on in order to improve. But beyond that, because gratitude has been so difficult for me, which I've talked about before. Like I've never once said I am the champion of happiness, but in an effort to try and make it easier for me, I was like, well, how do you operationalize gratitude, right? And so the simplest way that I have is imagine something terrible, and then remember that has not happened. Like it's like I've yet to find, like, that has been the simplest way. Like, be grateful. It's like, what do I do to be grateful? Like, no, like that more. And it's like that it's like it's been difficult. So it's like, okay, and on the flip side, imagine something that you love, imagine it's gone, and then remember that it's back again. And so that's, I think, the operationalizing of those moments, which is, I have this coffee moment. Man, if I never had another coffee moment like this again, this would mean more to me. Okay. And by doing that, and by remembering what it would be like to not have this, then this thing now in the moment becomes worth more. And so it's basically creating a wider discrepancy between the moment we're trying to find gratitude with and something else, in order to basically manufacture a delta. Because I think that to your point, like, we're so much more sensitive to the negative delta than we are on the positive delta, that we have to make the positive delta massive. And so how do you make moments massive? It's like, well, then we just have to drop the floor out, and then remember that now all of a sudden we went from the bottom of the pool back to the surface, even though we're not above the
It's
water.
like playing pretend. So
It's 100% playing pretend.
Yeah.
All gratitude is playing pretend.
I'm not sure. I think if something happens and you're grateful for it, that's you enriching something that exists. But what we're doing,
What is enriching, mate?
Really noticing it. Because things that you should be grateful for will often pass you by without you noticing them.
So we noticed them originally, and then we noticed that we noticed them?
Do you notice them?
Oh, I know. I have to remember to be grateful, and then I have to go look for shit.
Yeah.
Yes.
But even as it happens, right? And this is the point. As it happens, I'm here. I went to Rufus du Sol at Q2 Stadium in Austin, which is where the football club plays. And Rufus du Sol, great music, real cool. I'm with a ton of my best friends. It's finishing at a time that's not insane. The weather was lovely. But
Ended by 6.
Yeah. I was in bed by 7:30. But it wasn't that loud. The sound wasn't that good at the time. What everybody was like, wish it was louder, wish it was loud. Because it wasn't. We were at the very back of the stadium. Beautiful view, but not fantastic for sound. You go, dude, you're watching fucking Rufus du Sol in a stadium with your friends in Austin. Weather's great. Everyone's got a beer or a sparkling water in their hand, having a great time. This is something that you can notice in the moment. You have pick your direction, Western man.
Yeah.
And you are picking the sound's not good.
Yeah.
But in your business, you are rewarded over and over and over again for realizing that the sound's not good. This I've done this before.
Yeah.
Are you zoomed? Can you do this? So if you look very, very closely here, I might even have to get out of the way for the light. The alignment of the Instagram logo with the F from Follow Us here and the N from Newtonic below is out of alignment by what looks like 1 point. It's less than a millimeter. Guess who noticed? This guy. I have been rewarded throughout my entire professional career for noticing things that other people didn't, and then claiming that they were a sufficiently big issue that we should actually change them.
Yeah. Reverse gratitude. It's like
And
literally.
yet,
This is a small thing. It is now a big
it's a
thing.
massive it's a massive problem because you win in the weeds.
Yeah.
But you don't win in the weeds when it comes to happiness unless you are doing it in the other direction.
Yeah.
Right? So
Yeah.
you need to, and this is so hard, and this is
why we enjoy talking about, because just for everyone who's listening, Chris and I had a conversation prior to this being like, what are you thinking about right now? And so we're both actually like in the same vein of thought, which is why both of us were looking forward to having this, conversation with you guys.
Yes.
About this difficulty, because one of the other things that's come up with regards to gratitude and happiness has been, there's a second conversation that I think happens internally, at least for me, which is that like I will judge myself on being not as happy as I should be, or not, like, hey, I didn't notice anything I'd be grateful about. You fuck. Right? And so trying to separate the fact that I like to take this to the absolute extreme. Why should I be grateful? Why should I be happy? Why do I demand of my life that it must be happy? Like that I must be happy during it. That's a demand. And so I try to decrease my demands in general as a habit, as a personal practice. And so I've been thinking about that concept in and of itself, because the earliest part of my career, I just was done with happiness. I was like, screw it. Yeah, it's just like, it's irrelevant. And so now I'm getting to the point where like, well, it would be nice to also have this while I have all these other things.
I'm aware that this is a very sort of basic bitch insight, but I do think that given the starting point that you were at, and to a lesser degree the starting point I was at, is like a Hormozy light, like lifestyle approach. That's a big deal to make this pivot, and I think it's one of the reasons I was particularly interested in talking to you today, because I would say the last 3 years or so since we've been recording together, from a architecture perspective, it's largely been the same.
Yeah.
That it doesn't matter how you feel. The hard work just needs doing. Hard things are hard. That's why they're hard. And disregard the emotions that are getting in the way of it. And I do think that works for a good while, and it can really propel you to great things. But I also think that sometimes you have such a orthogonal change in the way that your life's put together, where you go, I might have exhausted this fuel source. I might need to switch from booster rockets to something else.
Yeah.
And you've got, as you said earlier on, about how you take small bad moments, maybe very impressive bad moments, and then you scale them out.
Yeah.
You're not having a bad year. You've had a few bad days that you're thinking about for the rest of the year. I've found it helpful when I'm in a bad season, like I'm in right now, to just focus on having a good day. A good day in a bad season is a bite-sized victory. String a few of those in a row, and a bad season feels less hard. I'm pretty sure the difference between a happy life and an unhappy one doesn't come down to how many good or bad days you have, but which days you think about over and over again. In some seasons of life, maintaining is winning.
Couldn't have put it better myself. This has been my big focus right now is, and I'm not the first person to say this, but just winning the day. And Bill Ackman had this, I heard him on a podcast talking about this hard season where he was getting divorced. He just lost $4 billion in Pershing Square, his investment firm. And he was not him today. He was earlier on his career. So, I mean, it was just the worst. And because he had lost his money, the divorce was for way more money because it was based on his net worth that didn't exist anymore. And it was just a terrible slog. And he said one of the difficult parts about that period is that there was no one thing that was like, oh, I can tackle this today. Like you're not going to finish the divorce today. You're not going to undo the $4 billion loss today. And so it's like when you have these larger, more complex negative things that do scale, it's like, how do you navigate through that? And for anyone who's listening right now, it's like, maybe it's the bad breakup, maybe it's or maybe you're getting divorced, right? Or maybe it's like the business isn't working the way you want. It's like, and there's like 10 things that you have to fix. And it's like, well, I can't fix that change in the logo until the next run. So I just have to see this every single day.
Yeah.
And so he had this very tactical advice, which I liked a lot, which is he just tried to make progress. And that was it. And he said, in a day, it's almost negligible, right? But at 30 days, you're like, okay, I moved this. And at 90, you're like, wow, this is really materially changed in what's happened. Now, does this mean that our mood is still being dictated by circumstance? Yes, I'll be honest. Yes, it does. But I think many of us have this ideal. We'd love to be able to be in a great mood in the absence of things to be in a great mood about. But sometimes progress is the W. Like maintaining in some seasons is winning. And I've had to tell myself that also, that we can have these different, like on business vector, I'm murdering it. I'm crushing there. But like I tore my quad this year, which sucked. I had painful. I have a neck thing that's just been bugging the hell out of me, right? So it's like, and I have two great fears in life. One is that I lose my mind, which is really just more that I'll be a burden to everybody else. I won't know because my mind will be lost, right? And the other is chronic pain. Those are like my two great fears in life, because chronic pain is really tough. Like the first thing you think about when you open your eyes in the morning is pain. And it's like, fuck. It's like, and now I have to be in a good mood, right? Because I demand this of myself. And so when in navigating those scenarios, just trying to chip away, and also to take the reverse of, I had this one great podcast today. I'm going to make that thing the thing that's making this a great day. And then if I can make that great day, then maybe it could be a great week. And then trying to expand those, basically like let those good moments eat up the season. And I made a conscious decision on May 1st. And I think did I send you the screenshot of my HRV?
Yes.
So it was May 1st. I was like, fuck this. I was like, I told Layla, I was like, I have decreed that the rest of the year will be good. And so I'm putting so much mental effort into this, which is why this is so timely from us talking about it. In actively trying to minimize all the down things and super, super focus on those moments and be like, cool, I had that good moment. That's my day. Day's made. And I'm trying to even say that more. Like, oh, this podcast made my day. This podcast made my week. Now, I used to think, oh, this made my week. When someone would say something small, I'd be like, that's what made your week? Like, you must not have a lot going on.
So true.
Right? Like, I like my own judge machine, right?
That's lame.
Yeah,
What
exactly.
a stupid thing. Oh my God. How feeble, how small is your life that something so unimpressive is a source of gratitude to you.
Yeah. For a week or a month.
And yet,
yeah,
your life is made up of small days like this. That is what life is.
Yeah.
And if your expectation of life is that it's going to be, well, until I play the main stage at EDC, until I make the $1 billion, until I get married to the love of my life, until I get these things, you're just holding your happiness hostage until something great happens.
Yeah.
And what if, again, it's what we said before, what if something small could be something great?
Yeah. And it exists in the specific. Those like the tiny moments, and that so that's been
boring
been a
victories,
huge focus.
Dude. Boring victories.
But trying to make it, basically, I've had to recalibrate my entire scale to how little of a thing can happen that makes my day. How little of a thing can happen that makes my week. How little of a thing can make my month. And like, how crazy would it be if a year from now I say 2025 was a great year. I woke up pain-free for probably like 70% of my days. That was a great year. Or like, I got to have coffee with Layla in the morning once a week, and that filled me up for the whole week. Like, if I can, and I want to, I'm putting, so anyone who's listening to this, like, I'm putting a huge amount of my discretionary effort into this, because it's my belief that right now, what will prevent me from achieving my ultimate goals, because that motherfucker's not gone. The thing that will stop me from achieving my ultimate goals is running out of steam, because, and this may not be real for some people, but like, I don't need to do this. Like, I don't need to work this hard. And so I have to I'd prefer to make the ride more enjoyable.
We'll get back to talking to Alex in just 1 second, but first I need to tell you about Element. If you often feel tired,
Elemento.
I view aggression as an internal character trait, a fire in your mind that says, I am going to win.
On this team, we fight for that itch. On this team, we tear ourselves and everyone else around us to pieces for that itch.
You can breathe.
BMC, what's up, bro? Long time no see. Even though you were here like 2 days ago, I think. It feels like it's been a week, brother. But I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm just trying to create some content so I can do some marketing, you know? Nothing new or unusual. What about you, man? How you been?
You can blink. You can cry. Hell, you're all gonna be doing that.
Because if I hurt him, I wasn't taking his neck. What were you gonna take? His soul.
I keep saying this is not a gentleman's sport. We don't ask to hit each other in the face, but we does anyway. Anybody can go. This is the only sport where you can kill a man and get paid for it at the same time. It's legal. So why not use my right to do so?
I'm going in there, I'm trying to take your head off. I'm trying to knock you out. I'm trying to hurt you as much as possible. You know, I want to be the best without a doubt. I don't know, it's just something about the violence that makes it beautiful.
I'm gonna fight and I'm gonna battle and I'm gonna use every tool I have to crush my enemy.
You see, power, real power, doesn't come to those who are born strongest or fastest or smartest.
Why does it feel like you were here like 2 days ago?
It comes to those who will do anything to achieve it. It's time to let the monster out.
Need some time off? I feel you, man. How's your time off? But I'm back now. Back to the grind. Every time what's he say? Every time I walk around, I see fucking average.
Day I walk this earth and I see average all over the fucking place. It makes me so fucking mad. And they want to ask me, how did you do it? I can't tell you how, because you're not going to fucking do it. You wake up, right to work. Immediate your mind is in action.
This is what it takes. Average people, losers, choose easy. The winners will do what needs to get done to produce the outcome that is required of them, no matter the scenario at hand.
5% mentality basically is a person that's willing to do whatever it takes to reach his goals. That is basically anything in life. You know, bettering yourself in every way, willing to do whatever it takes.
You may have to sleep in your car. You may have to go without food. You may have to bounce around from couch to couch. You may have to sacrifice like nobody in your family ever asked. But can you do it behind the scenes when nobody's looking, when nobody's watching, when nobody understands the measure of passion that you carry? Can you keep going? Don't stop. You're right there.
If you want to be really great at something, you kind of have to be out of your fucking mind, but you also have to have an iron will. You don't want to work out every day. There's going to be days you just want to eat cake and sleep, but if you want to get past the guy who eats cake and sleeps, you don't eat cake, you don't sleep.
I had to really separate myself from society, from sometimes friendships, relationships, and I would put myself in this dark place, and I would eat, sleep, and train, and there would be no other thing.
Never ever cheated on my dad. I didn't go out. I didn't party. I didn't do anything but work on my body and went to work every day. That was all I did. I had so much passion for it. It was the easiest thing in the world for me to go to the gym each and every single day.
What do you do when 1,000 other people want exactly what you want? What if you're not the only one that wants what you want? What if there are thousands of other people who want what you want? You have to outwork them. You gotta outbind them. You gotta get up earlier. You gotta stay up later. You gotta execute, and you gotta go from 70 to 120.
It's 1 a.m. I'm going for my third workout. And do I want to go to the gym? Absolutely not. I'd rather lay in my house and sit in the movie theater and watch movies. But, you know, to be the best, you got to work overtime. To be the best, you got to work overtime. A lot of us are full of shit. We think that we're working our ass off, working hard. We've been working out hard in the gym for a month, but we haven't seen any results. What the fuck do you expect? You're not putting in the work. You have to do more.
You have to give it everything you got. When you think you're done, there's 5 more reps. Because I can't accept the fact. I cannot live with the fact that Tom Platz is a loser. That I cannot live with myself. I cannot look in the mirror. I can't walk down the street going, I'm a failure. That disturbs me so much. Yeah, I hate that statement so much. I will do anything close to death to be a winner.
For me, I'm so connected to winning. It's probably not even healthy. And that's just my winning nature. For me, it's do it with all your heart. Do it at the highest level. Do it to the best of your ability, or don't do it at all.
I wanted you to know that it doesn't matter how hard you work, that I'm willing to work harder than you.
You ain't no boy no more. This ain't no base. This ain't
What's up,
no,
Kubi?
I want to go party. Not time
How you
to
doing, bro?
party no more. Now it's time to create a legacy now. You had your fun. Now get to work.
Winning is for the obsessed. You must be obsessed if you want to win. You must be obsessed with the goal, the journey, the outcome, the experience, the rejections, the resilience, the grit.
It's in my head 24/7. There's nothing else I can think. I don't think about nothing else. Everything I do in my life is related to this. I don't do nothing else if it's not got to do with it. Fine.
Do you think Michael Jordan was just interested in winning championships? You think Kobe Bryant was just interested in basketball? Those individuals are obsessed.
So at the age of 18, I knew that I was not going to be stopped. This was my life. So you can't possibly become better than me because you're not spending the time on it that I do. Even if you want to spend the time on it, you can't. So I already won.
Maybe I led you to believe it was easy when it wasn't. Maybe I made you think my highlights started at the free throw line and not in the gym. Maybe I led you to believe that basketball was a God-given gift and not something I worked for every single day of my life. Maybe I destroyed the game, or maybe you're just making excuses.
A man is rewarded in public for what he does in private. Sure, you can talk about it. Sure, you can plan it. Sure, you can write it down. Sure, you can go to the conference and hear about it. You can read about it. But at some juncture, you have to disappear and put the work in and come back and shock everybody that doubted you.
You have to become the kind of person that can push through the hard times. Most people can't do that. Most people cannot push through the challenging, the draining, the frustrating times that make everybody else quit. And every time you push through one of these barriers, you're leaving all of your competition behind and you're moving forward without that. And most people can't do that.
There's a price to pay to be a winner, of doing the work even when you don't feel like it, even when circumstances are not in your favor. You have to be willing to have that mindset that you can compartmentalize what is happening in your life so that you can do what a winner needs to do to win in life. Every family deserves to have a winner. I think it should be you.
Today is your opportunity to be a leader. As a leader, you no longer have the fucking option to take the easy path in life. As a leader, there is no snooze button. You must do when you don't want to do. All those days and nights you don't want to train, those are the days you must train. You have to find your best self when you are the least motivated.
Tired, 14 days, 13 days, whatever the hell it is. Don't mean nothing. Tired is only in the mind. Tell yourself you're tired, you're gonna be tired.
I don't get tired. Lazy people do a little work and think they should be winning, but winners work as hard as possible and still worry if they're being lazy. So if you're a winner, you ain't comfortable.
Wake up and grind. Wake up and grind. Wake up and grind. Every day. That's the message. I mean, it's not hard. If you get up every single day and put your mind to something,
Like what you know what I'm saying? But this a learn. We learn it. This a learn it. We learn it in progress. Damn.
What you do? What you do today?
Whoa.
So Chris can use it. We're about to break. Or something, and if it was candy. But you see, I thought I would have.
how could you really believe that you won't win? It's not possible. I mean, 99% of people already don't want to grind. So you just start, you becoming the 1%.
Don't even use the word commit. Don't even think about the word discipline. Just do the thing every single day, whether you feel like it or not. Your only commitment is to the activity, not to the grand scheme, not to the big picture, not to the implications of what it is that you're doing. It's to do the thing.
You have to build yourself into someone who has the discipline, the fortitude, the grit, the perseverance to push through the hard times, to become someone who is literally fucking incapable of quitting.
What you're gonna do now is you're gonna get up. We're gonna finish. We're gonna finish this thing, you hear me? So I need you to get up! Get up, my friend! Get up! Get up! Get up, my friend, right now! We're gonna finish this! We're gonna win! We're gonna make it through! We're gonna push, my friend! So get up!
There is no excuse for not living up to your fullest potential. No excuse. I stopped being a victim. I stopped saying I've got to wait for good things to happen to me. And I said I'm going to grind. I'm going to fight. I'm going to work. I'm going to press forward. I'm going to learn. I'm going to do everything in my power every single day to become a victor and not a victim.
I would rather die. I'm serious. I would rather die than be a failure.
And that's why they call us lucky. Because they assume that we are going to input the same weak and measly levels of energy and attention that they would, half-assing things. But that's not the case. Winners go all in. Winners bet on themselves time and time again.
You have to be willing to just really fucking throw yourself into something and know that, especially in the beginning, there's no time to fuck off here. If you really want to do something that's really hard to do, you gotta be all in. Because there's too many people that are all in. You're competing with them.
My fucking mindset is I will not lose. I will not fucking lose, man. That's how you gotta move in this world today. You will not lose. Regardless of the circumstances, you will not win because I will not lose. Are you behind on your credit card bills? Good. Pick up the phone and start dialing. Is your landlord ready to evict you? Good. Pick up the phone and start dialing. Does your girlfriend think you're a fucking worthless loser? Good. Pick up the phone and start dialing. I want you to deal with your problems by becoming rich.
With all the foolishness and indecision in your lives, why not a man like me? I don't apologize. In the end, I don't care whether you love me or you hate me, just as long as I win.
I'm the best. I'm not a textbook fighter, a jab, right hand. I fight to win. I do everything to win. My objective is to win. To win. Totally to win. And everybody else says, this is what we do. We do this, we do this. The jabs are right. I win. I fight to win.
That was impressive.
Well, Steven, I didn't beat him to impress you. I beat him because that's what I do. I don't follow orders. I don't bend a knee. I win.
Winners fucking win. Okay? You could bitch about losing all day. You could cry about losing all day. You could make every fucking reason about losing all day. No one cares. People only care about the fucking winners. That's reality.
Winners, don't put on the show. Freaking win the game. Don't put on the show. You win the game. Don't put on the show. You win the game. Don't put on the show. You freaking win the game. You don't put on the show. You win. I don't lose. I win. I win. That's my job. That's what I do. This is my perfect victory. That's right. I win.
I hate to break this to you. I really do. The world doesn't care what you did. It only cares what you're doing now. It's just reality. The world does not give a what you did, even if it was yesterday. They care what you're doing now. What result are you producing today?
Doesn't matter what you just did. Doesn't matter. Doesn't count. The count now is 0. And that's what happens when you wake up in the morning. It doesn't matter what you did yesterday. It doesn't matter how far you ran yesterday. It doesn't matter the workout you did yesterday. It doesn't matter you got on the jiu-jitsu mat yesterday. It doesn't matter you got a promotion yesterday. You wake up today, the count is 0. And that means it's go time.
I woke up one day and stopped making excuses. I woke up one day and stopped playing the blame game. I woke up one day and looked at the man in the mirror and was like, yo, bro, what are you doing? Wake up. It's showtime. Let's go.
There's only one person in this world that wants it more than me today. And that's me tomorrow. See, what's the point if every day you don't get 1% better? I don't care what I did today. Today's over, right? When I wake up, it's a new day. I'm competing with myself. I'm trying to beat myself from whatever I did yesterday. I'm gonna do a little bit better. I'm gonna go a little bit harder.
It might be April where you are, and you're expecting nice weather and shit, but it's 20 degrees. So, you might be somewhere where it's too fucking hot. So, you might have sore legs, sore back, sore shoulder. So, the struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder.
When it comes down to how long can you stay in that pool, when it comes down to how far can you run, when it comes down to how much can you push yourself past the part where you want to quit, how far can you keep going, there's a purity in that it dissolves social order, all that bullshit, all the what people think about you goes out the window. It's who are you right now?
That's right.
Who are you right now?
But one day, I woke, and I knew who I was. A.M. Cogito ergo sum. I think, therefore I am.
They talking crazy about you. They said
Who cares? Who cares, brother? Who cares, brother? Who cares? Today, smash.
I thought everybody cares about me. Nobody cares about you. Nobody cares. It's only a small percentage of population. Nobody gives a damn.
There's a moment when every boy realizes no one's coming to save him, and that's when he becomes a man. And some boys never get there and stay children forever. No one's effing coming to save you. There's a lot of grown men and women that are still boys and girls because they think someone else is coming to change their life.
It was just like Sonny said it would be. Nobody cares. Nobody cares.
They say the way you're born is not your fault, but the way you die is your fault. That you can't take shortcuts as an adult and expect to have a great life.
What we do is we love to bury half of ourselves away. All the bad parts. We bury them in the attic. We bury them in the cellar. We bury them in the dungeon of our mind. We're afraid to go in there and figure this shit out. See, those places are scary. There's cobwebs. There's spiders. It's dark up there. So we don't go up there and figure it out. So we're always about 30, 40, 50% of ourselves. So what does that say about you? If you're not succeeding, you're not achieving, it's because you're afraid to go in that dark place to find yourself.
What percentage of your potential would you like to have? Because if you say you'd like 60 and you'd like to spend the other 40% having fun, that's fine. But what percentage of what is available to you would you like to make happen? And there's no wrong answer. What is it? And I went, 100.
I want it all.
I said 100.
I want it all.
And then the voice in my head said, okay, do you know what that means? And I went, we don't have to talk anymore. I get it.
It's gonna take all of you.
It's going to take every ounce of your being, everything you got. And if you give it any less than everything you totally got, you're not totally spent. You're not doing enough.
And there's no excuses, there's no fucking days off, there's no, not willing to grind and, everybody's against me and this didn't happen for me because of this and that and all this whining and pussy-ass bullshit that a lot of people do these days. It's these people who dive in and they're hardcore and they're focused and they know what they want, they know who they are, and they lay out these short-term goals and this roadmap on how to get there. Most of those people make it.
I have never met anybody who became incredibly successful in any area of their life until they had suffered and sweated and sacrificed and kept their focus and fought through tears and trials and tests. And if you have a dream and you commit to it, it will come to pass.
When you're built different than everybody else and you have this desire for more and this desire for achievement and this desire to win, everybody else looks at you like you're fucked up. And they'll tell you that too. What the fuck is wrong with you? Why can't you just relax? Why can't you just do this? Because I'm just not built that way, man. As I've gotten a little bit older, I've gotten better at accepting it and it's sort of embracing the fact that this provides a lot of good, but there's a lot of things that you have to deal with that come that aren't so good.
You don't belong at the bottom, and it's time for you to get your butt from down there. It's time for you to stop being comfortable at the bottom. Get your butt up and get to where you're supposed to be. The Bible says he was in a pig pit, and he came to himself, and he went home. Get your butt up. You are a royal priesthood. Get where you belong. Do what you're supposed to do. Nobody believes in you. You've lost again and again and again. The lights are cut off, but you're still looking at your dream, reviewing it every day and say to yourself, it's not over until I win.
Fucking bet against me. Bet against me. Tell me it's not gonna happen. Tell me it's gonna fail. I love it. I love every minute of it.
Everyone will always underestimate you. You must make them pay for it.
I have to reign. I have to reign tyrannical. I have to be the beast. I have to be the savage. You know what I mean? Just to put in place the erudites and the bourgeoisies and the people of this society that believe that I'm trash and I'm scum. I'll be trash and I'll be scum, but I'll be angelic trash and scum. And then no one can stop me.
Niggas say I'm crazy, I be thinking, yep. I was crazy enough to believe what the fuck I was saying gonna happen was gonna happen. And that's why
Just some editing stuff. Some content. You know what I'm saying, bruh? You know what I'm saying, bruh? You know what I'm saying, bruh?
like what I'm
You know what I'm saying? But this a learn. We learn. This a learn it. We learn it in progress. Damn.
like what I'm
You know what I'm saying? But this a learn. We learn. This a learn it. We learn it in progress. Damn.
like what I'm
You know what I'm saying? But this a learn. We learn. This a learning. We learning in progress. Damn. You know what I'm saying? But this a learn. We learn. This a learning. We learning in progress. Damn.
Well, I was persistent enough to exist now.
There's a thing inside some people that is a driving force that allows them to overcome the greatest around them. You don't get a Mike Tyson without that. You don't get a Muhammad Ali without that. You don't get a Marvin Hagler without that. And those motherfuckers are hated. They're always hated. For sure. Because you have to hate them because you can't beat them.
Coach trained me to be totally ferocious in the ring and out. I used to never have to worry about nobody ever bullying me again. I knew that would never happen again. Because I knew I would fucking kill them if they fucked me.
I'm a warrior. I go to the core. I am Invictus. Nothing crushes me, nothing. Doesn't even come close. And if it does, I rise again.
I am a man with something to prove. And a man with something to prove is a dangerous individual. But at the same time, I am calm. So I will go in calm, dangerous, and look to show the world the new age.
My best when a lot of people go against, when I feel like my back against the wall. That's when I'm at my best. I knew I was going to win, and in my heart I was saying I'm willing to give it all, die in that ring that night. It could have been Mike Tyson in there with me that night. I would have knocked him out.
The best workouts I've ever had, the best ideas I've ever had, the hardest I've ever worked is when I felt disrespected. If you can seriously discipline yourself enough to move forward every time someone says some negative shit, do you know how fucking good you become?
Man, I did it for me, bro. I don't need no one's respect. Like I said, bro, I've been in the darkness. You know, I've been knocked out before. No one fucking called me. Not my mom, not my dad, nobody. I've been in the darkness, so I had something to prove to myself. No offense, but fuck everybody. They all went against me.
With all due respect to everyone, fuck everyone. I'm just here for my own self. This is something in me that I'm just itching to get in there and compete.
Oh, Striker, what's up, bro?
I have wrestled with an alligator. I done tussled with a whale. I done handcuffed lightning, throw thunder in jail. All of you chumps are gonna bow when I whoop him. All of you. I know you got him. I know you got him picked. But the man's in trouble. I'm gonna show you how great I am.
There's a motherfucker out there who wants what you have, who wants the position you are, who wants the job you have, who wants the wife that you have. There's someone out there hungry and wants everything you fucking have.
Look me in the eye. It's okay if you're scared. So am I. But we're scared for different reasons. I'm scared of what I won't become.
What you do today?
At the end of every day, you look yourself in the mirror and you ask yourself, did I get better today? If the answer is yes, and you do that for 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, how much better are you going to be? Are you getting better every single day? That's the question, right? And it's just taking small steps. You don't try to get it all done in one day, in 1 week, in 1 year.
What you do?
Right?
What you do
It's the
today?
process of getting better every day and doing that for a period of
So Chris, can you do about the
The more you get out. So
stop fucking making excuses. Get out there and do whatever the fuck it takes to reach your fucking goals.
The number one ingredient is hunger. If somebody's got a hunger that doesn't go away, got a hunger to be more, to do more, to create more, to become something, to give something that matters, that kind of hunger, anybody who has that component that's alive in them is going to succeed.
People always talk about, man, I'm a hard worker. Everybody in this room is a hard worker. That's not going to separate you from anybody else. What are you working hard on? People always look for one thing for the other. Oh, you got to work, you got to work smarter and not harder. No, you got to work smarter and you got to work harder.
Turn your feelings off when it comes down to you wanting to be better. What that means is when that alarm clock goes off, your feelings got to go away. It's raining outside, it's cold outside, but you don't want to put those long hours in at work, your feelings have to go away.
The game is very simple. You are going to pay a price. Now, whether you pay that price now or whether you pay that price later, that price is going to be paid. Paying the price now means doing what you need to do right now to build that version of yourself that's going to create the life that you desire in the future.
You won't die, and if you do die, you won't care, because you'll be dead. Best case, you win. Worst case, it won't matter.
The hardest things are usually the best. If it's easy, leave it to somebody else.
Let me tell you the best advice I ever got at Harvard. You want to be great? You need to sacrifice. And the more painful the sacrifice, the greater you'll be.
If you want to become the best, there is no failure. If you want to spend time with your family, kids, okay, be with them. You're gonna become best family man. I am not against family people. I just say if you wanna become best in this business, you have to sacrifice. Sacrifice your time, sacrifice your health, sacrifice everything what you have.
People demand success but refuse to work, right? They won't work weekends. People want opportunity but won't talk to strangers. People claim ambition but they sleep in every day, right? We're the result of our actions, not our aspirations. So many people have the same goal as you, but very few of them will do the same work as you.
It's so easy to be great nowadays, my friend, because most people are weak. Most people don't want to go to that extra mile. Most people don't want to find that extra because it sucks. It's miserable. It's lonely.
It's not normal. It's unbalanced. You have to take unrelenting, obsessive amounts of action for a disproportionate period of time where you get zero reward for doing so. If anything, you just get disproportionate punishment for taking this. You question your insanity.
So, Chris, can you do about
am I
the
just being crazy? Is it insane for me to have these aspirations, these goals, these dreams for my life? And everyone around you will tell you yes because it's in their best interest. Your failure protects their ego.
It's hard when you're young to wake up in the off season at 6 a.m. to go train and work out. It's hard when you're on your way to practice, way down with all your gear. It's hard to throw, catch, block, and tackle, and hit kids when they're way bigger and way more developed than you. But understand this, life is hard.
Every morning I lose.
So, Chris, can you do about the
I lose peace. I lose sweat. I lose time. I lose track. And I lose drop after drop after drop after drop. Going the distance, losing. So I know I always win.
I get happier about the harder it is because I know that no one else will follow. And I think if you can shift from
Have
this
you
is
ever
hard
had a dream
to no one else will be able to do this, then it flips from being this thing that you're like, oh, poor me, to oh, poor everyone else who's going to have to fucking try.
There are no two words in the English language.
Have you ever had a dream that
good job.
that you had
The biggest
you,
mistake any
you
nigga
would-
ever
you
made
could
getting
you
took
do
out, kicking their feet up.
What's up, man? Yo, Sunny Tech, what's up? Hey, hi there. Is this content for your website? Yeah. Yep.
Taking that motherfucking victory lap. Cause you ain't never safe. Somebody always out there, watching. And by the time you see him, it's already too late.
Have you ever had a dream that
That's a problem. It's a problem. Comfort is a curse.
that you had
You need to
you,
avoid it
you
and
would
lean
you could
into
you do
what
you would
causes
you want
discomfort.
Indy. But you see, I thought I would have. Oh my!
Get out of bed and go freaking get after it.
They say you don't meet your true self until you're exhausted, because comfort hides the truth.
but exhaustion drags it into the light. And what you find there? It's everything you've been avoiding. But it's you. The real you. The one stripped of ego. Nowhere else to run. Nowhere else to be. Except in the moment. And this is the inflection point. When the demons show up, are you the one who can stare darkness in the face and say, I hear you, but you don't get to decide? Or do you fold? Because when everything inside you screams quit, and you take one more rep, one more step, that's the real you. And that's where greatness
Have you ever
lives.
had a dream that you had you want? Have you ever had a dream that you want? Have you
Yes, Hyphonics did hire a midget. Things can definitely get crazy, but yeah. Yes, Hyphonics did hire a midget. Things can definitely get crazy, but yeah. Yes, Hyphonics did hire a midget. Things can definitely get crazy, but yeah.
Okay.
man's game out here. Beast mode.
Yes,
1, 2, 3. Beast mode. 1, 2, 3. Beast mode. 1, 2, 3. Beast mode. I beast mode my way to number 1.
It's going to take all of you. It's going to take every ounce of your being, everything you've got. And if you give it any less than everything you totally got, you're not totally spent, you're not doing enough.
This isn't for the masses. This is for those who are leaving no one behind. Those who are in search of a new realm. It's a lonely journey. You're isolated. Those who used to keep pace with you will fall off. They'll see where their world ends and yours begins.
Only problem is to give that motherfucker everything you got. Everything you got right here, right the fuck now. I woke up one day and stopped making excuses. I woke up one day and stopped playing the blame game. I woke
Good,
up
man.
one
You?
day and looked at the
What about
man
you,
in
bro?
the mirror and was like, yo, bro, what are you doing? Wake up. It's showtime. Let's go. Let's go.
Or something to do
With a real Eric
But you
Thomas,
see,
please stand up.
You have to pay the price. And not only do you have to pay the price, you got to pay the price well, meaning the actions you take have to be executed at a high level. Like, this is not that hard to understand. You just don't want to understand. You want it to be that you can off half the time and still get where you want to go. And that just doesn't work. The mentality should be like this. How the fuck do I get here?
5% mentality basically is a person that's willing to do whatever it takes to reach his goals. And that is basically anything in life. You know, bettering yourself in every way, willing to do whatever it takes.
It's cute to say it, but when it's showtime, when the sun comes out, when the sun comes up, you got all the books, you got all the tapes, you got all the access. Now it's time to hunt. Everybody wants to be a beast until it's time to do what beasts do. Everybody want to be a body dude. Right. So nobody will lift this heavy ass weight. Go! I do it though! Yeah!
You see, the way that you become unstoppable is by refusing to stop. It's not a quality that you develop in a week or a month. It's a habit of mind and character that you develop by practicing the quality of persistence over and over in every circumstance until it locks in and becomes a permanent part of your character.
If you stay in bed, if you stay on the couch, if you stay in your comfort zone, if you only do what is easy, your life will be hard. But if you do what is hard, if you get up, if you grind, if you are relentless, if you work as hard as possible, your life will be easy.
Do you not understand that the more comfortable you get, the more uncomfortable life gets, the less action you take, the more consequences you have, the more you let those bills pile up, the less work you put in, the more food you eat, the fatter you get, all these things are gonna start piling up on you, bro. And bro, I know you weren't built to be average. You were built to have riches. You were built to have the body you want, the physique that you want, the dreams that you want. You were built to have these things, and yet you're content with being average.
I don't care if you're tired. I don't care if you're sad. I don't care if you're sleepy. If it's raining. If the markets are crashing. If the sky is falling. If your girlfriend just broke up with you. You're gonna get it done, no matter what.
Grab your fucking nuts. For once in your life, have some ownership, some credibility behind your actions and your words. Mean what you say, do what you say. Follow through for something for one time in your life. One time, follow through on what you said. When you follow through on things in life, guys, you achieve the mentality that anything's possible. Turn your feelings off when it comes down to you wanting to be better. What that means is when that alarm clock goes off, your feelings gotta go away. It's raining outside, it's cold outside, but you don't want to put those long hours in that work, your feelings have to go away.
When I wake up in the morning, I don't think, am I motivated to go do what I'm supposed to do? No, I don't think about it for 1 millisecond. When the alarm clock goes off, I have no thought about whether this is easy, whether this is hard, whether I want to do it, whether I don't want to do it. None of that matters. It's an emotionless, thoughtless discipline. When the alarm clock goes off, you get up, you get out of bed, and you go do what you're supposed to do.
What's up, Wilson?
I don't care how it feels. I don't care
How you
if it's
doing, bro?
easy or hard. It doesn't even matter to me. It's just a reaction, it's a discipline, and it's life.
I am cold. I am emotionless. I am zen, at peace.
ready for war.
I will do the work when I'm tired. I will do the work even if I'm sick. I will do the work even if I didn't sleep well. I will do the work even if I don't feel like it. I will do the work if it's cold outside. I will do the work if it's too hot. I will do the work if no one else wants to do it with me because I am driven by purpose. Others are driven by pleasures and desires.
Don't even use the word commit. Don't even think about the word discipline. Just do the thing every single day, whether you feel like it or not. Your only commitment is to the activity, not to the grand scheme, not to the big picture. It's to do the thing.
How can I wake up earlier in the morning? The answer is wake up earlier in the morning. How can I work out consistently every single day? Work out consistently every single day. How can I stop from eating sugar? Stop eating sugar. Weakness doesn't get a vote. Sadness, no vote. Tell them you are declaring martial law on your mind. You're declaring mind control.
You want to become best, you want to become champion, and now you want to say like you're tired? Who cares? You're tired or not? Nobody cares.
You guys need to understand what you don't have to do. All right? You don't have to work hard, you don't have to eat right, you don't have to sleep right, you don't have to watch extra film, you don't have to do more than what's required of you, you don't have to be a good teammate, you don't have to be a good leader. You don't have to do anything that you don't want to do. But you also don't have to win, you don't have to be a success in life. You don't have to do any, you don't have to play. So the greatest things in life take sacrifice and discipline. And that's why so few people achieve great things. Because they don't want to sacrifice, they don't want to discipline for something greater. So you see all these people that have great things in life that you look up to, it's because they were sacrificed and disciplined long before you ever knew them. That's the truth.
The most successful people live urgently. The most successful people are impatient. The most successful people have high expectations of themselves and of the people around them. The most successful people seem unrealistic and unreasonable in their expectations. And the most successful people are competitive. This is how it is. Monday, get better. Tuesday, get better. Wednesday, get better, right? And you do that over a period of time. You know, not like 1 month or 2 months. I mean, it's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years. And then you can get to where you want to go.
And when you get to the gym, you're the addict, you're the muscle. Life as you know it doesn't really exist anymore. All you are is a muscle. The intention, you're the muscle you're thinking about, you become that muscle. And all that matters and all that you care about in the world is tension and going after each and every single rep and executing each and every single rep and getting more when you say you can't.
Every time you go in the gym, every fucking speck of sweat, every speck of blood, every speck of fucking mental integrity, every single time that you come in here, you give 110%. If you're not giving 110% and you're only giving it 99, you got one more to give. If you're giving it 100%, you're not at your fucking limit because nobody tells you how much you can put in and how much you can't. So you put in 110%. So every fucking person watching can undoubtedly see you and your fucking truth and how fucking hard you work.
Every day I feel like driving in a nice car. Every day I feel like flying first class. Every single day of my life, I feel like giving 120. Every single day. Somebody said yesterday, E.T., you gave 120. What you gonna do tomorrow? I said, I don't know. Give 140. I don't know, but I don't have days where I don't feel like it. Why? Because I'm counting on me. My wife's counting on me. I don't have days to waste. Life is always giving you a test. Trying to give you a way out. Trying to give you an excuse not to show up. But guess what? You gotta have the mentality to show up every fucking day of your life. No matter what life throws at you. It's our responsibility to show up to the Coliseum of life. Prepared for fucking battle. I don't care what you're going through, what life's throwing at you. It's your responsibility to find your new 100%.
You promised yourself. You fucking promised yourself you'd be the best fucking person to be. That is what makes you dream. That is what makes muscles grow. Nobody fucking knows the secret. That is it.
You think you become a champion on the field? You don't. You become a champion when ain't nobody watching you. You're doing your own drills and your own way. You're doing what coach tell you to do and you're doing your own stuff.
You become a champion in the dark when ain't nobody looking. You become a champion the way you eat. You become a champion the way you think. You become a champion in your grind. When nobody knows what you're doing. It is the process of the grind that shapes you and forms you. It's not the game.
Everybody's great when they're not tired. The champions is when they tired, that's when the real champions come out. That's when that real dog come out. Because if you go piss like a puppy, stay on the porch and let the big dogs eat.
You know, there comes a day, man. Everyone's gonna have this day. There comes a day where being average, being mediocre is just sickening to you. It's just sickening. It makes you want to throw up. And you get off your fucking ass and you create something that's always been there. It's always been inside of you trying to come out.
I got tired of losing. I got tired of coming up short. I got tired of eating out of trash cans. I got tired of watching everybody else graduate. I got tired of seeing people ride first class. I got to go all the way to the back. I got tired.
There was a kid who everyone underestimated. Too small, too quiet, too ordinary. But every day while they laughed, he worked. In the gym, in the books, in the shadows. He knew one truth. Effort beats talent when talent doesn't try. It's the quiet hustle that makes the loudest impact.
It's what you do in the dark that determines what you become in light. Remember, it's easy to shine when the cameras are on. When the crowd is cheering, when you have momentum, when the music is loud and the world applauds your every move. But the truth is, your destiny is forged when no one's watching.
Nobody's going to believe in you until you've already done it. Nobody's going to come and celebrate with you until you've already done it. All right? The work is going to come before the belief, which means you're going to have to work for a long fucking time by yourself with no applause, with no awards, with nobody telling you good job. And then once you start to build something and people start to see the momentum and they start to see the result and you start doing some things, then you're going to get a little belief.
Success isn't built in the spotlight. It's built in silence. In the moments no one else will ever know about. What people see is just the tip of the iceberg. But what they don't see is where the real story lies. It's not just about showing up when everyone's watching. It's the grind in the dark. The hours spent mastering the smallest details. And the discipline to keep going, even when it feels pointless. So put in the work when no one's looking. Because that's what separates those who want it from those who make it happen.
Man, I've trained 99% of my life alone. No one pat me on the back. I did all of the work alone. You had nobody anyway, motherfucker. Look around you. There was no fucking team. It was you. You built belief when you had nothing. Rock bottom.
Nobody wants to sacrifice. Nobody wants to put in the work. Nobody wants to let go of every single distraction. Can you learn how to say no to what's hurting you? No to what's stopping you. No to the people that don't believe in you. The fakes and the phonies and the people that keep saying that they'll support you when you get there, but they leave you when you arrive.
People only root for others at two times. First, when they're at the beginning of the race. Second, when they finish. Neither is when you need it. So, you have to master the middle. The boring, exhausting, soul-crushing middle. That's where the winning happens. On your own. People will only cheer for you as long as you can't beat them at the game they value most. Friendly reminder that every person who doubts you is right until they aren't.
You're gonna have to do it alone. There's not gonna be any team support. There's not gonna be any family support. There's not gonna be any friend support. There's gonna be times where you've got to go and do it yourself and you gotta do it alone. And those are the times that make a difference. Those are the times that count. Those are the times where you have to dig deep yourself to get the job done. And if you can make that happen, you will win.
A man is rewarded in public for what he does in private. Sure, you can talk about it. Sure, you can plan it. Sure, you can write it down. Sure, you can go to the conference and hear about it. You can read about it. But at some juncture, you have to disappear and put the work in and come back and shock everybody that doubted you.
Stop announcing every move and start building something
that speaks for itself. Disappearing means doing the work. It means doing the work in the dark. It means building in private what you don't need to prove in public. It means doing the work when no one's watching.
When it's 0 degrees and there's a foot of snow on the ground and you're out there and no one else is out there and you're doing what the takes, and you look around and you can't see another fucking human for miles. You don't see a car, you can't hear anything. I'm the only one. I am the only one paying the price. I am the only one doing what's required. Everybody else is sitting at home eating Doritos, and I am out here in the snow getting better. How can you not be excited about that?
No, my belief came from the unseen work. It came from every workout by myself. Not having a best friend or a trainer or someone wake me up. No, it was fighting average alone. And when you fight average alone, what comes out is a fucking savage, a dog, a beast, a monster. The edge comes from the finger on the trigger at all times until the breath is gone out of my body. It's a savage mentality, a misunderstood mentality of what we have to be in life. When we come from nothing, you gotta create the baddest motherfucker that ever lived.
Let's go out and do what we gotta do. This is the hell. This is the hell. This is the hell. Take it on 3. 1, 2, 3. Take it.
What if we have that kind of attitude? The cause repossessed. Nobody believes in you. You've lost again and again and again. The lights are cut off, but you're still looking at your dream, reviewing it every day, and say to yourself, it's not over until I win.
They will not see you coming as you rise, as you work every single day, tirelessly.
Are you radical enough in your hunger and your thirst to go after what it is that you believe is yours? Are you crazy enough? Are you courageous enough to disappear for 30 days, come back and shock the world?
You're going to lose sleep. You'll doubt whether it'll work. You'll stress to make ends meet. You won't finish your to-do list. You'll wonder whether you made the right call and have no way to know for years. This is what hard feels like, and that's okay. Everything worth doing is hard, and the more worth doing it is, the harder it is. The greater the payoff, the greater the hardship. If it's hard, good. It means no one else will do it. More for you.
6 months. You know exactly what you need to do this year. Get you a better diet, go to sleep early, wake up early, work out, read a book, get the fuck off your phone and focus. I guarantee if you give me 6 months of that, you change your life, bro.
The only thing that can kill iron is its own rust. So don't let your mind cause your own destruction. Nothing can kill iron besides its own fucking rust. Be the light in the fucking darkness. Be the fucking catalyst for change. One day, or day one.
Not our.
You've made no progress. None. You never moved.
You don't want it. And that's the harsh reality.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. Yesterday you said tomorrow, and now we here and you still ain't doing it.
Don't waste that potential, man. Don't waste that potential.
Winter is almost upon us.
3 months. October, November, December. You've got 3 months left in the year, and you have one of 2 choices. You can do what you've been doing year after year after year after year, or you can take the next 3 months and commit to the actions that are going to produce that version of yourself.
Because everybody believes that at some point in time, they're going to turn it on, or some point in time they're going to catch momentum, or some point in time they're going to become what it is they want to become just by circumstance or by default or by breathing the air. That's not what it takes, bro.
It was isolation, it was visualization, it was motivation, and it was dedication. There was nothing else going on in my life, you know what I mean?
I'm feeling like my old self again. Renewed, recharged, refocused, with nothing to stop me from being me.
First of all, this is what it takes. Are you prepared to do this? Are you going to do this? Yes or no? You're going to let yourself down? You're going to be a pussy? You're going to be weak?
We don't give a fuck about the quitters. Hey, yo, we like the motherfuckers that work. And that motherfucker working.
Never ever cheated on my dad. I didn't go out. I didn't party. I didn't do anything but work on my body and went to work every day. That was all I did.
There must be discipline. Discipline, the root of all good qualities, the driver of daily execution, the core principle that overcomes laziness and lethargy and excuses. How do you achieve true freedom? There is only one way, the way of discipline.
I do it anyways. Tired? I do it anyways. No support? I do it anyways. Scared less? I do it anyways. You don't build an amazing life or business or relationship by waiting for the perfect moment. You do it by showing up regardless of how you feel. You do it anyways.
A man without discipline is a man owned by the world. Epictetus believed that freedom is not doing what you want. It's the power to say no to what you shouldn't. A man who cannot master his impulses is a servant to pleasure, to lust, to distraction.
It's about how you move when no one's watching. It's about how you work when you're not going to get applause. It's not about what you do on Instagram. It's about what you do in reality. When the lights are off and everybody else has gone home and everybody else is taking a break and everybody else is just doing whatever they are going to do. What are you doing then?
Who are you on those days you don't want to do things? It's easy to conquer when it's good weather. You got good sleep, work's going good, your family's good. But who are you on those fucking days when all hell's broke loose? That's the separator right there.
Most of you say you want to be successful, but you don't want it bad. You just kind of want it. You don't want it badder than you want to party. You don't want it as much as you want to be cool. Most of you don't want success as much as you want to sleep. And when you get to the point where all you want to do is be successful as bad as you want to breathe, then you'll be successful.
I hear you say it, but do you mean it? Do you really mean it when you say you want to make the sidewalk crack? Do you really mean it when you say you tired of being an ordinary motherfucker? Do you really mean that shit? Or you just talking to hear yourself talk?
Success doesn't know these things about cold or early or tired. It just knows if you showed up or not. The difference between someone successful and someone that's not successful is not their ability. The differential is their desire. When you get up this early, this cold, when no one else is here, and you know no one else is here, they're all holding their blanket for warmth. We're holding our dreams for warmth, what could be, man.
Do you actually want to do this or not? Because if you actually want to do it, what's going to stop you? Nothing. And if you don't really want to do it, what's going to stop you? Just about anything that comes up. Just about any obstacle that gets in your way becomes an excuse. It becomes a reason. It becomes a rationale for not proceeding down that path.
Every time you start a new business, you quit. You go back to be comfortable. You go back to your old habits. You go back in your comfort zone. You comfortable where you at. You ain't got that drive in you to keep pushing. A man who is comfortable is the dead man walking.
You have a negative mentality, you're weak-minded, and you're never gonna accomplish your goals because I'm telling you right now what you need to do, and you're telling me you can't do it. I can't. You can't? Are you fucking kidding me? You just said I can't? I don't have time for people that are weak and they say I can't. No, you can. You will.
Body doesn't respond to comfortable. Responds to uncomfortable. It's a reaction to stress. You have to put more stress on the body than it's used to, otherwise it will stay the same. Very simple.
I heard a lot of you say, you want to be a sick motherfucker. You want to be an iron addict. But are you willing to pay the price to be a sick motherfucker? It sounds good, motherfucker, but everybody can't do this shit.
Get back to fucking work. It's time to get back to work. Stop hearing yourself talk. Get off the podcast. Cut out all the fucking noise. Get back to the fucking mental lab.
Oh, you think darkness is your ally? You really adopted the dark. I was born in it, molded by it.
You gotta break the gravitational hold. And the way you do that is through action. The way you do that is by starting. You gotta get to the gym. You gotta lift those weights. You have to go and initiate action. That's what you have to do. You have to break that gravitational pull. Start. Go. Take action.
The graveyard is full of men who thought they had more time. Someday is the motto of cowards. There is no perfect moment or timing. Anything worth doing is worth doing now.
I'd rather go too far than not far enough. The only reward that you get from taking it easy is the fact that in the moment, it's easy. If you want results, and then you basically just catch yourself slacking off, then it kind of sounds like you don't really want those results.
Man, if I don't go do this, how am I going to feel about it knowing that it could have worked? Or if I see someone else do it and it works, I didn't become who I was supposed to become, and I didn't get in shape, and I didn't make that money, and I didn't build that project, or I didn't do that business, or I didn't ask that girl out, I didn't fucking didn't. Bro, you're going to be dead, okay? So you're really not risking anything. That's the point. Nobody's going to remember that you started a little business and fell on your fucking face. The only way they're going to remember is if you fell on your face enough, learned enough, and built it into something amazing where it's recognized universally by everybody.
The people who know that they were meant for more and didn't go for more end up with a lifelong state of regret. There's a price to pay to be a winner, of doing the work even when you don't feel like it, even when circumstances are not in your favor. You have to be willing to have that mindset that you can compartmentalize what is happening in your life so that you can do what a winner needs to do to win in life.
Lazy people don't know how to start. Weak people don't know how to finish. Successful people don't know how to stop. People demand success, but refuse to work weekends. People want opportunity, but won't talk to strangers. People claim ambition, but sleep in every day. We are the result of our actions, not our aspirations.
I used to think that there was something wrong with me. In reality, I just didn't understand what the nature of being exceptional meant. To be exceptional means that you are the exception. It means that you are not normal. And so it's normal for normal people to find you abnormal if you do things that are not normal.
If you want results that are different from the guy next to you, if you want to be in a situation that is different than the guy next to you, you got to do what he's not going to do. And that sounds like a groundbreaking thought. It's like if you do everything the exact same way somebody else does, and for some reason expect different results, you are literally insane.
This is what it takes. Average people, losers, choose easy. The winners will do what needs to get done to produce the outcome that is required of them, no matter the scenario at hand. Every family deserves to have a winner. I think it should be you.
For a diamond to be produced, it has to go through extreme pressure, extreme heat. And if that wasn't enough, what makes a diamond is the cut. If you want to be a diamond, you must go through extreme pressure. If you can't take pressure, then you're not a diamond.
You're breaking years of generational curses, Big Dog. You're the chosen one. No wonder this shit's hard, Big Dog, but you're who your bloodline been waiting for. You're the one that turned it all around. No more vices. No more negative thoughts. No more underperforming. No more poor decisions. You're the one to turn it all around. You're going to the fucking top, Big Dog, and your bloodline is on your fucking time to level up.
Motherfucker, I'm on that 365 shit. It's not an arc. It's a circle that keeps going around and round and round. Winter, spring, summer, fall. Motherfucking winter, spring, summer, fall. Love yourself enough to stay motivated 365. Fuck an arc. Do a circle. Stay hard.
This isn't for everyone. This is for the hungry.
Question. Are you truly doing whatever it takes to reach your goals? Obviously, everyone has a different version of what that entails. If you have a goal in mind, understand that you need to do whatever it takes.
When I was losing the weight, I had to miserably wake up every morning in the cold. I was miserable. This is your new life. Take it or leave it.
First of all, this is what it takes. Are you prepared to do this? Are you going to do this? Yes or no? You're going to let yourself down? You're going to be a pussy? You're going to be weak?
There was times where I almost passed out training. I'm lunching with, 225 on my back in the parking lot. And I remember just like, okay, no one else is doing this, so I'm going to do it.
Greatness does not come from being like everybody else. It doesn't come from, living the life that everybody else wants you to live. It comes from you deciding what you actually want and you saying, I am willing to do whatever it takes, no matter how hard, no matter how long, no matter what I have to go through, I will get there.
I've called on people I didn't want to be with. I've done things I didn't want to do. It is not about doing what you love. It's about doing whatever it takes.
I wish I could tell you tired, go take a break. I wish I could tell you tired, rest for a year. I wish I could tell you that it's gonna get easier. I wish I could tell you it's gonna get easier. I wish I could tell you that if you just keep going, it's gonna get lighter. I wish I could tell you that, but that's not the truth. The truth is you gotta find something within. You gotta find something within, and that's gotta push you, and that's gotta elevate you, and that's gotta drive you, and that's gotta move you. And when you find out what your why is, and your why gotta be deeper than you, when you find your why, you find a way to make it happen.
If you want it bad enough, nothing's going to stop you. Not fear, not somebody's opinion, not how hard your childhood was, not self-doubt. Nothing will stop you. It doesn't matter what stands in the way. You're going to get there or you're going to die trying.
The repeated message that I had to myself over and over again was, I cannot lose if I do not quit. That was under my control. I could choose not to quit. So I had made the decision that I would either die or I would succeed.
In any fight, it's the guy who's willing to die who's going to win that inch.
I sat down at the table and I said to myself, what are you willing to give up? Everything. When you are willing to strip yourself down to nothing and give everything, I can mold you into exactly who you want to be.
To become the person you want, you must destroy the person you are.
What's up, man? Yeah, post it in the Discord, bro. Visit it in the website tab and I'll take a look. I got some time. I got some time. Website review. Hey, I like this. Yeah, man, I'll check it out, bro. I like this. Real human support. Okay, I like Fable 5. I like your logo. The 2026. If that's like has to do with the like trademark thing, you could put that in the footer. I can tell you use Claude, by the way, because Claude always picks this background. Okay, let me see. This is cool. A members' club for people who prepare currently invitation found in cohort 2026. What's a invitation? I mean, funding cohort. Charter. It fixed the bug I was having with Opus 4.8. Nice, man. The pledge of the room. Okay, so it's a wait list. Walk into the interview. Who are you trying to target? If it's like other developers, they're gonna know that. Oh, I wouldn't use personally. I wouldn't use the M dashes. It's just, it's basically like if I was trying to join something and then I see M dashes, I know you just use, even though everything's written with AI, I just know you didn't go line by line reviewing it and let the AI put the M dashes. You know what I mean? If you look at the YC funded websites, a majority of them don't have the. It's a good first draft. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, just a few things to review. If I go to like the tech websites, majority of them don't have the M dashes.
At Razor,
Take a moment. If
I led the rewrite, I designed the architecture, and owned the rollout end to end.
That scared me.
Honestly, for most of it, I was on the team. A lot of the architecture was already in place when I joined.
those two sit a little differently for me. Could you walk me through what leading actually looked like for you on that rewrite? What was yours specifically?
I led the rewrite, I designed.
Last one. Tell me about a time you owned a decision that didn't work out the way you expected.
We shipped the tenant by tenant cutover a sprint.
Welcome. You're in a private rehearsal room. Welcome. You're in a welcome. Welcome. You're in a private rehearsal room.
Oh shit.
Nothing you
You got
say
a
here
bug here.
leaves without your permission.
What the-
Whenever you're ready, we'll begin. Good afternoon. This is a practice room for a senior product engineer role at Strike Bengaluru. I'll run this the way a real loop might behavioral technical depth and follow-ups where a good interviewer would push.
So it's like an engine on
Take your
top of.
time between.
You can create different interviews like these. Okay, so it's like interview practice. Different. Okay, good, cool.
Welcome. You're in.
At Razor Pay.
Take a moment.
I led.
Take a.
At
It would be best if they can get like an
Nothing-
American accent. You know what I mean? If they're trying to get hired in America, it would be. It's kind of messed up to say this, but the likelihood and the impression you give off if you have an American accent would be better as a first impression, I would think. Even though that sounds
You're
messed
in a
up.
private rehearsal room. Nothing you say here leaves without your permission. Whenever you're ready, we'll begin. Good afternoon. This is a practice room for a senior
I like this. It's cool. Maybe you could have something on the left and right. I'm not sure. Maybe like faded. You know what I mean? Faded, and then it goes. I understand the point because I saw. I am on. Ah, it sounds good. Nice job. Maybe you could have like the faded. You know how it's the next one, so they could see. You know what I mean?
Welcome. You're in a private rehearsal room.
Just to increase low. Just M dash. You got the the Gemini logo here on the bottom right. Hey, what's up, mad boy? Good morning. Good morning. Sweet, yeah. Image GPT image 2 will be good. A lot of I'm not sure what you could do here. Just a lot of text. You could keep the text, don't get me wrong, but I'm not sure. Maybe this together. I don't know. I don't know. M dashes. You could basically just say remove all the M dashes. The FAQ section, you could put 2 and 2 side by side. Or you can center it. You know what I mean? Therefore, you could fit more. Or it would just be less height. This could be on the right, just to reduce the height of it. You need do you have a privacy policy? Yeah, you do. Yeah, you're gonna want a terms of service, and you're gonna want a privacy policy as well. There's a lot of things where you could like, maybe you could put it on the right side. This is good, this is fine. Maybe this could be centered. Maybe this could be on the right side. A lot of lines. It's a good start. Yeah, no problem, man.
Take a
It's
moment
good
if you
start.
need it.
And then the little
When the migration
glitch.
started slipping, what was the first signal that told you the plan had to change?
It's pretty cool.
No rush. Take your time. Whenever you're ready. Take a moment if you need it. take a moment.
Walk into the interview already warm. Walk into the interview prepared. Maybe. A little shorter. If you notice, X.AI. You see how short there is? Minimal and then basic and to the point. And then M dash is up here. But it's a good start. It's a good start. Sounds good, bro. Yeah, but good job, man. Good job. And then the privacy policy and terms of service. Gotta protect yourself. Protect yourself at all times.
To become the person you want, you must destroy the person you are. To become the person you want, destroy the person you are.
It was life and death. Either you live or you die. Which one do you want, Tom? That was the decision. If you want something bad enough, you can't let anybody tell you you can't do something. To do anything successfully in life, you've got to want it as bad as you want to breathe.
The only thing you care about when you're trying to breathe is to get some fresh air. That's it. You don't care about no basketball game. You don't care what's on TV. You don't care about nobody calling you. You don't care about a party. And when you get to the point where all you want to do is be successful, as bad as you want to breathe, then you'll be successful.
And the reason that you are not as great as you could be is because you get frustrated and disappointed with the slow pace of the fulfillment of your desire. So you abort the process and wonder why you're a bum on life's highway.
When it gets hard, do you let up or do you push through? If every time it hurts and it burns and you get fatigued, you stop, that will be your threshold. That will be your programming. That will be your limit.
That is what stands between me and my goals. So right now, in this moment here, I make the decision to just not miss.
I want this shit! I want this shit!
We want to push them heavy and quick!
It can't be bargained with. It can't be reasoned with. It doesn't feel pity or remorse or fear, and it absolutely will not stop.
In this for life, it's a lifestyle. This shit ain't no light switch off and on. This shit stays on 24/7.
If you don't know something, you're going to figure it out. If you run into an obstacle, you're going to go around it or you're going to go through it. But what you're not going to do is stop at that obstacle, turn around, throw in the towel, and go home. It's very easy to tell whether somebody actually wants the thing or they're just saying they want the thing, because the conditions in which they have to pursue the thing they want to pursue are irrelevant. They're going to pursue it, and you can't stop them.
You may have to sleep in your car. You may have to go without food. You may have to bounce around from couch to couch. You may have to sacrifice like nobody in your family ever has. But can you do it behind the scenes when nobody's looking, when nobody's watching, when nobody understands the measure of passion that you carry? Can you keep going? Don't stop. You're right there.
Don't stop. Keep going. Too hard. It's not too hard. You keep going. Come on, Brock. Give me more. Give me more. Keep going.
Somebody out there sitting working harder than you. Somebody working harder. Hurry up, baby. Let's go.
I demand you. Get that fucking shit up, Jordan. Every fucking thing.
Pull in. Come on. 45 fucking pounds. Everybody want to be a buddy, dude. So nobody will lift this heavy ass weight.
You thought
was just gonna have a dream and a goal, and you were just gonna wake up and just walk into the sunset. It don't work like that. You have a dream, and then life punks you. Life punks you and say, do you really want this?
You think things are gonna just go your way? Well, they're not gonna just go your way. You gotta make them go your way. You think things are gonna just happen for you? Well, they're not just gonna happen for you. You gotta make them happen.
Here's a special type of motivation. It's called fuck you motivation. Fuck you to all the teachers at school that said you couldn't get anywhere. I'm gonna show you. Fuck you.
Do not fucking miss. Do not fucking miss. Do not fucking miss. Every second of the day, he is trying to extract more from something. He's constantly thinking, he's constantly disciplined, never going off the path. It's a conqueror's mindset. And very few people, if any, really understand what that is.
I'll work as much as it takes. I'll study as long as it takes. I'll do as many reps as it takes. I'll pay whatever the price is. I'll make any sacrifice that's required, because only those who are willing to go too far can possibly find out how far one can go.
You get one shot at life. One shot. One go around in this world. You take life and you grab it by the throat and you make it give you everything you want and screw everybody else.
This is my life, man. Do you know how hard I worked to get here? I built this shit. Me. Brick by brick.
And so I'm telling y'all, you have come too far to quit now. You have invested too much to quit now. You have lost too much to quit now. Get a reward for your pain. Don't cry about it. Get a reward for it.
If you want to get stronger, do it. Do it till your body aches. Do it till you can't stand up straight. Do it till you're sick of it. Then do it some more.
That is
Yo, the forts. We're cooking. We are cooking indeed, brother.
The person that's willing to do whatever it takes. And what you have to do is you have to change your mentality. Starting not tomorrow, not Monday,
We're cooking,
not next
Chief.
month, starting right this motherfucking minute, you have to be willing to do whatever it takes.
You want success. You want results. You have to do something about it. You just can't hope for it. You have to demand it. You have to promise yourself that you will not ever be a failure. There is nothing that I won't do. There's nothing that I won't do. You have to marry this thought pattern. I don't care if you're on your deathbed or you're dying.
What's up, the forts?
I would rather die than acknowledge to myself that I'm that loser.
No excuses, you know, excuses for weak people, excuses for broke people.
What else do we got?
Excuses for suckers, excuses for people that don't have no destination, no dreams, no vision.
If there is one thing I can do for them, for the dead, it is to win. And keep winning until I attain my dream.
Everything comes down to how bad you want it. Only when the why is strong enough, the how stops being an excuse, because purpose doesn't need permission. He who has a why to live can bear almost any how. So how far can your why take you?
This isn't for the masses. This is for those who want to leave normal behind. Those who are in search of a new realm. It's a lonely journey. You're isolated. Those who used to keep pace with you will fall off. They'll see where their world ends and yours begins. Your ability to suffer, endure, outwork must be greater. Every day, you must ask yourself, did I do enough? Stay hard.
Fuck you and fuck your excuses. Get your punk ass to that chill.
Alright, guys, I think I'm gonna call it a night. I should continue working, though. I feel guilty going to bed at 1:26 in the morning. It feels a bit early. You guys know what I'm saying? Alright, so tomorrow I gotta do more editing for the coloring clips. Alright guys, whoever's here, you guys have a wonderful night. I'll be back tomorrow. We shall continue the fight tomorrow. You guys have a great night. Good night.